must've went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope you're trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits, I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Just being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you, yeah, I'm looking for you, for you. I'm looking for you, for you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot, be a pilot, be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot, beat. Let's get it now.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back it up, back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back it up, back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Welcome to the XXL Nutrition HQ. XXL Nutrition is the most popular online supplement brand in Europe. Our proteins, pre-workouts, dietary supplements, and of course our sportswear is developed with the greatest possible care. We are known for providing the highest quality products and the best service. Daily, we are working with a motivated team on new developments, promotions, and quality control to serve our customers in the best possible way. XXL Nutrition is an established name in the B2B and B2C market. Therefore, we can also be found in many gyms, supplement stores, and supermarkets. Offering the highest possible quality is the foundation of our brand. Only the best ingredients and materials are used for our products. Everyone at our company has passion for health and fitness. That's why we want to provide our customers, and of course ourselves, with the best products. We prepare all orders in our own warehouse, which has the capacity to process more than 10,000 orders daily. Thank you for supporting XXL Nutrition. We are XXL, the most popular brand in sports nutrition.
And here, live at the MGM Music Hall in Boston, Massachusetts, we make some more. Welcome to the Rainbow Six Invitational 2025. Are you ready to make history? Game number one begins now! It is Hunter Company Academy! It's a one-team!
We can't quite see the punt.
Oh, it down a beautiful first!
Cyber isn't going to let him just sit on this. Oh, brilliantly played!
It seems like Furia might just have numbers, but they've lost a couple. And Philippe wants to BDS! Steal that round for Furia! It's working. A triple for Dream. It's all up to Nate and Philippe Hawks now. Numbers in a disadvantage for them. And Nate is on the floor!
Pressurization complete.
First map looks to be locked up to be theirs. Bring out the 1v1.
Unbelievable stuff from the Brazilian! It's all up to
He's
base!
been here before. He's got to step across. It's all about this 1 versus 1. He wins it out. Rene's going for the plant. Cyber's got 3. We're down towards this last 30 seconds.
King is manoeuvring here.
Shot in the back again. Shaiko is going up Tim. Finally finds himself down now. Users has got to clutch up big.
Andy, let's see if the swing.
The waiting. Solotov's down. Rene's off. He's also down.
Hello, hello everybody. Welcome to Voltage League Qualifiers Stage 2. I'm joined by Piercing with me today for this lovely game we have lined up. What's your opinion on these games which we have here, which we haven't actually fully announced just yet? Oh no, we do. We have announced fully.
Um, I would say it's gonna be a big mix-up. I would say there's a lot of teams here that, at least for me, I'm pretty new to, haven't had a whole lot of exposure with. So I'm expecting this to be, like I said, just a chaotic mix-up. These are all best of ones. So I that we're going to see a whole lot of overtimes. I think this is going to kind of just give us an established baseline, especially when we're so early starting out. So expect a lot of, 7-3, 7-2s, maybe some 7-1s, because I believe, if I remember correctly, this is all randomized as we get the standings established. So do not expect this to be, like super tight double OTs across the board. Now, we're just getting started. It's going to be chaotic. And I think you all watching this know this is going to be messy. And that's kind of what makes it even more fun. It's just kind of watching everyone get settled into their brackets.
Yeah, very much so. Well, granted, also saying that, yesterday we did have an 8-7 game, which we did see yesterday, which was the Valor versus which team was it? I can't entirely remember. It was the Valor game yesterday. Went to 8-7, which was a very, very tight game. But obviously today we do have Frenzy's Boys versus Stacks Copper Clan. Now, I think we do have our map bands ready just now, so we'll switch to those very quickly. So starting us off, we're going to go straight to Border. Now, lovely, lovely map. In my opinion, one of the best maps. Granted, it's been had a little tweaks here and there, but do you want to speak more about the team cards which we have today?
Yeah. And I think it's just real quick. I think it's interesting how we're going on to border for, so early on. I'm not sure how I really feel about that because that's usually, tells a lot of what kind of team you are as far as team dynamics. In fact, I would say in order to win that map, you kind of expose everything. So, bold take to put on a map like that to bolster your standings, if you ask me.
Very much so. But also, you can see your lovely team cards here. Uh, Now, with Border, in my opinion, it's a lot of diversity you can do with it. You can do a lot of intricate things entirely. So, in my opinion, it's not kind of whoever gets most picks, it's who can play it more strategically for either side, and whichever can maneuver around just that little bit easier between the two. Now, with obviously the game which we're having today, obviously you can see your team cards over to our that side. It's that side.
There you
Now,
go.
a lot. I got to get my bearings right. I never know which one it is. I always get it wrong first time. You'll always get it wrong first time.
Hmm.
Now, I think we have a full. It's a full German team for well, with a little dabble in different regions for Franzi's boys. With a little bit of Netherlands in there, a little bit of Belgium, British, and obviously moving over to Stax's Copper Clan, we have a very diverse bunch here. Now, obviously, your opinion, which I'm asking for here, would you prefer to have a full lineup of everyone from the same area, so let's say a full German team, a full English team, or do you think it's more beneficial to have more of a diverse team?
So, from what I understand, when it comes to regional dialect, because I did a little bit of Spanish in my tenure, so yes, I am actually bilingual. I noticed that dialect can honestly be a big make or breaker when it comes to fluid communications. So when I see a roster like this, where you've got Italy, Germany, UK, France, I think that's where I start to get a little concerned of what everyone's English looks like, because that's it just varies so often. So that's my first question is, oh, I'm sorry, Netherlands, not French. God, I suck at reading flags. Americans, am I right? But the thing for me is, how well do they communicate? That's the thing that I'm always looking for when I see different regions. I think that's the most important thing out of anything else. In terms of just raw playstyle, I think it's kind of the same, but if you don't really have a native language that you can anchor to, that kind of bogs down communications. But I think both teams, Franzi's and Stax' Copper Clan, will have this struggle, and all teams have to deal with this in the EU. It doesn't matter who you are. The second you put in someone that's not from the same country as you, you're going to have this challenge. but I think for Stax's Copper Clan, it's going to be the most prominent, as the only consistency is Sammy and Ares from the UK and Kaisi and Mercy from Germany, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, well, in my entire opinion, German players, they're a different breed. They really are. Them and their people from the Netherlands, entirely new breed between a lot of them. They are insane. Granted, obviously, what I've also found out is that a lot of the German side are purely down to kind of not run and gun, but mostly trying to take frags. Whereas if you move more over to, let's say, the Portuguese side and the British side, they're more strategical. Now,
Really? Okay.
I think, as far as I'm aware, our game is just about ready to go. So we'll hop straight into that in just a second for you.
Mhm.
Predictions for this
Right.
game. What's your opinion?
I'm going to say, and like I said, I'm going off of limited information here. I'm going to go for Stax's Copper Clan, but only for the one reason that the roster is much more consolidated. Franzi's
Hmm.
has, let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 players on their roster in comparison to Stax's Copper Clan, which is 6. I think when you have teams from, let's see, 4, 5 different nations and 9 players, I feel like that's just much harder to compromise with when you have, in comparison to, 4, 5 different nations across 9 teams. I think it's going to be more consolidated. You're going to have a better plan because, like you said, there is a lot of variation in playstyles even from across different nations, all in the scope of EU, even though everyone's much closer together, there's still a huge level of variety that's available, variability. So to have it more into a consolidated pool of players, I think is going to benefit Staxes significantly here.
I think just purely for the fun factor, I'm going to go against you and say Frenzies them. Just for the fun factor.
Oh, okay, because screw me, right? Gotcha. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Too easy. But
now,
taking a look at these bands now, we're going to see that the Blitz is taken out as well as Deimos. I guess we're really not liking the aggressive plays today, so I guess we won't be seeing too much of that. Probably more methodical and slow, unless you bring Monty. Then you've got Fenrir and Valkyrie finish it off for the bands. What are we thinking about that on border? I would think this is pretty standard, don't you think?
yeah, it's quite a standard ban for the Deimos, obviously, since the roam game, you don't entirely need it fully, but it's going to help you a lot with more of like an extended hold. The Blitz is obviously there since it's kind of become a default ban in reality. It's either that or the Monty. Since I'm assuming the Monty stayed on the board, since obviously it's very useful in trying to take, let's say, East Balcony or West Balcony, that matter of fact. The Valkyrie, again, it's always been a default pick since since pretty much she almost came out, really. So you can't really complain with that one. Then the Fenrir, I mean, it's Fenrir. Again, it's kind of like a copy and paste, really, for these bands. It's almost the necessities again.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't really blame them for going default here. Okay, the Fenrir and Blitz icons are just way out in the open. Love that. But
Battle of Siege.
beyond the babblings of the UI, I think that when it comes to going for default bans, that comes down to both these teams not wanting to unveil too much of their playing cards. If I had to guess, right? Why put a full stop on something this early on, right? This is just for points. This isn't for, like, oh, you're solidly eliminated. We're not at that point yet, I would say, where that's really a significant risk factor. So if you play it just default, go on a map you're good on, that's honestly more important. But I still think you're going to give away some of your play style because this is very dependent on your team style dynamics.
Very much so. Now, one thing I do see is I don't see too much hold inside of CC. You do have, I think that's Fraxi, who's chilling around the area. But there's obviously about just 2 players lingering around. Usually you might have just a little bit more, but I mean, you've got to see how this comes out. You see these lovely setups with their cams, which obviously your drone game is going to be almost the most important thing there is. Fraxi's got to order himself in a bit of a pickle as he'll be the first one to go down to Jericho. Comes out millimeters away from the one eye.
Yeah, that was a big pick going through, and that's going to pretty much shut down their CCTV control. Till now, finally getting control of that. Now going to be a 3-on-3 as it's looking pretty close as they gain major grounds, but still have to push through office.
The flank has been spotted out from the two-barrel. Oh, sorry, two-barrel was on the flank, sorry. Now they have the man advantage. You can see we still have a whole half the round remaining, and there's half the players left out of the total 10. It's gone very, very quickly, but how would you pronounce Smoke's name? Eva? Never mind.
Yeah,
It's
we're
going to be
gonna
the
go
last
with
one remaining.
We're gonna go with
Mercy.
Eva. I'm gonna have to agree. Oh, gets completely caught out from the fountain rotate. That fountain rotate's always a double-edged sword there. Now with Eevee being the last one alive, smoke still in hand, like you called it, but is gonna get promptly cleared out for Staxes to completely annihilate Armory for the first round.
Well, the flanks. Well, there's about 2 rough flanks. Obviously, smoke on the metal stairs wasn't really a flank. It was just a little placement. But then obviously the two-brow flank. I'm not sure if they had cams on that entirely or if they just came off of audio cues. But it seemed like Franzi's boys were kind of dabbling their fingers in too many pies here, going too broad and got caught out for it overall.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of fountain hold, especially when losing that much control, was really dicey. Because if you also look at their composition, they didn't really have a lot in terms of intel going for them. So a flank like that was pretty much just asking to happen.
Yeah. I mean, obviously they did lose that, which they will. I don't think they've actually switched. They've gone with the same bomb site. They're going to try and my English is not Englishing today. Iron out their issues. Still early in the morning for me. Still early in the morning, even though it's 12:26.
Wow, I'm glad you could get up or go to sleep at 4 in the freaking morning. I just got up literally an hour ago. It's 6:30 in the morning for me right now. How do you think I feel? Oh, hold
refreshed.
on. You see that? At least Stacks pulling out a glass. Do we think we're gonna see a forced archive walk in here? I mean, the Grim kind of also tells the tale as well.
Does seem like they might be trying to prep from. Seems like maybe an archive plant. So one use the smokes to cover away from that mirror, but from I think there's 3 smokes and 2 C4s. It's going to be quite difficult for them to do that, especially with these goo mines as well.
Yeah, the walk-in I think will probably be the hardest part, but as far as actually going into plant, you've got 2 nitros you have to deal with. That's going to be from Ryu and Desho. I think those are probably the biggest concerns that Stax is going to have, but clear those players out, put a little bit of pressure towards Armory side, and you might just be able to get that off. But you don't have a way to clear those mirrors. No Kali, no Ash, so those shields are going to have to be respected, except for Mercil, who still has those Twitch drones available. But not unless we see Desho looking to get active towards CCTV. Takes one. That's already going to be a massive blow. Looking to take multiple swings. Gets caught out from a nice angle from Mercil, taking significant damage. But again, that's your one way to deal with Mira. And Ryu just took Ellie down. That's already a pretty big loss. Mercil taking a lot of damage, but will be able to take one from Fountain yet again, as we've seen last round. Now we see Desho still getting active, looking to try to clean it up, regain the lead with one. But remember, that's the lifeline of Armory there, and the Archives counter with the Nitro. A risky gambit.
Very much so. Well, it's a 4 versus 4. The round has been a lot slower compared to last time, so we've got to put on the brakes just a little bit, as they will forfeit away that Armory side. Being able to, I think, the mirror window was actually taken entirely. And they have somewhat more control over half wall, and maybe try and go for a plant here, since it's in the hands of Scent, that ace. But the Glaz going down early was going to hinder them quite a little bit, since he's going to be a lot of your cover. Since you have to see right through them walls. As a quick aggressive take from Mercy will be punished by the show, as there is full cover. The plant's still going to go down, though. I'm not entirely sure if they know. The drop down on the mirror, not being able to find anything. But now they're on the back foot. Roxy's going to pick up one. Fraxy's going to pick up one for themselves as well, as it's all down. Descent. Can he pull out the 1 versus 4? We've seen it plentiful times before, but there's too many of them. It's going to overrun him, as it's all slowly going to come out to a 4 versus 0, and that will be the diffuser in the hands of Frenzies.
Yeah, there's really not a whole lot you can do in that situation when you lose so many numbers. I was kind of thinking it, right? That small office space, the fact that they didn't really have a way to deal with that, and they dived in way too deep into Armory. That's kind of what happens when you start stacking towards Armory. It's really hard to force that position. That's why you always want to have some kind of offset. But like you said, they kind of gave it away and just full sent it on Armory. And thanks to those smoke canisters, it gave a ample time to recoup and be ready to punish, even with no nitros in hand. There was really no way to protect Diffuser without just an all-out brawl. And that is where Stax' numbers really collapsed.
Very much so. If you want to do us a favor, do you want to read out the time in the mix? I think we might be a little bit out of sync at the minute. So what time have you got on the prep phase at the minute?
I've got 30, but I'm going from directly on OB or stream. That's usually just how I do it. Is when I notice that delay, I just go straight to OBS. But
yeah, sounds good.
Either way, now going to be moving on to firstly here. We're going to be going tellers and bathroom. What are we thinking about that? We saw a little bit of a composition invested towards trying to force, you know, some kind of walk-in, but that completely got thrown out the window. And by the books, they had everything needed. They didn't have to deal with nitros, but they kind of lost their key player, funneled. Do we think they're going to try a similar style play going into this next round?
From the lineup entirely, what I'm seeing, it's very obvious they're going to go for a top-down. You have the Ram, you have the Book. That's a recipe for pure vertical. It's like a dynamic duo. Maybe put a little bit of Sledge in there if you don't want the Book, but it seems like they want the vertical. That's all they want. Then they're going to make their way down through catwalk. And then it kind of seems like that's what they're going to do and try and collapse in on site. Now, this roam upstairs and this hold is what's going to stop Stax' clan from continuing. This hold upstairs needs to be strong, which I think it's Roxy with the mirror upstairs, which is going to be the main key pinnacle point for them. Also, just trying to hunt down. This seems like they're going to go for a first floor take, trying to flush out these roamers, but YVR is going to be picking up Mercy. There will go that Ash. Those mirror windows are going to be just that little bit more safe now. He takes very minimal damage.
Yeah, it just seems like every time we're seeing Staxes lose somebody critical before they actually get their full impact. Last time, it was Glass. Now, it's Ash for dealing with the Miras. Though, we do see Mew get taken out. That is one, actually both Nitros now off the board. Smoke's going down too. That's pretty much the biggest loss you could ask for. Stax is just clamping down as no one can get a fallback or any presence.
Inside of sight.
I guess you can just ignore the vertical entirely. And yeah, you're right. You already got one on sight. This is a lot of trouble for Frozzies here, as we do finally see a successful drop down. Stalls the defuse, but it doesn't matter. There's way too much control. The horizontal pivot pretty much collapsing the vertical from even getting the impact.
Now, like you said, obviously, I did predict that they were going to go for a top-down clear, but from the looks of it, that Stax, obviously getting their drone game on, noticed that there was only one upstairs. And they just thought, you know what, if we can clamp down on this Roma, which was the Solus, lingering around reception desk around there, clamp down on her and then just straight push it to site. I'm not sure where the actual I think the rest of them were just around a workshop, and that was about it. And they just took Stacks picking up two piece within about 10 seconds of each other, and then they just went, you know what, full send it site, which was clearly the correct decision since it got them the round.
Yeah, absolutely paid off for him. But now, looking into this next round, we are going to see that Frozzies is going to make an attempt to repeat it into Tellers and Bathroom. And I like this composition. I don't know how to feel about it. You've got Froxy on cap cans. On
trying to hide it.
Cap. Yeah. And then you've also got the Alibi as well from the show. What are we thinking about seeing Alibi make a return? That's an operator that I have not seen in an extremely long time.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if it's entirely a little bit of the gun crutch, since the gun is absolutely amazing. However, it could just be very quick, small intel, since obviously not many people will fall for an Alibi. Yet, obviously, Caster's Curse is a thing. I can't wait for every single Alibi to be shot straight in the chest and the head. But I mean, the Alibi, it's not a bad pick. at all. Granted, obviously, there is better options, but clearly, Frenzies know something we don't. They know something we don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of. I think they're kind of gambling on Stacks is kind of pushing in blind. I think that's really what they're calling here. Is just overall really fast takes with minimal droning, depending too heavily on utility. Because that's what Alibi punishes so well. Is if you're just using nothing but util to try to catch someone, then Alibi can burn you hard. Because Deimos, Jackal, that's not going to catch those alibis. And if you're just shooting through everything based off that, you're going to get caught pretty hard, and it's going to have devastating effects. Though, we will see the Capcan get taken out extremely early on. Now looking to take a fight to even the numbers, but that's not going to happen, as we'll see Roxy get taken down in turn. That'll be a double kill coming out, though the Nitro does connect. We'll take ours down. It's going to be 3v4 with already halfway into the round. That's a big initial entry going into Stacks' favor. It looks like the gambit didn't pay off. It wasn't running in blind. It seems like they were fully aware of what they were doing and fully aware that they have the impact.
Now we can see, obviously, like we predicted last round, the vertical is what they want, which we can see now it's what they want. Again, well, obviously they don't have the RAM anymore, but the book is more than capable than continuing this vertical through. But obviously Stacks being on that book, being on that C8, he's been crushing it. He's been absolutely crushing it with these kills so far. He's been getting in the opening picks and leading it to a duo. But you might see Ryu being caught off very early, right there in a very unfortunate position, trying to drag one back with the smoke. However, they do have control of sight in just a second. But I'm not sure if there's any more. There's no more C4s on the board. The show's got to pull something off here. I'm not sure if he knows about the player on top of the hatch, which the cover is there. She will be taken down and punished. YVR is going to be the last remaining, which I think he was last remaining the last 2 rounds, and will be shut down by Mercy as well.
Yeah, I gotta say, the way a lot of those picks went through, and the way the Franzies went down, I'm almost suspecting a little bit of, how do I put this? Lack of situational awareness. I mean, that hold right out or right by Teller's window, really spicy gambit. That's usually around the time, especially when you're gaining side control, that someone's going to pivot there. You got to be ready for someone to take that window, and he was just right in front of it to get domed. Also, the lack of awareness for the hatch. I mean, it just kind of seems like it's really just a complete flip-flop of intel. Stacks is fully aware of where everyone is, what's going on. Drone economy is going great. And then Franz, on the other hand, just seems to be completely blindsided with a lot of those picks. They didn't even have the rifle pointed down in the right direction.
Well, with Stacks' group, it seems like they're creating like an atmosphere of blitzing through sight, completely crushing it, going straight towards it, and then next round slowing it down entirely, which I think that's messing with Frenzy entirely. Since obviously you're going to try and adapt to how Stacks is going to be playing, which it seems like they somewhat can't in reality, since obviously they are 3-1 down. I can't rule out the fact of bringing it to 3-3, but the way which Stacks is pressuring Franzies and then completely pulling away from it seems to be messing with them entirely. Now, we are bringing a Ying this round, which is a little bit different because we see a little more presence towards the east, but never mind. Mercy's going to be taking the opening kill, stealing the Starlight from Stacks instead, but already taking more control of that CC and security area, which obviously the last time which Frenzies played defense over this side, they did hold it off, but Mercy taking out YVR as well. There will go that mute very early, rather being the last man alive will be the second man dead. I can see all these yellow pings popping through. They have the intel game, they have the frags, but so does the show, picking up auras.
Yeah, that's
Mercy.
Oh, man, holy crap. That is just a complete and utter collapse. Though a nice pushback onto the balcony. Finally, we see Mercy get shut down here. That's a crucial round-saving double kill coming in from Roxy. But it means now it's going to be a 2v1. And it's going to be a lot of work for Stacks, who has lost so much space. Does manage to take one in turn. That's going to be Roxy refragged out so much later on. And it's all going to come down to trying to secure this plant, which will be troublesome. You still have Nitro in hand, but with the show already backed off towards metal. There is an opportunity to go for a plant here, but it's still so risky. Throws out the drone. That's going to be the cover to anticipate the nitro. Does get shot out, though. That is going to mean he might be potentially going in for a plant blind here, but looks to pivot towards the 90, trying to take it actually to the show and pull off a possible fight, maybe display some pressure. A minute remaining on the clock, looking for some way to either securely plant or outright kill her. And there's the swing towards small office. He wants this pick, and he's going to get it or die trying. Now wraps around, knows that she's stuck in his corner, goes for the flash to wrap around the swing, and he takes it, eliminating the show and giving Stacks another round. Clean outplay when you're too safe.
Yeah, you saw the tiny little foot of the mirror being tucked away into the corner, and instead of trying to go for that risky swing through the feet holes and trying to get a wall bang or shoot the foot out, you'll take the confirmation of taking the flash and switching all the way around towards the door, which was a very nice play and a lovely clutch 1 versus 2, if I'm not mistaken, from Stacks. Obviously, Roxy pulling off a lovely, I think it was a 2-piece, obviously a little flick all the way to the catwalk window and then going straight back to the Mercy, who was inside a fountain. But unfortunately, was not enough for them to bring it back. This was their second main advantage they had. So obviously the first one was their round 1, which they forfeited the control of CC, which they saw it did work, but see, as we saw from last round, it didn't work out the second time. Now, like I said, Stacks is bringing out an absolute wild card of a lineup every round. Since obviously we have, I think, only 2 reoccurring operators. Since we do have Ores on that Ram and Stacks on that Buck, Mercy obviously dabbling in that Ying, which I think is an addition which has pushed them forward just that little bit more. Granted, never mind. We're just going to switch away. Correct me if I'm wrong. This looks like a little bit of a rush lineup, if I'm not mistaken. We could see a little bit of a rush here.
I would say you're probably right. The Aurora to block off lines of sight. And you've got the Blackbeard for the secure hold. Finka for free revives from a distance. This could very well look like a bait and switch. You've got your Ram and... Oh boy, here we go.
Oh no.
It does look like they're already starting with that. Locking out that run out potential. You got Blackbeard lined up. Ara's taking a very crucial pick onto 1 Nitro. That's already down. Though the vertical, you still have to deal with that. I was going to say that it looked like Franzi's was going to be potentially ready for this. But so far, it doesn't matter. Smoke's attempted to go out to desperately stop the fuse, but it doesn't succeed as they will be able to force it. And Greco taking significant damage from the smokes. Gets finished off from Roxy from above. It's now going to put them at a 4v3 situation. Franzi's at the advantage here. Nitro's still in hand. They have an opportunity to try to counter defuse here, but they're not going to be able to run out thanks to those Aurora covers. We're going to see Scent taking Roxy down, and oh my gosh, what a collapse as they will be able to retake. No one to stop the fuser.
Obviously, they did have their vertical hold, which I'm not sure if they were still on, so they could cover from the window all the way from half wall. And then I feel like the Aurora gates actually hindered them more than anything, since we saw the first one go onto the front door, which I think that might have been a little bit of a mistake, since obviously it's a new operator. Everyone's still tweaking with it. But I think the original idea was to cut off metal and workshop, or server, sorry, which obviously went onto the front door, which delayed them a little bit more time and less cover, which allowed them to take out the Blackbeard. So the rush... Fortunately, well, it went well for the first, I'll say, minute, and then crumbled as soon as, well, they had, I think, 2 or 3 players still alive on Stacks' side to give cover, which I don't think it was enough. But we will switch over. So defense to offense to defense. Now it's Franzi's boys' time to shine and show them what offense really means.
Yeah, it just seems like across the board, there was an overall struggle to hold these sites, a lack of consistency, if you may. Because usually, at the very least, you take Armory as kind of a gimme, but that was one only once. And uh-oh, we got the disconnect. We might potentially be looking at a rehost. Yeah, we'll be having a rehost here in just a second. But I do want to speak more on what you were saying before when it came to that unpredictability. Though, I feel like towards the end, Stacks kind of overextended when it came to their presence on aggression. We saw a lot of aggressive pushes. That force run in, I think, kind of was already a predicted adaptation from Franzis. But regardless, I mean, like you said, Stacks is just kind of throwing them in for a loop at the moment. It's been so unpredictable as far as playstyle changes. I mean, like you said, constantly changing operators. The back and forth from scaling it back, slowing it down, or just ramping it up. I mean, it does kind of create an unstable environment to work with.
Very much so. And again, like I was saying, it's kind of like the stacks and not stacks, sticks, stacks. Whoever the Buck was
Yeah.
playing, him and the Mercy show. Since the Ying and the Buck just been absolutely slamming straight throughout. You would think that they would go for the vertical and try and continue with the Ying Candelas, but I don't think almost any kills have come off of a Ying Candela as of yet. It's just been run and gun for Mercy here, and it seems like that Frenzy just can't stop them whatsoever. But
Mhm.
obviously, from what we've been seeing, it has been a very stacks dominated game for the time being. But
Yeah.
obviously, it could entirely change with the offense. Obviously, we're going to go
Yeah.
into upstairs first for their defense. So, do you think they'll somewhat do the same as Frenzies as to forfeit CC very early on in the game to keep the man count, or do you think they'll hold on for life?
Hmm. I would say, see, now there's that tug and pull again. Because, I mean, one of the things that Stacks has done so well on their attack was constantly, I mean, flipping back and forth. That's why the reactionary play style doesn't work as you get into higher level competitive. You can't keep doing that because you're just always going to be trailing behind. Oh, they played aggressive, so now we're going to aggressively hold initial entry. Then they slow it down and slam you on Util. Then you decide, you know what I mean? Like, it's always reacting to what has already changed, right? You're behind the curve at any given moment. That's what Stacks was punishing so hard. So I think as far as this goes, we've already seen Stacks play insanely aggressively here. So if I had to guess, they're going to forfeit space in order to keep their man count up and try to stall out Franzis. I think that's the natural next step, only because they just ran it down hard. So Franzis is currently conditioned into a aggressive, roam heavy, full on map denial, swing everything. I think that's what they're anticipating, and Stacks is just going to flip the script again.
I mean, from what we've been seeing, he's between Mercy and Sticks. Sorry, it's a battle for MVP of the game at this rate. Since I
Mhm.
feel like at the start, I think that for CC, I think either one of them is going to be sitting by the CC door, going for that run out to protect the wall on Armory. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe dabbling in a little bit of the castle. Because I wasn't 100% of what the roster was from what I saw. Because I saw a mute, and that was about it. I think that was a lesion, I think it was. But other than that, I didn't see much else. Because obviously, if you want to keep control of it, your castle is going to be your best friend. It entirely is going to be your best friend. So obviously, if you castle off that double door going to CC, that will allow you just to basically just swing on anything you'd like to. Swing on anything. But we had the Goyo as well. So with the Goyo pick, from roughly what I'm thinking, it might entirely be, like you said, not play for life, but play for man count. They want to keep the man count, but also drain as much time as possible, which I feel like with the confidence which they have, since obviously it's not always just about kills and winning rounds, it's always about mental as well. Keeping that mental up, knowing you're 2 rounds up, being a 4-2 split, you're going to have a lot of confidence in yourself and your entire team. You're going to be able
Mhm.
to pull things off, which maybe you didn't even know you could do. Now, the thing which I'm trying to see, which I'm wanting to see, is how this collapse is going to go down. Whether if they hold CC fully, or if they back off, or just play in Fountain and make them push through doors, or maybe just through maybe the armory wall. But the key thing which I want to see, since it's kind of like which I mostly struggle with myself, is switching from going from attacking armory and then switching to bathroom. Since you've gone from spearheading, you're able to kind of not really worry about roamers underneath, but obviously keep it in your mind, to, oh, we now have to roam clear the entirety of upstairs and then push towards site, or at least clear a lot more around workshop area.
Mhm.
Which, from what I've seen, Franzi's roam was a little bit weak, just a little
Mhm.
bit. Then obviously Stax's roam clear was almost almost perfect, if you would. Since obviously Stax and Mercy just sweeping it through, but I think Stax's roam here is what's going to be definitive against Frenzy.
Mhm. I think that will be the main thing to kind of keep an eye out for, especially when it comes to a map like Border. The roam is absolutely everything. If you cannot temper your roam, especially when you have a numbers disadvantage, it just spirals so unbelievably out of control. I mean, because every site has so many points of entry. I mean, you've got direct entry from outside, you have windows, and I mean, different corridor angles on every single site. They pretty much trying to anchor it down on almost any of these maps is nearly impossible. So that is going to be the make or breaker. But I mean, in terms of roaming dynamics, from what we've seen so far, Francis kind of maintained a fatalist stance, right? Either we're going to hold that control or we're going to die trying. And more often than not, they straight up died. But I think as far as stacks goes, I don't think, especially with the Goyle pick, they're going to pursue that fatalist stance. And I think that's going to allow them to rack up rounds on first floor sites that Francis really can't afford at the moment. Because Armory traditionally is kind of a gimme, right? Unless you can find some kind of spark, it almost always goes to the defense. That's just how it goes. So the fact that they only won it once and stacks, assuming they just default it win twice, all they got to do is take first floor site once and it's over. That's kind of where having a 4-2 going into defense is a dream scenario for Stacks and a nightmare for Franzis. They're going to have to pick up at least once on Armory if they want a chance at overtime.
I mean, yeah, like you were saying right at the start, we're expecting 7Xs. So maybe 7-5 at a peak. Since obviously the qualifiers, it's a single elimination for this, so we're going to be going all the way. But I mean, from the looks of it, it's still going towards Stacks and how obviously which they've been playing. Now, let's say if we were to miraculously move this over to a map like Consulate, do you think that it would still play out the same since you have a lot more roam game, but let's say with basement, you can anchor and sit in sight a lot more, since obviously Frenzy does prefer to anchor, as we saw from the Armory setup? Or do you think it would maybe stay the same as it is now?
Honestly, I think the map has a lot to do with this. Consulate is so much bigger than what it used to be. You don't really have that level of mental game because there's a level of commitment to it that paints a clear picture of what's going on before it actually happens. I don't think Border gives you really that opportunity. It's a lot of rotates, and it's really more comes down to coordination and keeping your intel on a tight leash, which it's been kind of laissez-faire for Franzis, I would say, as we've seen them be in the blind multiple times, which has caused them some crucial round losses in the first half. Meanwhile, Stacks has pretty much always been clear cut what they were going for. I mean, one of the case points is how we saw that 1v1 play out against Mira over towards Armory. It was pretty much, there was no question of uncertainty where she was. Meanwhile, there was a little bit of uncertainty where Buck was coming from. So I think if it was Consulate, the outcome would likely be heavily different just because you don't get to retain that same level of unpredictability in your rotations, and they're going to be a lot slower. Here, it's full fluidity and extremely fast. And Stacks is abusing that heavily in their round to round pivots.
Yeah, so I think we're just about ready to go in just a couple seconds. So go back into this. Obviously, they do have to go upstairs back to Armory, which obviously Stacks will be on defense, Frenzy's on offense. For the first round, do you think that the first round's going to be like set in stone of what's going to happen for like the future of the rounds?
I would say what happens to Armory is going to set a nasty precedent either way. If Franzis is able to get ahead of the curve and stomp out Stacks in a convincing fashion, Oh no, the scoreline's incorrect. If they're able to stop it out in a convincing fashion, I think what we'll see is honestly a really tight situation. I think they could very well make it into overtime, or at least it's going to be a close loss, like 5-7. But if Stacks just outright takes this, throws them in for a loop, and has to play basically catch up without a timeout, it's almost guaranteed to be Stacks' win. I would say Armory determines everything. If Armory is not a gimme for Stacks, there is a very strong fighting chance. But if it isn't, well, I would say that's a wrap, folks, for game 1. But we're going to have to redo the lobby. So we're going to go on a quick break and we'll be right back.
Alrighty. So we are back after a little bit of a mishap, but we're everything's sorted. Everything's ready. Everything's all good. There's nothing wrong. Nothing ever happened. Just gonna erase your memory. Nothing ever happened, all right? But we're back. Same lineup. Took us a while.
Demon Square. What's that? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Same type of brainwashing, right? Yeah. Same type of censorship. Never happened.
You need one of the Men in Black pens.
Hit the whole audience. All right, so I need you all to look at the screen real quick. Freaking flashes white. All right, now we just got through the last round. We're now into the swap, and it's going to be we kind of discussed this before, Goyo composition now on the board. So we are going to see that stall. We already got that aimed and ready to go towards both CCTV and archives. We were kind of discussing that and figuring out whether or not Stacks is going to go for a more of a slow arm, numbers up kind of pivot. And so far, from the composition we're seeing, Azami, Legion, Goyo, it's looking very heavily like that will be the case.
Yeah, as we saw with the Goyo, if we can roughly, it was towards archive side. There's 3 Goyo canisters stacked on top of the bookcase, which are pretty much impossible to shoot and very hard to get a nade on top of. So that's going to delay a lot of time, a whole minute to be exact. So the Goyo, obviously, since pretty much release, has been a very high pick rate. So the amount he can delay. Plus, obviously, he used to have, I think it was 2 shields since release, wasn't it?
I think. I can't remember off the top of my head. But
yeah, but started off with 2 shields, which the shields itself were great, plus the explosives on it. Then it changed to canisters. I mean, he still kept his posture as it is. But Francis was, obviously, comparing the 2 attacks, taken quite a long time to situate themselves, since obviously Stacks was already in here by now. They were blitzing through, but Franzi wants to take this slow and methodically, which if Jericho takes a little swing here, you can maybe take a little pick. There's 3 people on East, and we're taking Deshaun with no refrag available. It'll be a 2-piece total for the team. Make that 3 as the diffuser will go down. YVR picking up 1, trying to recollect some players, but it's down to a 4 versus 2. The pace is set, not by the attackers this time, by the defenders from Stacks. It's all gone down. It's all gone down.
Well, I guess Stacks is playing some major psychology game here. Put up all of that utility to make them think that they were going to play slow, but nope. Instead, they swing it out and for a 3-for-1. I'm telling you, Stacks is living rent-free in Franzi's head at the moment. That is devastating. All collapsing onto East Stairs, only to just get violently shut down like that. That is a big psychological game to be waging like that. Having utility to slow down on top of the fact that you decide to go guns a-blazing, it's a gambit, it's a mind twist, and Stacks is playing it like the psychological champs that they are. With 40 seconds on the clock, 2 players remaining, catches another over towards CCTV. That is going to be coming from Aura's there. Big pick. Now going to be all up to YV or Wild to try to save this situation here, as you still got 1 over at Fountain Diffuser not in hand. Gets caught from Archives, and that is going to be a blazing round in Stacks' favor.
Now, obviously, like I said, setting the tone for themselves already. They don't need to be on the attack to set the tone. They do not. They will do it themselves, and they will hand it on a silver platter. Those 3 picks, beautiful. You could put that in an art gallery. That was lovely. 3 people stacked up. I think 1 person got a kill each. So everyone played their respective roles beautifully. And a lovely 180. I think it was from Mercy when on top of these stairs, taking the player on the east balcony. Couldn't have had that any better. Could not.
No, seriously. I mean, the coordination there was just so tight, right? You had no redundancy, and everyone was ready for a follow-up if 1 went down. But by the time we saw someone get taken out, it was already way too late, and the damage was already done. Now, we're 1 round short of match point in Stacks' favor, and Franzi's is going to have to really put the hurt on first floor. They have to basically maintain a perfect streak on these sites. Otherwise, it's pretty much over for them if they even slip up once. which that's a hard ask on first floor because usually this is one of those maps where you get a full rotation. You usually lose them all 3, and then you kind of start swinging it out. But they don't really have the space to afford that because Stacks gain too much ground on attack. And they're still seeing that, damage of trying to figure out what is going to be the move here. What will Stacks do next? It's that uncertainty. They can't make a move. They're staggered, paralyzed even.
Oof, millimeters away from taking the head. I think that's YVR. Oh no, it was Roxy, sorry. But we can see there is no one inside of sight. Not a single player is inside of sight. The only thing which they have for a drop back will be that Scopos. But Roxy will be taking the first pick onto Scent. It's very unfortunate there, but I see a little run out here from Jericho, but I don't think there's actually anybody for him to take. They're already on the balcony and situated themselves. But taking this position is going to be vital for them since there's 4 people upstairs. I think one's just rotated down. YVR goes down. They'll go that Nomad. You can now roam just that little bit better. But it seems I don't think they've noticed that there is the entire team is upstairs. Every single player is. Stacks goes down to Fraxy, putting them at the man advantage, being on the front foot. First time in a couple rounds. They've now got to close this out for themselves and play it very carefully.
Yeah, right now I think they've kind of just threw away their element of uncertainty here as they're just swinging absolutely everything and running right into Franzi's crossfire here. This is a big opportunity for them to start making a comeback. We kind of saw them play stall utility, but also play fast, and that gave some unpredictability. There is no unpredictability here. It's pretty clear-cut what's going to happen. Takes one, but is immediately followed up. Mercy just doesn't have a chance.
It seems like they've recollected themselves quite nicely compared to last round, since obviously the last round was an absolute killing spree. But Roxy was wanting to take every gunfight there. It seems like the pressure is what they need to take off Stacks. What Stacks given is their weakness. Stacks gives out the pressure, but they can't take the pressure from it. The gunfight's a lot more decisive, a lot more pinnacle. But it wasn't seem like there was much of, how do I put it, strategy there. It was mostly run and gun, which it worked out for Frenzies. Don't get me wrong, it works out every time, but eventually Stacks is going to come to it and be like, okay, we need to slow this down, put a stop to this, to which they've switched over to a workshop and ventilation. Now, the roam is probably going to come out again, but I'm hoping for Stacks' benefit for it to not be as hard as it was last round, since that's what bit them in the ass, really. But
what I think is so interesting is despite losing that round loss, we see them now doubling up on what worked in the first round, which was, having a lot of stall utility. And I'm willing to bet money they're still going to play aggressive. But now Franzi's is in line with Stacks. I don't think this is going to work the way that they think they do, because I have a sneaking suspicion that Stacks is still going to full send that site denial. And now with Ying, Blackbeard, Fuse on the board, I do not feel like this is going to pay off very well, and that this very gun-heavy playstyle in building denial is going to hurt them yet again. But that remains to be seen, as we could just see them try to full send a plant, get a little bit of top presence over towards Armory, as with the Fuse, go for the full-on walk-in. Stacks could be in for a reckoning, because we do see a very heavy roam presence on second floor. This could be punishment for either way, depending on how the vertical and how this walk-in goes, because they're primed for it.
Oh, the rush goes down, blushing straight towards side. One Goyo Cancer gets one, but it'll also be a pickup from the SMG-12 of Jericho. It's a 3 versus 5. The rush is not going exactly how they planned. Roxy's trying to bring it back a little bit for them, but will be swinging a little too wide as Jericho takes 3 for the round, and the last is going to be the Fuse, who was, I think, he's all the way by bathroom. He's long gone. He needs a map. He needs to join his team up. But they're already gone, as he will be punished entirely. That'll be a flawless round for Stacks.
Holy crap. Talk about a rush just going monumentally wrong. But the thing to keep in mind is there were some subtle indicators. This is why I say rushes can be really hard to predict which way it goes. I want you to think about this. Stacks has been very, very keen on their initial entry denial. Franzi's has always had some kind of presence when dealing with that. They make themselves immediately known where they want to take immediate building, presence, and control. This time, there was nothing. Not a single person to give an inkling of a hint of headbutting, which Stax was expecting at that point. On a side like that, it's subtle, but it's a telltale sign that something was off. And Franzi just couldn't really be convincing that they weren't rushing. That little hint was all that Stax needed to call the bluff, and they were dead on.
Exactly. Well, like you said, the deciding factor is mostly going to be this little gimme of Armory, which they're going back to. So statistically wise, this should end in a 7-3 unless Franzi's going to be able to pull something out here. But I'm a little confused as to last round of what the Fuse was doing all the way by bathroom. Why not doubling up and giving extra cover? Since maybe just a bit of a peculiar choice there. But new round.
I think it was misplaced confidence.
Yeah, just maybe as such. Since the Fuse was a great pick, you can just keep fusing her on sandwich window, but you can maybe move around towards Armory, like where Jericho is right there. But starting us off, last time we saw this round, we saw a lovely 3-piece coming out on East, which, I mean, Stax is going to have all the confidence in the world. They're going to start swinging. Well, they'll be keeping it very passive, but like we said, they like to switch up their gameplay, as we've seen. The switching up is what's awarding them these wins. You see Stax playing it very carefully. Does get spotted out on top of rafters. He's just here to cause an utter nuisance, to be an absolute nuisance. But
from
the lineup
switch
to show, picking up Mercy. It'll be them Dokubi calls coming out, but the trade-off is there. Could have been looking up there since they did drone him out on top of Catwalk, maybe thinking he'd just walk away, but he held his ground. It'd be a 1-for-1 trade to start off the round.
Yeah, but now this is a dicey trade-off. You've got had two right outside the balcony, and now they're starting to wrap around the presence, but the immediate swing around towards East Stairs, that's going to be crucial to secure that kill. Nitro goes out, make sure that there's no saving grace there. Great team play coming in from Stax to provide that cover, because you could clearly see that I Love You was in a bit of a bind there. So having that backup from Rico was so important in that situation. Though we will see one come down in turn. That's going to be Foxy taking Scent. And that's going to bring it to 3-3. So fight's not done by a long shot. A lot of that roam is now gone. And it's now going to come down to all the side presence, which remember, you still have those Goyos. I don't think we've seen Foxy take out a single one of them, which could prove troublesome if it's gung-ho all the way through with a minute remaining.
Now you can see there's still a presence inside of CC. They haven't been able to take it out fully. We see Aurora's just creeping around, but there is a little inkling by Fraxi, and he will be picking up Aurora's. Not much map control has been taken towards side. They do have a little bit towards East and CC now, since that Warden has been cleared out. 3 versus 2. With 35 seconds, something's got to happen as Stax will be taking the skull off of Fraxi, and so will Rico. Rico does go down, so it's a trade, and we're back into a 1v1 situation. However, I don't think Ryu knows about where Stax's location is. As he comes onto the flank, Stax, this should be all free for the taking, and that will be Stax's game into that pocket, moving on to the next round.
I was getting a little bit nervous, right? Stax, in their initiative, in their aggression, they were starting to find themselves in a situation where they were backed into these corners, and though a little bit of support came out, but for the most part, they didn't really have a way out. But Franzi, like you said, they didn't really have a way to actually, close it off, cut it off efficiently. I mean, we saw that 1v1 between Froxy and over in CCTV or TV. That could have easily gone either way. And I think that's kind of where things were going wrong. Franzi just wasn't coordinated enough to be able to turn those 50-50s into, I would say, like 30s or 30-70s, right? Which is kind of what you want. You want to make that crossfire so that's impossible to ignore. Maybe have one towards, CCTV window or something like that. There just wasn't proper capitalization. And I would still heavily argue that intel gap was there. In a situation like what we saw at the end of that round, and I think this is kind of emblematic of what we saw the entire game, there should have been intel that swing was coming. And there was time to spare, but he didn't have intel. He only had the element of surprise. And that's not enough when Stacks has pretty much just been pretty much operating in the clear while it's been all smoke and mirrors for Franzi.
Well, from that game, who would you reign as the MVP?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I'm going to have to say probably Mercy if I had to guess. I mean, Mercy was just always there on those pivotal moments when they were racking up some serious rounds. There was a little bit of back and forth in the second half, but I would say in the first half, that lead was so monumental, right? Being able to force a 4-2 instead of having a 3-3 just crushed any kind of, buffer that Franzi had. So that's who I'm going to be calling.
That's entirely understandable since a lot of that attack was very down to mostly Mercy and Stacks. But we're going to try and set up our next game for you. So we're going to cut to a little break. So we will see you in just a few minutes. Peace.
Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keep me now. Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keep me now.
must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
Hello and welcome back. We have our next game lined up, which we do have Good Guys versus Yep Mate. Do you have any previous experience with these guys?
Nope. Again, these are still two very very new teams to me. I don't have any exposure to them, which is honestly kind of refreshing. Seeing brand new rosters that I've never seen before. That's kind of what this scene is all about, right? Letting fresh faces take the opportunity to try to prove themselves here. So honestly, I'm okay with that. And yeah, my answer is no. I don't know these two teams at all, and I'm totally okay with that.
I mean, fresh faces is all we need in Siege, since the newer the faces, the more unpredictability we're going to have during this game. Now, map bans, we'll head over to them very quickly and we can show you what map we are playing on. So, starting us off, obviously, we had the regular border ban, so we had the complete opposite of last game. Border is out the window, it's gone. So, which we'll be having, it will be consulate we'll be having instead, which it feels weird. We were literally just talking about it last game.
Mm-hmm.
But
how it all comes right back to consulate. It's freaking consulate, man. It's all about consulate, man. Ah!
Stop twitching about it.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of interesting to see how that is going to be the map we're going to be playing out. And I'm kind of surprised because, again, these are all maps where you typically don't want to reveal too much. That's where you kind of start to rack up your map pick or your decider once you're higher in standing. So I do find it so interesting that these teams are kind of pulling out the stops. I mean, what's next? Skyscraper? Oh, please let me see Skyscraper. I will
please
be in absolute glee. I am a Skyscraper defender every single day of the week. But regardless, I think it's still interesting how we're not seeing, your standard 3 chalet, clubhouse, and cafe really at all here so far. And I think it honestly just comes down to, trying to pile on standing as much as humanly possible, which I feel like is a little bit more high stakes than what I would be used to this early in the game.
Yeah, so then also you have our stats here, which we have, like we're also on about with our diversity within the teams, an entire French team, if I'm not mistaken, for Good Guys, apart from one Belgium player, which would be Tilco. Now, from what I can see, their best map is Clubhouse and worst being Consulate. Maybe a little prediction. Now, maybe they're trying to bring out something new for themselves, since the map was picked by Good Guys. They had a choice between two, which it was either cafe or consulate, which they handed down. They went straight for the consulate, which is a very ballsy pick, to be honest. And then heading on to Yet Mate, again, it's somewhat similar with the diversity again, picking up mostly British with one. I think it's 2 Swedish, if I'm not mistaken. But for this game, we will be having 2 subs for Yet Mate. So we'll have to say that everything's been cleared and everything. So we'll have 2 subs, which currently aren't on there at the minute. Best map being Chalet, which was, again, banned out first by Yetmate. Their first ban was their best map, and Cafe being their worst map. Now, I think our game is just about ready to go, so we'll hop over to that very quickly in just a second. Now, like I said, always say for last game, predictions for this game out the blue, since you haven't seen these teams before.
Honestly, this is going to be a little bit harder for me to predict. And if I would have to swing one way or the other, again, I'm always going to be biased to whoever has a more consistent nationality in their entire roster and also has a smaller confirmed roster. That's what I'm going to always rely on. So in that regard, I'm going to say Good Guys, just because of that consistency. I mean, you got 2 different regions. It's kind of pretty split, though, mainly UK, but a much larger roster, which I'm pretty much always going to be against. You always want to try to keep it as consolidated as humanly possible.
I mean, you're 1-0 up on me in predictions since last game. So, Gits and Shiggles, I'm going against you. I'm going against you again. I'm going for Yet, mate.
I'm getting egoed here. This is crazy.
Well, I mean, you're up 1-0. I'm on the back foot. You're on the front foot. You're ahead of me at this point in time.
Yeah, don't tell NA that because I tend to outpredict pretty consistently. But looking at these bans, we are going to see a little bit of a more interesting flair with Grim being taken out on Consulate. I don't really think Grim is that strong to warrant the ban, but maybe you have a little bit more insight on that, Cries. Why do we think we're seeing a Grim ban? Do you think it's that meta on this map specifically, or is there possibly something a little bit more going on here?
So the Grim ban is most likely due to the fact that Consulate is such an open map. You want to kind of like, it's like herding sheep. You want to push them into places where you know they're going to be without even droning. So, especially for upstairs, a lot of teams like to take that CEO window and try and go for a plant. Now, if you have the Grim, you can entirely lock off from the B chassis all the way to the bookcase. So if someone tries to swing, you know exactly where they are. It's like the old line scan. You know immediately where they're going to be. So having that ban is beneficial for good guys on the defense. However, obviously, it doesn't correlate into the fact that obviously they can just bring a Capital, since it can somewhat do the same thing in the AoE denial. But obviously having our regular bans as well, the Azami, which is no surprise there whatsoever. Same with the Blackbeard and the Mirror, since obviously the Grim is for the upstairs mostly, and then the Mirror's for the downstairs. That's Mirrors. Well, it's not great in every position, but it's definitely something. Definitely something.
Yeah, I can see that. Fair enough. But now, as we get into this first round, going into, of course, second floor, I mean, pretty much on any given map, you can't really go wrong there. I do like the Damos are being brought out, trying to potentially get a fast clear, which is pretty much essential considering how large of a map we're seeing with and how they can just lurk around, just like we saw there with Tatko taking the first pick onto Made. That's already a very early elimination, and Vertical pretty much destroyed there with the exception of 0-0-0. So that's already a pretty big setback.
I think you missed a couple zeros on there.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Well, the Tachanka has seen a lot of a higher pick rate on Consulate than before, since obviously, like I was saying, if you're going to try and take them CEO windows, you can entirely just bank off a little bit of fire and hold off for so long. It's a portable, what do we call it, Goyo canister, but SX be taking out Molot, and that will be your Twitch and Book gone. Already starting off on the back foot, trying to make any way towards site, as you're only left with a little bit of soft destruction and some intel operators. It's not looking the greatest for yet, mate. Start here.
Well, and what's even worse when you look at it, they're already down 5 drones at the moment. So that drone work has just been really inefficient. And we've already seen Fenrir now tagged twice by Damos, but nothing has come about it. And those Shimikas are also playing a huge role in keeping everything sliced and diced. We will see MV go down, but does manage to pick himself back up. And all of that work for naught, effectively, is this down to a minute, and they're still completely held back. So much to break down, and at the moment, Yepmate doesn't really have anything to show for it as another goes down. This is a big loss, as now it's going to be Benji getting eliminated by Nestro, bringing it to a 5v2 with so little utility remaining. You still have Flores, possibly maybe one Rotero device remaining, actually none. This is already a really bad situation, though we do see Zero getting an opening pick, able to take out Zephyr, but either way, it's too little, too late. These good guys will just sweep them out for the first round.
You see, they didn't have much of utility to flush out that player by vending machine, because usually you'd have a deployable shield there with maybe a little bit of a Jaeger, Mute, or a Wamai, but with absolutely nothing. If I'm not mistaken, it was SX who was playing in that position. Doesn't need any of that. He can just swing right and out and take a little two-piece to finish off the round. But those Tachanka pellets played lovely. Delayed so much time, and it delayed it so that SX could take that swing from vending machine and not have to worry about getting refragged from that door. Well, he could get refragged, but they'll take an absolute ton of damage from the fire, which would be on the floor. So it was a nice little, kind of like a little pulling away, separating the two strings and allowing them to take basically a very heavily dominated 1v1 in that situation. But now we move to basement, which players play it very differently. We do have the castle, which I think they're going to go for more of an extend upstairs. And at the same time, you can entirely bunker if you'd like. Now, entirely from the lineup, the Goyo, the Tuberel, the Castle, and the Mozzie, it's all to slow them down. They're playing for as much time as they can here. The Mozzie is going to be a good pickup since, as you mentioned last round, they had 5 drones with a minute and a half remaining. That's not good. Absolutely whatsoever. They need to keep them. Whether if they die with 0 drones in their pocket is better than dying with 1 drone in pocket. So
well, again,
with this Mozzie as well.
4 drones.
True. They've already lost 4. So this Mozzie he's either got a lot to do with his cams, or they've just shot out almost all of them to start with.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where they're getting burned here is if you've got so much utility to work through, you either need to put on enough pressure that you can get to it to start dissecting it, or you need to know ahead of time so you can come up with a plan and leverage Made, who's on Twitch, to break those down. And right now, again, now we're down to 3 drones remaining a minute into the round. This is horrendous drone economy. You can't have that happening this early on. And good guys know that they can abuse this heavily. They know with how much they've destroyed. Yupmate is effectively completely in the blind. And this just creates a very one-sided situation before the gun slinging has even begun here. I hope Yupmate really can keep their guns up here, because if they can't, they're in for an extreme world of hurt, especially when good guys has counter intel as well, which is going to enable already a pick early out and to take Benji. That's going to be a huge loss. The Nomad too. Now flanks are fully on the table, but MV not doing his due diligence, gets caught completely out in the open by Vending, and it's going to be back-to-back blows as it's now down to a 2v2. And it's so far, Yupmate's keeping the guns up.
Very much so. If good guys want to play this out nicely with the limited intel which they have, so they're now down to 2. Ratting in corners is going to be their best friend. Ratting in corners where they know they're going to start seeping through is what they need to do. As you can see, they have Goyo canisters still ready to prep. That's going to burn the rest of the round out once it hits 40 seconds. They're going to pop one, then pop another. That's going to waste a lot of time. Zephyr picking up ulti. He will go down. As Tycho takes a fair bit of damage, but with what's going on, there you go. With this first Goyo canister popped, it's just going to be delaying so much time. Made's going to be unable to run straight through there. It slowly ticks down. It's all slowly going towards good guys' victory. Since the wall has not been opened, there's not much vertical been done. Everyone's still anchoring in sight. Good guys playing this quite nicely, and it's all down to a couple seconds remaining. Zero picks up SX with 15 seconds remaining. He's got to do something. Diffuser is down by construction hallway. Spot out Tuberel. Barely misses a couple shots with 10 seconds remaining. Made on 1 HP, 0 on full. Zephyr picks up 2 for the round onto 0, and Made still, as I said, them Goyo canisters blocking him out for the entirety of that round. And good guys will be taking round 2 as well.
At some point, you got to push through that fire. But I mean, I get it. You have Cade completely holding that locking key. You sprint that, you make noise. It's very obvious, and you have no means to fight back whatsoever. It's a near unwinnable situation, but that's exactly what I was talking about. When you lose so much intel, which good guys has just been completely destroying them on that. And now we're seeing them double down again with Nestro now going on Solus. Just more drone destruction. They are keeping Yupmate completely in the blind, unable to deal with this stall utility. Though good guys is now kind of scaling it back a little bit, as we're not seeing the Goyo anymore. That was that swap the Nestro went off of. But this is now just banking on that intel gap. Good guys now recognizes how much of a knowledge advantage they have here. And it is gapingly massive. I mean, we're still in the prep phase. 2 drones down, off the rip. This is what I'm talking about when I say there's an intel gap. And the only thing that Yupmate has to answer for it at the moment is Jackal. They don't even have any extra drones, no Twitch, no Brava, nothing. This is going to be a light and day situation, quite literally in the scope of intel.
Well, the main thing which we Yupmate need to do here, obviously, they do have that Valkyrie, which I'm not sure was spotted out, which never mind, she was, as you can see on the left side of the demo screen. Now, the Dokkaebi pick is almost a necessity. It's either that or an IQ to get rid of these Valkyrie cameras.
Yeah, that's such a good switch.
Obviously, comparing last rounds, they've only lost 3 drones, which, granted, it's still not great, but it's better than it was last round. Better than it was. But this Dokkaebi needs to work with their team. pick off a player without being refragged and save the life of the Dokkaebi, because that's going to be your main part of intel. If you can get them Valkyrie cameras, they're going to work a lot in your favor. Either good guys shoot them out, or they just keep it and just maybe try and bait them through. But it seems like Yep may have gone for the intel idea of obviously picking up the Dokkaebi and a Deimos and a Jackal. They want these roamers gone so they can push towards site. But I'm not sure if they're going for a straight yellow rush. So hop down, but still just trying to wait on any more intel. They want to flush out these players so they can start taking this vertical, which I'm not sure if they actually have much of. They only have the Ash for a little bit of soft destruction, but Maid goes down. There will go the first bit of your Roma denial, as Zero's going to try and push on through to claim the refrag, but he's gone. He's long gone. He's in the wind.
Yeah, that is a massive blow. I mean, great positioning coming out from Talco, but either way, disastrous for Yepmate. They gambled hard with the Jackal, the Deimos, the Dokkaebi to try and take one, but instead they lose two. That's another down. Zero now out of the picture as well. This is the exact opposite of what you want with this competition. With so much invested in the roam clear, you want to see a 1-0, 2-0 even, and have nothing in turn. That is disastrous. And here comes the corner swing, and wow, perfectly timed coming in from MV with that shotgun swing and taking another as well. This is looking very rough for Yepmate. MV just crushing whatever is left of them, leaving it now to Ace Ultix to try to salvage something out of this situation. Who's still stuck on second floor. And Elysian Gumine giving away his position. Now stuck behind desk. A player below as well. He has not a lot of options and falls straight into a cross. Good guys taking the flawless round.
MV playing that nicely with that shotgun in hand. Just playing it very, very ever so slowly, quietly, like a little mouse tucked around the corner and then pouncing when he needs. Beautiful time consideration there as well. Didn't overswing, didn't play too passive. He swung when he got the audio cues of when just about to swing and pumps it with the shotgun. Granted, if that was my situation, because for some reason, whenever I play with a super shorty, I feel like I tickle them with a little feather. So I'd probably die in that situation.
Yeah, same here. But I've got to admit, though, I am extremely concerned if I am hyping up Yepmate at the moment. If you're rooting for Yepmate, you're nervous right now. Again, 2 drones down. I mean, I'm beating a dead horse here. Seriously. They are way overcompensating with operators instead of what's already given to them, which is the drones. And that's the thing, too, is that it's not just that. They're playing it too slow. How many yellow pings and an operator-based utility do you need until you go for the kill? It just kind of seems like they're running into them without cutoffs or crossfires or pinches. Good Guys has all the intel in the world and feels no pressure. This is a gold mine if you're defending, but a nightmare scenario if you have any chance of trying to win a round. Though, a very nice clap back towards main stairs. They saw that coming. 3 drones for that one. I would have to say that's worth it, especially when it's Shamika's from Talco now off the board.
Exactly. That'll allow them, if they want to take the repel and maybe try and go for a plant onto window, or at least maybe sandwich window, that'd be a lot better take. But obviously, drone game still, like you said, it's beating a dead horse. It really is. They need to track down on this intel game for them. Since these drones, I think it would just be better if they honestly just didn't even drone in the building and they just kept them in pocket and then figure out where they are. Since keeping 2 in pocket in this situation is probably going to be a little bit better. However, Maid coming up yellow stairs, trying to get quite aggressive with it. With obviously still 2 minutes remaining, you don't want to let that free pick from the start of the round go to waste. You at least want to try and get the first pick, as MV will clap back, taking out Zero. There will go that Ash. No more R4C. Little shoulder picks off of MV, but as we know, that Doc has been very situational here, and it's gone all into Doc's benefit. But his head will be ripped right off. MV will be walking away on full HP as of now. It's down to a 4 versus 3. And it kind of looks like they're unsure of what to do in this situation, as Benji's going to walk straight into the Malusi gadget, and it's not going to go well, as it's going to be a 4-piece for MV, as SK will finish off the round, stealing away the ace.
Man, that was a big push. But yeah, like you said, that funnel onto yellow, they're just good guys has been so fast to punish. That's the thing we've kind of neglected is just every single direction that Yepmate wants to go. Good guys, I mean, you blink and they're already lined up to just counterattack, counterattack, counterattack. Yellow stairs, spiral stairs, any stairs really. It doesn't freaking matter. Once they figure out where Yepmate's coming from, they instantly have exactly what Yepmates needs to be throwing that good guys instead. Crossfires, aggression, great fallback protocols. They're basically untouchable as far as pressure goes. Phantom pressure, real pressure, as far as they're concerned, it doesn't exist. And the punishment is real. And now we go back onto basement, and so far we're at a 4-0 situation. Yepmate has to win these next 2 rounds to even really have a buffer, to be honest. Because even a 1-round buffer when you're switching is not a good situation.
Having the pressure of knowing that you have to do everything flawlessly from defense onwards is quite nerve-wracking. Quite nerve-wracking, but we do see the switch onto a blitz, which, I mean, maybe the aggression is what they need, but I think mostly what they need to deal with is not the players, but actually the players' utility first. Since Moloch's got a lot of work to do with these Roteo drones, they need to pick up a lot of that information, but so does Made as well. Them Flores Fnat mines is going to be a pain in the ass. It really is. Since once you walk in, you're not going to be able to see absolutely nothing. 3 C4s, Ulti's got to be matrixing these explosives in just a second.
It could be that they're trying to bait out these nitros. I mean, it does look like they're going for like a pseudo kind of rush plant. And there's one out that's going to do major damage on ult, but still alive. And I think that's kind of the key picture there, is just get those nitros out of the way. That's 2 gone already. And on top of that, we just seen Mulbit take Zephyl down, which is huge. That's going to be already all but 1 nitro off the board. And holy crap, the flank comes in! The intel gap in its greatest iteration. The walk down on yellow. Devastating effects. Yepmate all but entirely wiped out. Wow, disaster strike for Yepmate.
SX has just entirely seeped through Benji's fingers there, since I think he was on the flank watch. Obviously, they did drop that Nomad during the prep phase, which kind of it's bit them entirely. They've shot themselves in the foot. Well, let me re-say that. SK has shot them, and many of them, as Benji's going to be slowly collapsed in on here. Person on Spiral, 1 come from Yellow, 1 in Piano. It's all but time, which Good have taken away from them. Take it to a 5-0. It's an absolute flush here. That flank flipped that game around entirely. Such a lovely little flank. He creeped his way through entirely. It was lovely. Benji needs to maybe get a little bit more watch on his hands, since he was holding, I think, the vertical, since he had the super shorty on playing on the recruit. Just keeping that watch on the back. There's 3 of you down there. One's droning, one's the shield, and I think the Ash was behind as the run and gun. But that flank watch needs to still be in hand if you want to continue down yellow.
The thing that kind of blows my mind there is, what was the purpose of having 3 stacked on yellow? At first, it made sense, right? You had a very nitro-heavy composition. That was clear as day. The strat, you have a shield, you have someone as backup in case they really get tested, start pushing that position, and try to drain those nitros so you don't have to worry about it for your pivot. The pivot never came, and there was another person, a 3rd person down there. I have to question, what was the play there? I mean, if you have a 3rd to watch flank, okay. There was no flank. So, yeah, I'm honestly mind blown by that decision making to have 3 stacked there and no gun pointed in that direction. Man, that's got to hurt a lot. And now Good Guys is at a dramatic advantage here. No matter what the outcome of this round is, Yepmate is in a dire situation. And again, 3 drones down, not even a minute into the round. But I'm not going to even talk about that anymore. That's just kind of the constant at this point. Now Yepmate has to try to scramble something to at least have a buffer on defense because they can't afford anything less now.
I'd like to also point out that the decision on which players to shoot first as well, coming from SK, was absolutely lovely. He first picked off the blitz first, which will allow them to have a little bit, if he needs support from inside of sight, to come forward, and then takes out the Ash, who was right behind him, which leaves the player on the cam's left with no gun up, which leaves it almost impossible for them to retaliate. But taking quick position inside of server, a little bit quicker than usual, they still know the whereabouts of this castle. And they've just got to be very careful watching for the flank. And there you go. That's the flank watch which they need from Zero. Taking out MV. And SK also goes down at the same time. They know the whereabouts of the player playing inside of Tellers. But Nitro will be picking up one. They brought it back to a 3 versus 3. However, health is not on their side, especially for Nitro. Everything's gone down within the first, I'd say, minute and a half. Now, they had the Goyas this time. I'm just going to shut up. Zephyr wants to steal it away from me.
Yeah, I mean, so far, this is just looking so unbelievably close. This is like the first time it's actually been like really close and not in like a, you know, with a decisive end. That initial clear that Yepmate pulled off, that is what needed to be seen this entire time. But trouble brewing. They don't have diffuser in hand, and you already have a defender pretty much prowling over it, waiting for someone to push it. This is kind of where those solo pushes can be really risky. You drop diffuser right into the defense's cradling arms, and now you're in dire straits. And that walk up from Benji, very high risk and no reward as will go down. But Zero does manage to catch one. That at least puts it in a less binding situation. But now he has to attack, not to plant, but just to grab diffuser. And this is where things get ugly. 17 seconds left on the clock. Has to clear this just to be able to go for the plant. Gets hit by the stinger. That's going to slow him down big time. Now has to either run for the kill or run for the plant. Now going to be pivoting up, trying to find someone, but doesn't check the back of yellow stairs. And that's going to give good guys a perfect first half.
They had the entire somewhat flush down in server. I'm not sure why they didn't entirely just rotate over, since it kind of seemed like if they're going to push somewhere, all 5 of them need to be together. Since obviously we can see that there's not much entire team play from Yepmate, which good guys are kind of stomping all over them with, since they're taking free picks with no refrags available. There's no one doubling up. There's no one sticking together. Obviously, we saw, like we did with Zephyr when inside of server, Benji took the swing and so did the Ash. Benji goes down, the refrag was available. I think that for the most part, that's most of the only kind of team play and teamwork which I've seen them play together. We need to see a little bit more of that if they want to continue. But looking at kills wise, good guys playing it lovely. 5 kills, 3, 7, 5, 9. Look over to Yepmate, 0, 0, 1, 5, 3. It's not looking the greatest for them.
No, this is a desperate situation. Being up that much. I always say, right, it's not over until it's Jover, but historically, when you have no room for error, that is disaster waiting to happen. That is very hard to deal with, because even when you're on a hot streak, slip-ups happen and you naturally lose a round. That's why a buffer is so important on defense when you're playing it on the second half. But to have nothing, all good guys need is to do something bold and brash and possibly even a little trash, but it won't matter as long as it's chaotic enough and they can probably slump out a win. Even if by the books they're playing it terribly, it doesn't matter, because Yepmate has to respond perfectly to everything. They have no options here, and that's already a devastating start. Seeing ults getting taken out by MV, that's not an ideal situation, especially when you lose your one and only Nitro. Yepmate, I wish you the best of luck. This is going to be painful.
Especially with 2 people down. Again, it seems like this round's almost already over. Granted, we can't rule out anything. But with that blitz on the board, only smoke... Well, they do have a lot of utility to actually deny this blitz. But for the time being and the way it's going, it seems like they're going to start flushing in inside of sight in just a second, clearing out the player towards vending. Now, with the remaining 3 which they have, obviously they have their top frag and 2 mid frags. but it seems like good guys are just holding on to this strong. They're not rushing straight into it, taking their time. They have a two-player advantage, but Made's going to take a lovely swing onto MV, but he's going to be straight pressured by this blitz, running him down. Thomas the Tank Engine chugging away. He's still got these Goyo canisters ready to pop, but he just barely missed the blitz, and he'll be punished just underneath his gun, unable to see him. That's first impact. Second impact put him down to about 20 HP, but he's in control of this entire area. Takes the swing, picks up one, and the last is Benji, last alive. SMG in hand. He needs to pick up 4 players, which is coming after the blitz, and it's all but over, as good guys will take that as a flawless 7-0.
Yeah, talk about a dominating playstyle coming in from good guys. I mean, how aggressive they were on their roam, just a clean positioning and never really giving an opportunity to be swept under the rug. I mean, that whole game was pretty much just defined by the defense of good guys. That's all you really need to point to. I mean, extremely punishing on Intel, playing towards their utility so much. I mean, to such an extreme extent, for a second, I thought we were in the utility meta again. I'm so serious. I'm like, wait, what season is this again? What year is this? Is this the same season where Goyo still had his fire attached to his shield? It felt like it, because holy moly, they just leveraged everything to them so well and gave nothing to work with for Yepmate. I mean, they had nothing. They didn't have intel. They were losing their clearing ops out the jump, and all that stalled. They didn't even have time. There was across the board a complete and utter shutout. And that's what you get when you have a team who can go in either direction, stall, util heavy, or just flat out doing a ragtag group up with roamers to devastating effect. Even with 3 roam clear operators, when you're tight knit like that, shoot, you can have 5, right? Lion, Jackal, Dekebi, Deimos. I'm forgetting one, but the point still stands. It wouldn't have mattered when you're playing it down like that.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at their one and only attack round, they had lost 1 drone in the prep phase. They had 9 still on the board. And by the time of the end of the round, I think we had almost all but 1 or 2 drones down.
Actually, it was
if not
4.
destroyed.
They actually lost 4. But
they
the
lost
point
4.
Yeah, but either way, the difference was crystal clear. When they lost a drone, guess what happened? They immediately followed up with that. Yepmate, you would see 2, 3, sometimes even 4 drones with no follow-up whatsoever. That was honestly one of the most defining differences, is that good game kept their drones up, and even when they threw them out, it had a purpose to it. Yepmate didn't have a purpose with their drones. In fact, it seemed like it didn't even give them information with how fast they were getting shot out, as we clearly saw with that flank drone on yellow that did nothing to stop the devastation from that flank, that pretty much just cemented what we were seeing the whole time in the most proliferating fashion.
Well, after that very quick game, we will be cutting to a break so we can get your next game up and running. So stay with us and we'll be right back.
Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keep me now. Giving every piece of my soul. Go to keep me now.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, but darling, I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now. I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope you're trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Just being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this.
Back it up. Back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this.
Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Take it back. Take it back. Back it up. 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 Back it up.
Back it up. Back it up. Back it up.
Take it back. Take it back. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this.
Back it up. Back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this.
Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Welcome to the XXL Nutrition HQ. XXL Nutrition is the most popular online supplement brand in Europe. Our proteins, pre-workouts, dietary supplements, and of course our sportswear is developed with the greatest possible care. We are known for providing the highest quality products and the best service. Daily, we are working with a motivated team on new developments, promotions, and quality control to serve our customers in the best possible way. XXL Nutrition is an established name in the B2B and B2C market. Therefore, we can also be found in many gyms, supplement stores, and supermarkets. Offering the highest possible quality is the foundation of our brand. Only the best ingredients and materials are used for our products. Everyone at our company has passion for health and fitness. That's why we want to provide our customers, and of course ourselves, with the best products. We prepare all orders in our own warehouse, which has the capacity to process more than 10,000 orders daily. Thank you for supporting XXL Nutrition. We are XXL, the most popular brand in sports nutrition.
And here, live at the MGM Music Hall in Boston, Massachusetts, we make some more. Welcome to the Rainbow Six Invitational 2025.
see the punt. Oh, down a beautiful first. Cyber isn't going to let him just sit on this. Oh, brilliantly played.
It seems like Furia might just have numbers, but they've lost a couple. And Philippe Bossy, the BDS steal that round for Furia. He's working a triple for Dream. It's all up to Nate and Philippe Pox now. Numbers in a disadvantage for them. And Nate is on the floor.
Pressurization complete.
First map looks to be locked on to be theirs. Winning out the 1v1.
Unbelievable stuff from the Brazilian. It's all up to
He's
base.
been here before. He's got to step across. It's all about this 1 versus 1. He wins it out. Rene's going for the plant. Cyber's got 3. We're down towards this last 30 seconds. King is manoeuvring here. Shot in the back again. Shaiko is going up to him. Finally finds himself down now. Users has got to clutch up big.
Andy, let's see if the swing.
The waiting. Solitov's down. Rene's off. He's also down.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our third game. Third game.
Yes, third game.
Yes, the third game. I just got
Valor!
so lost after how quick last one went. Okay. We were discussing this beforehand, okay? And because Piercing's 2-0 up on me on predictions, I said I'm going with Valor first since he's had first pick. And so I predicted Valor. He goes, no, fuck you, I'm taking it for myself. So I guess we have 2 votes on Valor then. It's either we both go down or we both go up, all right? It's either one.
That's how this is gonna play. It's that American arrogance. I'm telling you, I'm not letting this go.
But we do have Bon Voyage versus Valor Esports, which I think is going to be the game, which is going to be the tightest of all of them. I'm expecting an overtime. Is it either a flush, or an overtime?
Yeah,
Either one.
I don't think that we're going to see like a 7-5 or 7-4. I'm going to have to agree with you. Both of these teams have had a pretty good track record. So I expect this to actually be really freaking close, to be 100%. I mean, I've seen Valor Esports for a while now, been tracking them. And I know that it's a toss-up even for them. I mean, like you brought up prior to going back into this, didn't they change their entire roster like 4 months ago?
Yeah, they had an entire roster change. It's roughly about 4 months ago, in which they're still making a couple tweaks, but the original roster was roughly about 4 months ago.
So, I mean, that is a big shakeup, but I mean, 4 months is still quite a lot of time to be able to get everything up to snuff. Because, I mean, you got to keep in mind, we're all the way down at the T4 level. We're not in T2 or T1, which such a full wipeout could have very polarizing effects that might not materialize for even possibly like 1 to 2 years. So I think they're in pretty much a prime state at the moment to try to put out a full-fledged fight against Bon Voyage. I almost said that wrong. Crap.
And heading over to our map bans, so you guys can take a quick peek at what map we are looking at today. So going through all the bans, glad Lair actually made it quite a fair bit through, more than I thought actually. And then we'll be taking it over to Cafe, which I don't think I've actually seen Valor play Cafe as of yet. I haven't seen Bon Voyage play myself, but I've heard great things about them. Nothing but greatness.
Yeah, so I think this is definitely going to be a doozy of a map, especially considering that it's now one of the big three, I would say, now that Oregon's out of the way. Again, thank goodness. But I will admit, I am a little saddened to see that Skyscraper made it that far and then got banned. I was really looking forward to seeing that banger because I'm sure a lot of teams are rusty from not really, picking up Skyscraper. You don't see it played at all competitively. So that would have been an absolute bloodbath, especially on defense if you don't know what you're doing on attack, which is kind of like a little curated recipe, right? But either way, that's not the map, unfortunately. It's going to be Cafe Dostoevsky. I honestly am not sure what to expect in terms of playstyle here. I'm honestly not thinking this is going to be like super hyper fast. I think this is going to be more kind of slow and controlled, and it's going to be more of a time management type situation.
Yeah. So heading over to obviously our stats and team cards. So obviously we have Valor. Their best map is being Nighthaven, worst being Lair. Now they have a lot of diversity there, obviously, which we've been speaking quite a fair bit about. Now, for their track record as of today, they beat Team 5 Goats 7-3 to start us off and then beat Underrated 7-2. So they've been going on strong, going 14-5 in terms of rounds. Now, if we head over to, let's say, Bon Voyage, which you should see in just a quick second here, their track record at the minute, they won 7-0 against Stacks Copper Clan, which we previously just saw, and then beat Wild Multi Gaming 8-6. So a little bit of a struggle there, but got the win regardless. Obviously, being Border being their best map and Skyscraper being their worst, which I'm not entirely sure. I mean, like I said, surprised it got that far, honestly.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think it's more of an overlay thing because I think the worst is just any random map. Because at 100%, that means that they haven't lost it. So I think that's just they haven't played it. To be 100% honest, I could be mistaken on that. I'm pretty sure that's how that works, especially with how early in to this whole scene we are. But yeah, I mean, look at Bon Voyage's roster. You've got France, Germany. I think that's Sweden. Again, this is my American arrogance coming into full swing. Turkey, UK. I mean, you've got it pretty much all here as far as regions go. A lot of different players. I'm so curious what the communications are looking like when you have that many different regions coming into play and a modestly bigger roster than Valor Esports. But with that being said, we'll see how the coordination comes into play as we are going to be starting in just a moment.
Now, between players wise, we do have a little bit of, well, maybe either a friendship or a rivalry, since we do have Casey and Leon for Bon Voyage, who used to play for Myth Academy, to which Duskin from Valor also did used to play for Myth Academy too. So we're seeing some reoccurring names between these two, to which they don't like shields, clearly. They really don't like the shield.
I mean, Cafe is one of those maps where you can't really blame for going all out on getting rid of shields. I mean, there's another one, if you really want to call it a shield, that's a bit of a stretch, but I mean, the logic still applies. Yeah, we're not seeing anything like that. Azami 2, shield, shield, shield. Did I tell you basically shields? If it blocks the line of sight, neither team wants it, which is a really aggressive way of putting the middle finger to the shield meta that's going on at the moment, evening the playing field quite dramatically.
Oh, so we still have Monty on the board, which I'm surprised it hasn't been brought out immediately, since obviously it's almost default that everyone's either going to go to third floor cocktail or they're going to go to kitchen, either one. But I'm ready for this game. I'm so ready.
Yeah, I honestly expect this to be an absolute burner of a matchup. Though there is one thing that I am spotting, which is very surprising to me. And we have a Sense on the board. Now, I'm sure everyone's going to tell me why Sense is good and why I need to shut up. But I'm the one talking, not you. And I don't like the Sense pick. I'm not too keen on it. I don't think it just brings really enough to the table, especially when you got V7 playing Warden, which you can expect to see that operator quite a bit. So unless Valor Esports goes for a targeted assassination here, I would say that he's not, or they're not going to get all the impact that Valor will be looking for here.
Exactly. And at the same time, also we're seeing the shield from V7, or shall we say noms? We'll say noms. Well, it's got that shield, which I'm assuming is gone towards Pixel. Now, obviously that shield's going to stay alive as long as it can. It's only a matter of time before it dissipates immediately, since they do have a Jaeger, but they have plentiful amount. They can throw 2 flashbangs, a nade if must, to get rid of that deployable shield there. As they're going to start off quite quickly, to be fair, trying to see if they'll overpeak just a little bit.
Wait, is that shield there? I don't think I saw it.
No, it's not. Actually.
They didn't put the shield down.
No.
Okay. Talk about a very rough start. That's why you kind of want that shield there. And it looked like they did spot out, and it's actually going to be deeper into sight. And that's going to already cause an immediate fold onto Pixel as BMS goes out extremely early on. Though, no active utility loss. Oh, the rat hold coming in, and now possibly an attempted refrag. That's a big pick to take Sense out, all of that potential out the window. The refrag comes through, but the damage is already done, and it's now going to be a 4v3 off the jump. Sense is out, utility lost, but so is Warden. So flashes are on the board, smokes all on the board, but it's only going to be 2 flashes. So either way, it was kind of a sum-zero exchange, I would say, with Valor still taking the helm, also able to eliminate Caxity as well. This is looking a little dicey here as Lion goes out, and that's going to be a lot of clear potential going out the window, though, with still 6 drones up. It's so close at the moment.
Exactly. Well, Nono's going to be picked up. I think that's by Chi-Chi, which there you go. Like, grants access to any of them Lion calls, as they've got to try and single out these players here. Grim, which we didn't see obviously last game being used. However, they're very just millimeters away from each other, and they're not entirely sure which they know. Leon going to be popping up his head in just a second. He might be able to stop this plan, which he will, but he will be traded off. A nice, lovely angle. I think that was from Framework. And he is the last alive. He's been Grim tracked. They know exactly where he is. They need to stop this now. However, Framework's in a bit of a tricky situation. This is all the way on Heaven, but he will finish off the last kill, taking the first round for Valor.
All around, I mean, that was extremely close. I mean, the utility exchanges were pretty much perfectly on par. You take our Sense, we take your Warden, right? I mean, all the time, right? It was just a constant exchange of, util neutrality, right? No one really having a significant edge as far as what their compositions are. And we're going to see that yet again. Sense and Warden still back on the board going into the next round, even though we didn't get to see either of them exercise much potential whatsoever. But I think that's just so interesting, the way that they were able to completely flatten out each other's utility. But the thing that won Valor Esports the round by and far was Bar Balcony. Completely unaddressed by Bon Voyage. And that crouch swing, I don't know what that was, but that wasn't really going to give you any advantage to try to take that position away.
Yeah, with long and holding, I think honestly, if they didn't get that first pick, Valor got, obviously, if everything still fell down as the way it was, it's gone very south, but regardless, got the round. And this is the first appearance of this Monty.
So I guess the shields aren't completely out of the picture here. And maybe that's what Valor is what they wanted by banning everything else so aggressively. So I have to wonder what the plan is for a Monty on a second floor site. I don't think I need to explain how risky that is to push something like that when you can nitro from below, you can hold from above. I mean, for Monty to get the maximum impact, you pretty much have to offset all of those positions. Though you do have Envy on the Nomad, which does present the ability to kind of lock out an area once you gain control. You can kind of give it up, but you don't have to worry about it being regained either.
Exactly, and as we can see, the Monty being put to very good use. Just trying to claim as much area of this map as possible. Very peculiar place for a deployable shield. Not entirely seen that one. It's not the most common. But it seems like they don't want nothing to do with it. They're just going to entirely bugger off from it. Air jab it off, leave them to it, and they're just going to full spearhead site. It seems like they're going to go through mining. I'm assuming through train as well. But with a 5v5, this could be quite dangerous. Granted, there's only one C4 on the board. 5 drones remaining for Valor, so it's not the worst drone economy. Which you might see a plant just going off. I'm not sure if they entirely know. They can see the Monty. The rotates might come out in just a couple seconds here, but Bon Voyage do need to rotate themselves if they want to try and stop this plant going down, since I'm not sure if they have enough.
Yeah. Right now, since Whitehall was pretty much uncontested by Valor Esports, that entire angle that they are fighting from against Monty, they can't really plant at the moment. That's not going to work. There's way too many eyes available, and that already sets a rough start. Heavy taking out World Eater. That's going to be already another down as well, though we do see Hobby is down, but Monty's out, Lion's out. This is big utility being lost, though we will see Lone Wig getting secured in turn and Abby getting revived. It's going to be now a 3v4 situation. That forest plant ideal situation is no longer going to be available, and they still don't have an answer for this White Stairs problem. They completely left alone above, and it's coming to bite them hard. They have to slice this up somehow. Otherwise, the idea of getting a plant down is anything but feasible.
Coming down to the last 20 seconds, it's looking very dire at the minute. Something does need to happen from the Valor side, whether that's a straight Hail Mary, but BMS is going to be there to pick up 2 total. He's been very pinnacle in this round, stopping this entire push, but the drop straight from Heavy with that SMG-12 will shut down the round and go straight for Bon Voyage, making it 1-1.
I understand why they didn't want to deal with the White Shield. They want to try to pull off a fast second floor take, so that way you can't see the vertical start to proliferate and kind of infect their post plant or even their execution. I get that, but what was the consequences of that? White Stairs was completely left alone, which is where BMS was playing and absolutely rocked that attempt of a take. There wasn't even really an actual take. They basically just got sat in there and then sat the hell down. That's pretty much exactly how that unfolded. If you want to go for that, you got to deal with that White Stairs. Maybe pivot back, invest a little harder. That was their golden ticket, but they lost it when they just left it alone. That's why you kind of have to clear top. So those power positions, at least there's a little bit of worry, a little bit of doubt. There was no worry on Bon Voyage's side.
Not at all, but heading into new round, going to be defending and attacking Kitchen. Now, you can see Hebe on the left side putting down that deployable shield. It's almost a given in this kind of area with these two teams that there's going to be that shield down by a Christmas tree or VIP, whichever you guys call it. I call it Christmas tree. Duskin puts a very low HP from a spawn peak from BMS. That's going to put a little bit of spanner in the works when he's going to go against a smoke, since one of those canisters will kill him off entirely now. But looking up the Royora, wondering how that one's going to go.
Yeah, if I had to suspect, I would say this is going to create a more horizontal pivot. You already have Monty all the way into Bakery, now pushing in deep. It looks like they're going to try to prevent any kind of pushback. Though, again, they're still kind of ignoring the auxiliary positions, like above. That's going to prove to be a problem unless they can make some major grounds from this prep choke point right here. And you see Monty pulling out the pistol. Dustin trying to take one here, but gets down from above. This is exactly the concern that I was talking about here. Aurora's down as well. Your lockdown potential has just been thrown out the window. We're not even a minute into the round. Dicey play, disastrous consequences, as now Chi-Chi Sense is out as well. A 2v5 quickly collapsing. It's now going to be near impossible, as it's all up to Envy to try to make something out of this bad situation, as there is no building presence any longer.
I mean, if I was in Valor's shoes at the minute, which I think that's what they're going to do, is they're just going to wait it out and have a talk between themselves without having to take that timeout. I'm unsure if they have the option of the timeouts at the minute, but it's definitely needed. If you're in a 1v5, which is almost impossible, obviously, like I said, almost impossible, might as well take the whole minute and a half to talk and discuss about what's going on, of what issues occurred, which is most definitely needed for Valor here, since they lost almost their entire team within the first half of the round, which isn't.
And I mean, that's disastrous.
Yeah, very much so. Well,
Yeah,
there must be
so
some deep thought going in from Ellie here. He's having a great time outside these windows, having a chillaxing time in the snow, feeling the snow crunch on his boots, having a great time.
But yeah, I mean, he's going to have to pretty much discuss with the rest of the team, like, what are we doing here? We tried to force plant twice, and we got absolutely stomped out. There needs to be a pivot, or at least some kind of agreement that this is not really the move anymore. And yeah, ultimately going to be a flawless round for Bon Voyage. But I mean, the way that they've held their ground, every single time, Bon Voyage has never really felt any real presence or pressure ever since third floor. And that just came through due to a miraculous take onto piano so early on, way overextending their presence towards Cigar. But otherwise, it's been a complete sweep. And yeah, we'll see that timeout. Bon Voyage isn't feeling pressured. At the moment, it has just been auxiliary rooms every time. Those power positions, whether it's vertical or white stairs, those are hitting Valor Esports hard. And every time they have failed to address them. And honestly, I don't even think that's the right phrase. It's not failed to address. They completely ignored it. And now they got to figure out, do we continue ignoring this and find a way to isolate ourselves from these power positions? Or do we actually start addressing them, which they have failed to do thus far?
I mean, obviously, they're switching over to Cocktail, which was their only round within 3, which they have won. Now, it seems like they're going to go for the same lineup. However, I don't entirely think that the shield is working out for them. I think it might be hindering them more than anything, since maybe an extra gun is needed to go against Bon Voyage. They've kind of been like, oh, the Monty's there. Okay, just keep him in mind. We'll just ignore him. Just leave him there. Don't need him. He's gone. And obviously, they took the vertical against Duskin when he was going through kitchen prep. And then just there goes the Monty. You just wait for him to slip up a slight bit, do a bunch of damage. Obviously, he did almost get spawn peak last round. But maybe he's better off sitting with a gun in his hand, which this time, it will be the DMR on Sens, your favorite operator.
Gross. But yeah, I mean, I think what you're speaking to, there's a lot of, truth to that, right? Monty has just been kind of there, and that's about it. Which, if you're dealing with Monty correctly, the best way to deal with a Monty player, effectively, keep an eye on him and pretty much just ignore him. That's kind of how most people deal with shields in general, is do not give them the means to push up too far. That's where crossfires are big, and just kind of let him do whatever he wants. And when guns are up, everyone focus down, wipe them out, and now you just eliminated a whole other level of problems. That's kind of what makes this so tough for Valor Esports, is that's exactly what they're running into. So it's good to see that they've pivoted away from the Monty. It was needed, because the second that shield came up, it was pretty much crutch town, and it was not a good crutch.
And we can see this time the shield is actually on side of Pixel, so they're wanting to delay a lot more time. As a run out from Casey will be punished, but it is entirely traded. You lose your Nomad, you lose your Mute. In reality, Bon Voyage are on the positive side here, since you've lost your Nomad very early on in the game, which Ennie's having a bit of trouble, but gets peeked all the way from Garage. That'll be Noms picking up that Zoff. Now that you're 2 men down, no refrags available, none of that run-out potential. Well, the run-out potential is quite large now, since obviously the Nomad has entirely disappeared. But Hebe will be picked up by Duskin, trying to slowly draw it back in, but they have a lot more work to do than just picking up kills. They have a lot of utility, and as well, a lot more cams, since we do have Leon on the board on the Echo.
Man, I'm telling you, Bon Voyage is getting bold, and that is nasty work for Valor Esports. 2 runouts and 2 very important operators in turn taken out as well, both the Zofia and the Nomad, pretty much meaning that a lot of that lockdown potential is extremely mitigated, though you do have Grim, which will help significantly if someone's trying to walk up, but they're trying to force this plan at the moment. They've already got a sense. Attempting it takes a moderate amount of damage. Same with Chi-Chi. But will finally get pushed out thanks to the V7. That's the Nitro going through. Though a bit of a pushback as far as guns blazing, and it's now going to be a 2v1. 50 seconds remaining. That risky gambit paid off huge. But we see the pushback coming in. Now going to be a 1v1, but just can't finish the job. A nice line of sight into Freezer, and that'll settle the deal.
Like I said, it seems like Cocktail, they've kind of got that, not entirely on lock, but a little bit more comfortable compared to the other sites. Since obviously they brought it to 2 rounds to Valor for the upstairs. But it did seem like Bon Voyage have kind of learnt how they played since it was a less decisive win for Valor. So, I mean, we'll be able to see them, the site again, but they're going to go with what they know best and go to second floor reading room, which, I mean, they won that by a landslide almost.
Yeah. This is where I start to get a little bit concerned. They had a tack timeout. They called an actual timeout for a site that they won before. Despite that, barely won with a chalked force execute, which went kind of mixed and only won thanks to a 2v1. That is not convincing in the slightest. I mean, yeah, you were able to just kind of walk in, but there wasn't really any finesse to it. And that was a site you already won before. Now you're dealing with first floor and second floor, and those with the Monty push, which we're seeing Monty again, was a bit of a train wreck. I'm going to be honest. I would be concerned if I was Valor Esports, because I feel like we're going to potentially see a repeat of history.
I mean, if they were to take this site, they do need to take white. That's what they need, since that's what hindered them. BMS picking up, I think it was 3 kills the last time they went reading, which you can see from any here. They're wanting to put as much pressure onto White Stairs as much as they can. Just, they need to flush him out. Whether it's just to flush him out of the position in itself, or flush him out and try and get the kill / refrag. But they just need him gone. They need him out of there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If they can get rid of Leon there, that will do them so much good as far as being able to actually pose a real threat into dining. Otherwise, they're just going to be kind of stalled out with no real answer. Though, I do like the pivot that they did second floor with that, kind of fake execute. Maybe they'll try to run that again here. But fake or real, White's still dangerous. And so we're going to see them start to make that way over in that direction. They do have piano control. They've got Cigar, New Balcony. They have everything needed to make a front towards Leon, but they actually got to get there first. And so far, we're seeing minimal support from Bon Voyage. They're kind of positioned quite passively against this composition so far. They haven't really pushed back in any meaningful manner.
Again, here we are with Duskin on that Monty, just trying to be in the way. However, that player's now got to move out the way. Oh, I think that's Hebe. No, it's Kate. Yeah, no, sorry, it's Hebe. He's going to be doing plentiful amount of damage with that nade, but Nom's going to be picking up that Monty. BM's going to be picking up Framework. There goes any bit more of that vertical potential with that Ram. Unsure how Hebe's still in his position and allowed to play inside a freezer. Chi-Chi trying to draw one back. Takes out BMS. There goes that castle. Leon also go down, but there is a trade. But Leon's still downed. He's still able to be rezzed. Nono picks up Hebe, bring it down to a 2 versus 2, but he's still cautious of where that Fenrir is from Casey. He doesn't know entirely, but they have a rough inkling as Chi-Chi's going to go for the swing from behind Cocktail Bar and picks up Casey as it's going to be a 2 versus 1. Picking up cams, allowing teammates to look for them. But Noms, knowing that he's on White Stairs, I think that is going to go straight towards site. 20 seconds remaining, no diffuser in hand. It's going to be quite a tough one for Chi-Chi. Which is going to be SMG versus SMG. He's going to go for the swing. He thinks he's up, but he's actually down. Noms makes his position known, but I think Chi-Chi's audio is going a bit funky as he's going to try and grab diffuser and going to go for a plant inside of reading. 7 seconds to get this diffuser down. Noms making his way on top White Stairs. Not going to be quick enough for the plant, I don't think, as it's gone down. Chi-Chi will hear him, but he looks the complete wrong way as Noms will be picking up 3 kills for the round.
Man, I cannot believe what I just saw there. That pushback from Bon Voyage was perfect. They laid out an amazing trap. And Valor Esports, they walked right into it. And the thing, too, if you saw where Monty was positioned in Freezer, where was the backup? Unfortunately for Valor, it was nowhere to be found. And when they did try to follow up, Bon Voyage was already prepared for it. This is the consequence of letting your shield be your eyes, your ears, and your pressure all in one sentence, right? All in one go. You have this situation where you can't really support him. And Bon Voyage correctly and brilliantly recognized that, set up nitros, lines of sight from below, waiting for them to recover because they knew they were going to kill Monty. They had that cross. They had the vertical. There was nothing he could have done. But that wasn't the problem. It was what came after. And Bon Voyage, they were ready for it. They deserved that round. And that's a big blow to Valor Esports because that site, along with this one, was their trouble point, and they're not showing progress.
I mean, like we said, we're here to see an absolutely amazing game, and it seems like it's coming out to be one of those. Since I won't be surprised if it comes to maybe, I'd say maybe a 4-2 split, but the 3-3 split is what's going to give us the best content here for us to watch. Because, well, I mean, with Cafe, it's, well, I would say it's it's defender or attacker sided. I mean, like I said, it's one of those maps where it all just depends on literally how you play. But the way which both of these are going, neither of them are backing down. Which, I mean, I'm glad that they have switched off that Monty, though. Picking up that Buck instead, since they have gone to, I think, yeah, they have gone to Kitchen. Just we do have Casey all the way upstairs, just trying to keep a little bit of a nuisance. But the Deimos will be tracked, and he's, yeah, as you expect, gone. He's in the wind. He's fleeing. GG's starting us off, though. There goes BMS. There will go that Valkyrie. And that also means that's the Valkyrie cameras in the hands of Chi. He wants these cameras. He's not already got them.
So far, a lot of... Actually, those Dekebi cams actually might have just put Bon Voyage in a horrible spot. BMS getting taken out this early. If they can get that call and they have access to all remaining Valkyrie cams, which I'm assuming they do, that's a big loss for Bon Voyage. They're going to be much more in the dark on what Valor Esports' options are because they're going for a traditional top-down, but the last time they had a major horizontal pivot. The question is that pivot going to come, or are they going to full send it above? And if it does, what will it look like? Well, either way, for Bon Voyage, they're not going to know. They're not in the driver's seat anymore. They're in shotgun. And that's where things actually look much more doable for Valor Esports. But it all comes down to what they can do from here on out in this setup.
Now, it seems like they want to try and go for a kitchen hatch after opening up all this vertical. It seems like it's going to be the key thing for them, but they've got to deal with that player inside of VIP. So obviously they're holding that hatch drop and waiting for them to drop down, but have two nades remaining. And I don't think they have any actual denial of it. They can toss that nade all the way down and try and get a good bank off of the shelving near White. But they do have pings. I think that's on Chi-Chi, though. Very close on the stairs. As the swing comes out, never mind, it's No-No instead. He'll be starting us off. There goes Hebe, but the trade-off with the smoke canister onto Any is there. Let's both swing out from Brown stairs, but Framework's there to put it into gear and accelerate it straight on forward. Chi-Chi gets the diffuser down, but Duskin's there to finish it off. No need for the diffuser.
Wow, that is what I mean when I say a horizontal pivot. That walk down to Golden Stairs, so dangerous, because you correctly called it out. The only pivot that they had remaining was VIP, but Valor Esports knew that. Did that Golden Stairs walk down and boldly called the bluff on the bar. They knew they were out and open because they had no other option. If they sat on site, they were going to get shredded, but it still happened anyway. Thanks to the due diligence of Valor Esports. They deserved that round, putting them on a 3-3 split, which that was the adjustment I think we all were looking for.
I mean, dropping off that Monty is probably one of the good things which they had switched off of, since that Buck with that vertical has done plenty of amounts for them, keeping the site pretty much almost empty apart from near kitchen window. But other than that, makes them all spread out, or they have to fight the vertical, which, I mean, they both go, the vertical goes both ways, but either way, you don't particularly want to go fighting against it. But switching on to the Buck, great decision instead. But as we switch over sides, Bon Voyage now on the defense, they have something. Sorry, Bon Voyage on the offense. Sorry, Valor on the defense, which is not a very different lineup for the defense for Valor compared to Bon Voyage. They're keeping the Echo, but the one thing which I did see is the Echo shotgun, which I don't see too much.
The brick. Another one of those L's that people love that I just absolutely hate. Yes, it's a good shotgun. I don't care. It sounds ugly. It looks ugly. It is ugly. But either case, what I find more alarming is look at how much they're banking on intel right now. You have Echo and Valkyrie. And who counters that directly? Brava and Dekebi. That's already ways to put them in the blind when they're going to actually make a big move. On top of that, they can take those camps for themselves, and we're already seeing that Brava is looking to do that just from the little corner there, that she's actively droning, looking for what she can sabotage. That's a problem. That's already two operators who are going to be effectively nullified as these two players keep their numbers up, but not unless they go for drop-offs like that. Don't have to deal with Echo's concussion anymore as he's down and out. Same with Sledge. A very bold run-out play to try to get some good damage in, but it did take out the key players. Just lost Echo, and you also still have Brava and Dekebi on the board. Nitro goes out, spots one outside, doesn't connect. A bold play to try to take another, but it will not go through, meaning that now is down to one Nitro remaining.
Now, No picking one for themselves as Framework will be patient and picks up Casey after battling him out for a solid minute. But straight hash drops coming into sight. There'll be Leon going down. It's Noms' last remaining. Tries to get pistol whipped by No, but won't be successful. 50 HP, just crouching around like it's CSGO, but it's not going to work because this is Siege as Framework will be picking up the last kill.
Yeah, I mean, just a total lockdown towards the very end from Valor Esports. What we kind of saw there was a situation of completely denying any kind of setup there. But that also comes from the fact that all the way up to that point, they didn't really have anything to work with. Way too much outside pressure, but nothing to actually make it tangible, right? So when they tried to do that, banking heavily on intel, Valor Esports just went guns a-blazing, right? Really put the pedal to the metal. I honestly am kind of surprised that it had that devastating of an effect. But clearly, Valor Esports, when it comes to initial entry denial, they've got a locking key on Cathay.
Now, the one thing which I wanted to point out was that jump out from Duskin. They traded off the Echo for the Sledge. In yours, do you think that was a worth it trade?
Honestly, even with how the round played out, absolutely not. I don't think that was good at all. And that's for the main reason that there are so many choke points on third floor where if an Echo concusses, that is life-threatening. Okay, and that's just a failed spawn peak, so screw me, right? Very aggressive, very bold from Valor. Not going to pay off, though. Though, no active utility this time around instead of what we saw with the run out from Echo. But the point that I'm getting at is that those concussions, those chokeholds could be devastating. And you threw that away. Yes, you had to deal with Brava and Dekebi, but they didn't have your Echo camps, at least not that we can see. So I wasn't in too much of an agreement with that. Though, I will say that Bon Voyage at the moment is doing a great job in dissecting so much utility. All the Goyos have already been burnt off. That's big for Bon Voyage when they make their horizontal pivot. Still have to deal with VIP, but that's a step in the right direction.
Exactly, but the Mute's putting in a lot of work here, having these... the jammers placed so nicely so that the Rotero drones can't reach them. At the same time, they don't have actually anything to stop any nades tossing through. So one nade would decimate all of that inside of VIP. But like again, there's the Mute going perfectly, being able to stop since, well, they know the rough whereabouts of where Any was since he was inside of VIP, but trying to secure that. The Mute jammer says no. But with coming up to halfway mark of the round, I can't see this going either way, to be honest. Even though they're a man down, Casey actually going down, making that evil playing field. No trade-off available, so a lovely pick and cover from Chi-Chi, keeping Any in this game. For a little bit too much of a bold take Casey did there, but there will go that Deimos tracking. Duskin picks up Leon, but it's traded off onto Nono. He'd be picking up 1, but that'll be 2 for Noms and a straight jump through Coast, and it's a whole fumble from Valor. Bon Voyage taking the round very swiftly and ending it out, making it to 4-4.
Wow, that was looking so good initially, but that collapse was really something to behold. Bon Voyage pretty much caught Valor completely out in the open. They overcompensated to try to protect their VIP. It was a key player, but he was well protected, whether it was ADSs or deployable shield. The only real problem was the window, but they overextended to try to protect that asset, and it ended up being their biggest burden as they got swept out in the open, as you clearly saw there. When you're open on first floor like that, outside of sight, these are the very things that can happen. Those positions are powerful, not for just swinging out in the open like that, but for the tuck positions like Closet. And they just gave that up in an attempt to salvage VIP.
I mean, switch up for Valor's side. It's not really much. Obviously, we do have the Melusi instead, picking up a castle, which I think we had last round. I'm not 100%. I don't think we did. And then a K to protect him, assuming any... Actually, no, they're going to go for the cigar walls instead, which is I'll bring along the IQ to try and sniff that out. But the Spawn Peaks are very aggressive this time. Framework, same player, which went down first last round. Trying to get very aggressive with it, trying to figure out if there's anything you can just sweep out off of their feet. But this vertical hold's going to be the hardest thing to take for Bon Voyage, since, like we saw with Valor, they held it down very nicely. Even after trading off the Echo for the sledge, Valor still came out quite victorious on the upper floor. So they've got to spend a lot of time depicting this and seeing where the weaknesses are and figuring out what is their game plan, since their IGL's got a lot of work to do during this game, and so does Valor's.
So, unfortunately for Bon Voyage, I don't really think the IQ is going to do them all that much, considering there's no Valkyrie, there's no extensive utility. That's kind of the consequences of trying to hold your drones back, as we clearly see a minute in and only 1 drone has been destroyed or expended. This is kind of where things get a little, messy. Having already an operator invested to try and take really what exactly is what I'm wondering. There's nothing key utility-wise that we have Valor Esports really running here, but aggressive prop up coming in, not going to pay off, getting completely shut out. Again, it's those little moments of peak aggression that can be so 50-50 at times. That time, not going in Valor's favor, going to be taken out in turn. But so far, they're still holding on to third floor with relative ease here. And this is, I think, going to cause problems with Bon Voyage, the low time efficiency, unless they can just absolutely sweep the numbers. Going to be able to take out 2 now. That's going to be Duskin as well out of the picture. I guess all that time spent on vertical is worth it if you can kill 3 people.
I mean, C4 trying to grab back as much as they can. Will down heavy, but he will most likely be rezzed in just a second here. But actually, if they've downed him on Heavens, just trying to bait out maybe a little pick. But Framework and Any have plentiful amounts to do. 35 seconds. It is possible for a hold off, but Bon Voyage have got to lock down sites, lock down doors, give cover to let Nans plant here. But the swing comes out, but Any is shut down. That'll be 2 for the round. And Noms, as Plant starts to progress, but Framework, he's got a lot to do. And that will be the end of Bon Voyage, taking a flawless round, setting it to 5-4.
Holy crap. Talk about a fight to the death on the 3rd floor. And died they did indeed for Valor Esports. Holding that down for way too long, trying to maintain that control. But Bon Voyage, they did their due diligence and they played it patiently. That was the important point there, because that easily could have gone sideways if Bon Voyage got sloppy, right? Because of how much presence they had there. But because they were reserved, Valor Esports, again, pretty much just exposed themselves. And that is actually going to give Bon Voyage pretty much the lead here. And so the question I pose to you is, do you think we're going to see a similar type of behavior from Valor Esports? They've tried spawn peeking. They've been getting quite active and kind of exposing themselves here. Do you think it's going to be a more reserved playstyle, or do you think they double down with the Scoopos pick from Framework?
I think it's going to kind of be a double down for Framework, as you said, since he's got to put in a lot of work here. Since I'm assuming they're going to try and go for maybe a little bit more of a vertical hold, but maybe Framework trying to go for a little run out. You see Duskin prepping one of the windows, which I'm assuming is going to be a little spawn peek here onto Leon. As soon as he swings around, they're going to punch this open. And there you go. There's no picking up Leon. There will go that Dakabi, meaning Framework has free roam without being interrupted by adverts.
Though there is one subtle exception, a hard counter still on the board. That is going to be Deimos unless the UI is completely bugged and that got swapped out, which I think is going to pose a problem. No way that went off! What? That is some crazy timing. We just saw Duskin throw a Nitro at the hatch. That almost never works, but he caught him heady at the perfect time. That is criminal treatment. Way to demoralize so early on. Oh, man. And the kill from the window, too. Okay, Valor Esports is not happy with this lead. Wow, what a peak, too, coming in. Dies to the Claymore, but who cares? The message, I think, has been clearly received that they're not letting this lead slip away as we were possibly forecasting there.
I mean, that C4, bit of luck, bit of skill, nobody knows. However, no decimating 3 of their players straight off the bat, one after one after one. That's going to entirely demoralize Bon Voyage. But granted, score-wise, it is still 5-5. They're both in this to win. But that's going to push them forward just that little bit more.
Double down or like triple down. Sheesh. But either way, yeah, I mean, this is so unbelievably close. I mean, the dynamics are clear here. Valor, bold and brash, and certainly not trash. And Bon Voyage systematically pricking it down until they can just collapse in a way that Valor has no way to swing other than being out in the open, pants down, and just kind of a fumbling mess as they trip over themselves. This is the dynamic, but whether Bon Voyage can even get to that point is where things get real spicy, and it looks like they are going to be bringing out a Monty. Will that spell the same doom as we initially saw for Valor on their attack? Or, well, maybe they get a little bit more bang for the buck, a bit more miles per gallon, you could say. Oh, gosh, that's U.S. units. I'm sorry, y'all.
Yeah, that's horrible. Just retract that statement really quick. Just retract it. Now,
kilometers per gallon. There you go.
I mean, in the UK, we use miles.
Oh, wait, you do?
Yeah, in the UK, we use miles. Most European countries use kilometers. It's just gallon. That's why you went wrong. It's per liter.
You go like liters or something?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That makes sense.
Well, regarding with that spawn pick as well from last round, took a little note out of Yo Boy Roy since that, well, that's where I saw it from mostly. Since it was a funky little spawn pick, which I mean, it's creative. I love it. I loved it. But heading over to this round, do we have a deployable shield? We do. I'm not sure if it's going to be on Pixel again. Obviously, the last time we saw this setup, Bon Voyage did overrun it entirely, so Valor must have brought something out a little bit different. But no roam almost at all, so that's going to save Casey a lot of those drones, whether that's in pocket or as his actual ability. As Leon's going to absolutely go to town and have a great time busting open this roof, allow him to get some extra angles. But the entire, it's not really an anchor, but like the one single floor hold is what Valor's trying to go for. But it kind of seems like they're switching it up and just going for a straight passive take in reality.
Yeah, but that's so gutsy, though. They're really banking heavily on that horizontal, and that's honestly where they got crushed the hardest the last time we saw them, play this site. So I really don't know how this is going to go, especially when you have Monty still on the board all the way down to Freezer, ready for the drop. I'm going to be honest, I would be kind of concerned here if I was Valor Esports. This is what allowed Bon Voyage to win, but the smoke does come out. But regardless, he still drops through the smoke, does spot him completely trapped in the corner. Ellie completely on his own, or I'm sorry, that's going to be actually Duskin, and does manage to get that bash, able to pistol whip him out. It's now 3v5 remaining. This is what I was fearful of. Monty now forcing the plant, but can they sustain it? And they do. Framework going down, and we've also got Chi-Chi out of the picture. It's all up to Eerie, who's the last one alive, and it is not looking very good here. Diffuser down, Monty still up, plus more, and Bon Voyage takes Kitchen yet again.
Switching us over to match point after this round, but Kitchen really does not seem to be the pick for Valor here, since they've been overrun very decisively the last 2 times they've gone for it. Even their mid floor and top floor defense have been a lot better, which I'm assuming they're going to go for Kitchen again. They're
What?
going ballsy with it. They've lost it very decisively 2 times. Seems like
There's
they want
no
to go
way.
for it.
If they lose this, that would be the game-setting critical mistake. I want to see what they are doing with this. I can't believe we're even seeing this again. I'm honestly shocked. No way they go for that same horizontal pivot that's costed them twice. First in VIP, the whole Bonanza and Bar, and then with the Kitchen force, the lack of action on verticality. Certainly, they have more vertical presence. Play this more aggressively, like we saw. When Scoopos went out last time, it was complete chaos. I'm sure they're going to try to do the same. They have to, or else they're gone.
Now, from pure drone placement-wise, because obviously for the last 2 times they've done Kitchen, they went for like a garage and a vertical take, and a little bit of dining. From maybe what we've seen, it might try and go for a bakery side push, but see a little bit of a spawn peek, which No, being the top fragger at the minute, isn't going to be able to collect anything as of just yet, but time will tell. Hopefully Framework will be able to do quite a fair bit on this roam, perhaps, with this Scopo, since it's clearly the Kitchen setup's missing something. There's a big chunk missing here, in which we can see here comes out the bakery push. Hits a Gumon, which makes him back out, but that's only going to waste about another 5 seconds, if that. But that gives them an inkling of where they're coming from. So maybe some rotates coming around. Nom's taking a little pick of damage here from a C4. But that could have been almost a pick onto the Monty there from Nono if he took a little wide swing onto the Monty. But they want this Monty gone. Clearly, Bon Voyage know how to play this Monty compared to Valor. It didn't work the greatest for them first, as they do manage to find out where that Cade Claw is, as they're deconstructing site. But as it comes to the last, or potential last, minute and 40 seconds, only time will tell of who will become victorious in this round.
I kind of like that Scoopos. The ability to just kind of create, your own little secondary shield that possibly you could try to swap to, assuming it doesn't get outright destroyed by Monty here. But in any case, there's already immediate on-site presence, and I have to wonder what they're going to do in turn. And apparently for Scoopos, the answer is burn and deal a little bit of damage from above. This is exactly what I was looking for. Do not give up vertical. And already getting massive damage onto B7, looking to try to get the down there. Hasn't been able to successfully do that. Still very low HP. And either way, they just cannot get the walk up. Bon Voyage completely cut off, though Monty will be able to take one, and though in turn, it's going to be another out. That's going to be Duskin eliminated, creating an opening to try to go for a plant. Is this what puts Valor Esports under? I don't know. Pushing back really hard. We're going to see Framework get a double kill here, and no plant in sight as V7 goes down. 40 seconds on the clock. Has to get the pressure on, and we're going to see a good slapback coming in from DMS, and it's going to be a double kill, also taking yet another. Now Diffuser going down, has to go for the Nitro, and a desperate turn doesn't connect. It does, taking for the double kill onto Eni. It's going to be all up to one, and Bon Voyage to save it at the last second. BMS, the champion of this final round.
That was full of ups and downs, that final last round there. It was either going to overtime or it was going to go to Bon Voyage. C4 tossed over lovely, but if he didn't hit that air jab, which was on the double door, he would have still been able to try and reclaim that round since it was just a 1v1. But granted, both teams played absolutely amazingly. You can see from kills-wise, it was almost identical in terms of frags. However, it just seems like through playbook by playbook, Bon Voyage came out on top, and say Bon Voyage to Valor Esports.
Yep. Also, you know what this means, right, Kryze?
We're both down on
Yeah,
our predictions.
we both fought to be wrong. You should have just taken the L when I was being aggressive and just said, fine, I'll take Bon Voyage, because then you would have had one on me. But nope, we both wanted it, and we were both wrong. So, with that said, congratulations to Bon Voyage for one heck of a matchup. But the discipline shows when it comes to horizontal, Bon Voyage is uncontested, and they are clearly superior on the shields. I still can't believe that Valor Esports went for Kitchen again after getting stopped twice. I just can't wrap my head around that. That wasn't it. I don't know what the decision making was to prompt that. I would love to pick their brain on that, but I can't agree with that. That was definitely kind of the game-ending mistake when they were so close to bringing it to overtime. But in any case, despite that absolutely stellar matchup, we're going to go on a quick break, and then we'll bring you another matchup. So till then, we'll be right back.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, but darling, I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now. I'm looking for must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, but darling, I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. We could be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now. looking for. must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope you're trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you're with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. We could be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now. Let's get it now. I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope you're trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back it up, back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up,
Back it up, back it up, back it up.
take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back it up, back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Welcome to the XXL Nutrition HQ. XXL Nutrition is the most popular online supplement brand in Europe. Our proteins, pre-workouts, dietary supplements, and of course our sportswear is developed with the greatest possible care. We are known for providing the highest quality products and the best service. Daily, we are working with a motivated team on new developments, promotions, and quality control to serve our customers in the best possible way. XXL Nutrition is an established name in the B2B and B2C market. Therefore, we can also be found in many gyms, supplement stores, and supermarkets. Offering the highest possible quality is the foundation of our brand. Only the best ingredients and materials are used for our products. Everyone at our company has passion for health and fitness. That's why we want to provide our customers, and of course ourselves, with the best products. We prepare all orders in our own warehouse, which has the capacity to process more than 10,000 orders daily. Thank you for supporting XXL Nutrition. We are XXL, the most popular brand in sports nutrition.
And here, live at the MGM Music Hall in Boston, Massachusetts, we make some more. Welcome to the Rainbow Six Invitational 2025.
Boston, are you ready to make history? Game number 1 begins now!
It is Hunter Company Academy! It's a one-team!
We can't quite see the punt. Oh, it down a beautiful first!
Cyber isn't going to let him just sit on this. Oh, brilliantly played!
It seems like Furia might just have numbers, but they've lost a couple. And Philippe Bossy, the BDS steal that round for Furia. It's working. A triple for Dream. It's all up to Nate and Philippe Box now. Numbers in a disadvantage for them. And Nate is on the floor.
Pressurization complete.
First map looks to be locked up to be theirs. Bring out the 1v1. Unbelievable stuff from the Brazilian. It's all up to base. He's been here before. He's got to step across. It's all about this 1 versus 1. He wins it out. Rene's going for the plant. Cyber's got 3. We're down towards this last 30 seconds. King is manoeuvring here. Shot in the back again. Shaiko is going up to him. match up big. Andy, let's see if the swing. They're waiting. Solotov's down. 3 days off. He's also down.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Voltage League. Now, we have our next game for you. Very sorry about the little wait which we had. We're just waiting for all the games to finish up, and they just took a little bit extra time than what we thought was going to happen. So, do you want to tell us about our lineup for this game, Piercing?
Yeah, we'll break it down. We're going to be going to Project XY versus Sikapatas. This is going to be a pretty good game. We've seen them quite a bit in the past, and they finally come to butt heads once again. So this is just two legends who've been around for so long coming at it yet again. I look forward to seeing them bump heads because it's always interesting when they come around finally again. So we'll get to finally reintroduce them to everybody. For those who have not seen them play yet, you'll get to witness what that's all about. But let's take a look at the map bands and see what we're going to be actually playing tonight. It's going to be Nighthaven. Now, I'm going to be honest, when I was watching this unfold, I was kind of coping, right? As you can see there, skyscraper band right in the middle. I was kind of hoping I could keep that, that hope and the dreams a little bit longer. We almost went to Clubhouse, which had my head spinning, though it would make more sense than, pulling out your best, to give the whole world what you got. But that's what we're getting. We got Nighthaven, no border.
Yeah, well, also at the same time, this is the third time which both of these teams have played Nighthaven, if I'm not mistaken. It's been 3 in a row. So they're either really, really good at it, or they're both going to be really sick of it by the end of the day. But yeah, we can take a look more in depth of both of these teams, which we'll be looking at. I think that's Project X starting us with. So we have a full German roster, apart from one. I'll let you guess the flag. Since your flag knowledge is great, what's the one flag?
I don't. Hungary? I don't freaking know.
Close.
You're asking the American. Why am I supposed to know this?
It's Austria. Just chill as Austrian.
Oh.
So we have the full German roster with one Austrian, which, I mean, I'm not sure what. I don't know what. Yeah, I've lost it. and then over to Seco Patas. We have an entire Spanish team. So it's the Germans versus the Spanish. And obviously, we've double checked our lineup. It is full German, just Chill isn't going to be playing in this game. So it is the Germans versus the Spanish today, and have pretty much both of these teams somewhat like wiped the floor, if you must say, with their previous games on which they had.
They've swapped the floor at this point. And yeah, Los Hombres, that's what we got for our second team here. I look forward to seeing them make a return, because I know they've had some killer matchups leading up to here. Of course, both of them playing Nighthaven 3 freaking times. So we're going to be on even playing grounds here. It's going to be, I think this will be a close matchup. I would be thoroughly shocked if this was a blowout.
Very much so. Going through, obviously, win percentages, etc. Well, not percentages, really, because every single team has 100% once they get to this rate. But their first game against Outfit 49, they won 7-4. Then they went against John Terry Esports Gaming Clan, which is a mouthful and a half, and won 8-7. And then they won 7-5 against Gunners. Then moving over to Seco Patas, they won against PBX Academy to start them off 7-3, then won 7-3 again against Inside Jobless, and 7-3 again against Good Guys, all within Nighthaven.
Yeah. And so now we're going to see what these bands are going to bring forth. We got Blackbeard and Maverick off the board, still heavily on the default, heavily against breaches, and of course, screw the shields, am I right? Fenrir, default ban. We're not seeing anything too specific or special, so I think we're going to see more of a default heavy orientation, maybe a little bit of a pivot from the Blackbeard ban, but at this point, you should come to expect it. And of course, the Cade ban to taper it off. He can be a real pain, especially paired with Tubarel on the IT wall. So even though Maverick's gone, there is some tricking potential still at play, unless you got a player from below who has anything to say about that.
The entire vertical potential, which obviously Nighthaven can bring out, is absolutely insane. Going from IT upstairs, breaking open the floor into stock, then going all the way to basement wall, you can get immense angles. That's one of the very common angles which you can find during most of these games. Such a strong contested player if there's anyone inside of stock, plus anything off of the wall, like I said, down in basement. But we'll be starting upstairs instead. Now, Noah's army ban, which is not what was actually I was going to expect. Ban. Holding catwalk is just that much harder if you don't have it to be. But I mean, still work around it regardless if you have it. A month, I feel like it's a necessity when trying to take catwalk or even just a blitz. Hence, what obviously you can tell. Hence the Blackbeard ban since Seiko Patas passed that through. But as far as anything, well done.
Gotta love to see the mirror on a board, but then again, Project XY does have the firepower to break it down. So how long it will last and the effectiveness that it will maintain, that's what remains to be seen. But either way, regardless of the mirrors being destroyed, it still provides you a different line of sight that otherwise you would have completely blocked off while still having cover. So I am interested in command server specifically, what that dynamic is going to mean for them as they now look to start getting these walls popped open. So far, we're not seeing any active bandit tricking to try to stop this from getting open. They do have the main office side completely pried apart. Now it comes down to IT as their last wall. Seika Pattis so far playing this pretty slow. We're not seeing any fast push or anything really aggressive. It's been pretty slow on both sides.
Very much so. Now, they don't have much flank cover. Granted, it's quite hard to actually flank as a defender coming up here unless they have absolutely nothing in terms of players, claymores, nomads, or track stingers, anything of the sort. But, you know, as we saw like on Consulate during the Yetmate, one flank can end it all. But I don't think anyone's going to be doing anything of sorts. And so kind of having a little smooch and a cuddle together, Gabe and Dano. But to start us off, K7 will be taking out Shorten. But there will be a trade-off entirely. So there'll be Coles taking off Leon. Gabe taking a plentiful amount of damage, but will back away instead. But needed to reclaim the diffuser, but Trinity leveling it out. Never mind, he takes a second with a nade. Doing plentiful amount of damage during this round. Bring it down to a 4 versus 2. As Monty's just going to make his way, taking all of this ground, which they're just giving up. As the plant will start to go down. There's not much they can do about it. Picks up one Trinity, and then it's finished off by the Monty. Project XY taking the first round.
Wow, talk about ending it fast and easy. The second Monty got onto site, it was nothing but trouble. But then again, when you give them that much space and opportunity, you're naturally going to take it. Sikapatas pretty much took no contact whatsoever other than pretty much electrical the entire way through. And once Monty broke that funnel, it was pretty much over after that, as there was just nothing that they could really play with there. There was no opportunities to speak of as far as, you know, Sikapatas trying to hold a torch. They'd already sacrificed too much. They pretty much gave no actual pushback.
Exactly. Well, they tried to respond to the pushback by picking up that clash, which, I mean, it's quite a common sighting nowadays when trying to defend up top, since that shield can do plentiful amount of damage. Now, like I said about the Azami, since it's on the board, they just thought, you know what, we'll just entirely ignore it. And they just took IT and Connector, which, I mean, in reality, it should have been quite a decent hold for Seiko Patas just to sit by, be able to hold angles, but Project XY able to just to flush them out entirely, which worked out very much in their favor.
And what I find so interesting is the lack of tricking. When you bring Bandit, the whole focus is that you're going to actively attempt to stop it, but we didn't see that towards the meeting or wall. We didn't see that towards IT. Project XY was pretty much just given everything that they could possibly want on a platter. which is quite a flip to what you would typically expect, which is, well, the opposite. The defense kind of just sitting pretty while the attack kind of fumbles their fingers, figuring out what they're going to do, kind of getting choked on the pressure to perform. But it's the complete opposite here. And that is not a lead that you want to have established if you see Capadas going into this, especially since your trigger is already dead so early on. Immediate warehouse control. Capadas just can't put any real pressure on a Project XY as they're just collapsing. It's now Legion Clash. Legion's down 2. Holy moly. Okay. No space for Capadas, losing everything the second Project XY even touches the building.
That just all fell apart so quickly and was almost, well, it was one of the worst rounds which I've seen probably coming out from Seiko Patas here. Since we know that they can do good things, but that should not have happened, in all honesty. We're just letting them seep through their fingers and just somewhat being oblivious to what was going on. Doesn't seem like they're reacting well to the Monty.
The fact that even with a clash, they couldn't slow anything down, that is really a bad precedent to have. That just shows that you have no slowdown potential whatsoever. Which, it could be utility. It's so hard to tell with how fast these rounds came through. It's impossible to ascertain where exactly Capadas is going wrong, but there is no denying the veracity and the velocity at which Project XY is ripping sites apart. That's a significant problem. If you can't even so much as force them to acknowledge your existence, that's how steamrolls happen, and we are very deep into that territory. Now we see a lot of stall utility to try to force this, but historically, I've seen that when a team is this fast and this dangerous, no amount of stall utility is going to save you from what is to come. But they're going to try it anyway with Capcan, Legion, Goyo, Mozzie, Castle. They're going to attempt it. Will it succeed? That remains to be seen.
Exactly. It seems like they're trying to, from the lineup, they're severely just trying to slow down Project X, since it's really not working out playing how they usually would, since obviously both teams have played Nighthaven so much today. But obviously starting us off already, a straight pick from, we'll call him Tech. We'll say Tech. We'll say Deimos as well. Straight up from Deimos there, we'll go short, and those Mozzie drones are staying where they are, and they are not moving anytime soon. The progression they've already got upstairs is very immense. They're already making their way down to second floor, and there you go, another pick straight off the bat going into the hands of K7. And there you go, your Legion, no more goo mines available. Your roam, you only have, no mind, they have 2 people roaming still. Is that 3 actually? There's only 2 people lurking around site. They go picked up 1 more, and that will be onto the hands of Leon, sorry, not Len. As the last 2 remaining are Forever and Dano.
Has managed to pick 1 up, maybe a slight glimmer of hope perhaps, but with everyone on Project XY already moving down towards Exo and onto site, it's hard to say that this is a strongly salvageable situation, considering how many numbers are already stacked at the moment. It's all going to be up to denying getting over to Pillar to Plant in the first place. But whether they can do that is a hard question to answer, though so far showing a little bit of more hope as Tech goes down. That's a big clear now out of the way, but you still only have 1 person who is on site at the moment. All it takes is Forever to be eliminated here, and you're in a world of hurt. Perhaps this flank can do damage. Nope. It will be K7 watching out for it, calls the bluff, takes it out. Now Forever all alone. The Gambit not paying off, creating a dire situation of which there is no escape for Forever.
Project X just seemed to be entirely taking every single chance they have and any opening which they have and just steaming through it. They had a little struggle through the roaming of, I think that was Danu, who was upstairs, but immediately attack timeout coming out this early. I don't think this is 1 round earlier than what we saw from the Valor game when they went 2-2. But it's a very early tack timeout, and to be honest, a very well needed tack timeout. Since, well, if you're going to be losing like this every single time, with every single round being at least like a 3 or 4 versus nobody, there are some serious issues which are happening.
Well, I think the most that I can really glean at the moment, what I'm seeing is there's nothing holding Project XY back. Despite all that utility that Sikapatas invested to slow them down, how many of them played around their utility? I'll give you the short answer. It was nobody. I think what's happening is Sikapatas is just throwing bodies at Project X and Y, hoping that that will slow them down. That it doesn't work. Their pinches, their crosses, their rapidity, it's way too much for them. They're a well-oiled machine, and there's really no inefficiencies in their attack cycle. You're not going to just beat that out by swinging on ones. Once you hit these upper echelons, that's no longer effective. That's how you get absolutely obliterated. And at the moment, it just doesn't seem like the support, whether it's from roamers helping each other or playing behind their utility, none of that's happening. So naturally, when you're this well coordinated as Project XY, it's going to result in crushing defeats back to back to back.
Well, looking at lineup, they've kind of, I think they've gone for the exact same, actually. They haven't changed it up. Maybe going to switch around the positioning, maybe have a little bit more of a solid roam, since obviously Shorten was kicked out of his position very early on. And so was Raisin? So Raisin? We'll say the Legion. There you go. That's easier.
Yeah.
Razo. What's with everyone confusing names? Everyone has confusing names nowadays. But keeping the Monty, which, I mean, there's no point dropping it. It's working so well. There's no need to drop it whatsoever. But they're still, it seems like they haven't really changed. They're kind of doing the same thing over and over, maybe trying to expect a different outcome. But a lot harder gunplay, which is going to be needed as, there you go, Shorten will drop off entirely, saving his life, as the Monty's going to be running down this cap can here. Coles has got a lot of sprinting to do, as he's going to get pistol whipped all the way down Fish stairs. And he's going to be taken out of this round. As, I mean, it's all gone downhill. It's gone downhill. Granted, obviously, it's only one pick. It's only one pick, but that pick should not have happened at any point in this round. That should not have happened.
No, but here's what's kind of possibly in Sikapatas' favor. You have Shorten, who's still all the way above, and that could provide an opportunity to output some decent damage onto Project XY. But that's assuming that everything else doesn't collapse in the meanwhile, because right now, Sikapatas, everyone is entirely on their own. There's no team play here. There's no crossfires. There's no maneuvering. I mean, there's a little bit of rotation, but it's all going towards the same direction, which is falling back onto site. That's not really a winning recipe for a team that is this violent in their across the entire board. Execution, prep, initial entry, it doesn't really matter. And now we're going to see that Shorten's going to expose themselves over by Warehouse, looking to possibly get some damage out, but instead just nullifies their presence entirely. The Daimos ping comes out, taking major damage. Now with a Monty in the face, tries the Nitro, but can't, as the pistol comes out after the shove. And that potential just went out the window. 33 seconds remaining. It's going to start moving real fast here. They're going to have to get that jump down going real soon.
I mean, this plan, also these Goya canisters are going to be proving very vital in these last seconds, since those two canisters which have just popped are going to delay pretty much almost the rest of the round. So they've got to push through that fire if they want to try and get a plant down. But it's all coming down to the last 10 seconds. They're all taking plentiful amount of damage from this fire, as one will go down from a friendly. So will the Monty. 2 versus 2. Last 2 remaining. They will be able to hold on for this, but the flank just from behind coming out from K7. But Sikapatas will be able to hold on and clutch out that round for them. Those Goyo canisters coming very pinnacle during that round right there.
Seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds to insertion. Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
All right, sorry about that. I'm just trying to sort out some audio issues right there.
Yeah, it looked like we had a little bit of a desync there. But going back into this round, do you see how that utility, right, makes such a difference? You know, playing around that instead of trying to force those fights up against them. That's honestly going to be their lifeline here. And they sorely needed that lifeline. Don't get me wrong. It was still an insanely close round. And that easily could have flipped. But at least this here gives a reroute that was sorely needed.
Right, so going back onto that bandit trick, and I think they got half. No, they got both of the ace charges right there. Both of the Selma charges will be taken out, and only one remaining. So they will have to be either a crouch hole or a vault hole. But I mean, Project X, they've done this plenty of times before, but it seems like they're going to hold on to this wall just for that little longer, because I don't think they have one extra hard breach charge and one extra Selma in the pocket of Leon, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to open up this wall combined with a Tuberel. So I think IT is going to be quite secure for the time being. But things we see Tech already made their way towards IT with the help of Gabe on the Monty. It's just going to entirely be zapped out of the way since that shield will now swing. And he gets electrocuted. But will be C4'd. I think that's either over the top or from underneath. But that would take out the main pinnacle pushing point for Project X. There goes that Monty. So we're just left with all guns in hands for the time being.
Yeah, that was a big setback for Project XY losing their Monty. And I mean, you can clearly see the pushback is having a visceral impact. Forever getting or taking Leon down. It's now going to be all up to Trinity to try to save the situation, but the damage has already been far done, far over. Again, you slow Project XY down, and it puts the hurt on them. And with that, Sikapadas will actually turn in a flawless round.
Clearly, that tag timeout was definitely needed, since they needed to at least bring one round back. If it's going to be any time, it needs to be now, since defense is, well, for some teams, it's their strong points. There'll be 2 rounds over to themselves. It seems like we're going to have a slight comeback here from Sikapatas, but 3-2, there's still time for either side to pick up a round for each other. But Project X still going to stick to their guns and keep the Monty, keep the Deimos. So I'm assuming they're going to go towards mid. I'm going to go mid.
Mid, I was going to say, wait a minute, what is this, League of Legends? I'll say, this is Siege, what are you doing? But yeah, I think this pivot onto first floor is probably going to give Project XY a little bit more flexibility to try and get back into their lead. I mean, it's their last opportunity to do it before the second half, of course. But I have to be fearful for Sikapatas because them playing behind utility is what saved them. On first floor, it's a lot harder to do that. There are so many openings that someone can sneak up, and all it takes is for one person on Project XY to accomplish that, and all hell breaks loose, and Sikapatas will be on the burning end of that fire.
Funny you say that. They won the round because of the Goyo fire.
I totally
put that one
forgot
through.
about that. Yeah,
Well, Sikapatas, obviously, their roam isn't the strongest thing in the world. As we've seen from the past couple of rounds, they prefer to maybe keep it a little bit of an anchor, or maybe just, as we said, to keep to their utility and stick to their own utility. Now, obviously, if we're playing for stock, you need to keep that vertical for as long as you can. You can't just back away. you can't just drop off. You need to either play live or at least stay up there for a solid minute and a half, 2 minutes. You need to keep that control as long as you can. Hence, you can see 3 people up there, maybe even 4, if I'm not mistaken. But obviously, Gabe is going to be here just to entirely disrupt this. The mirror is going to be a quite twisting factor here, since it's going to make it more awkward for someone to swing from electrical. And also, even if they do get the wall open, which they're trying to do, which they will now get it open, once they get that open, they're still going to come face to face with that mirror, whether it's a C4 or a gun in hand. With 3 people sitting all upstairs, they're just delaying time, which Psychopaths are doing this actually quite nicely with using all their utility as much as they can.
Yeah, they're finally getting those walls open, but there's no denying the fact that this is taking a significant amount of time, but it looks like that time's going to pay off. Nitro goes out, doesn't really do all that much damage, but a second one will follow up, and Coles will be able to take Gabe down. Dano is out of the picture as well. It's now going to be 4-4 as they look to secure this top floor control, but they still have a choke on Project XY. This Mira over in Command Server is going to cause them a big headache. Have to pick up the fuser, stall a little bit more time out. But either way, they're not in a good position for first floor. It's forcing them to pivot. Perhaps the play was not to overtake it, but rather just to simply displace so they can try to execute a first floor. At least that's their only option as far as time goes, because they have been unsuccessful in taking it. It was an even trade, but it's not in Project XY's control. And that's a lot of time lost for what little control space they had. But wow, K7 with the slap back towards the barricade to take Shurton down. It's now 27 seconds on the clock. A lot of pressure on site. Leon going down. They get Raxo out. And it's going to be the last one above Forever, who's also cleaned out by K7. Wow, I mean, Project XY. Oh. Wow.
K7 being the massive turning point there for Project X, taking out, taking that lovely 180 flick all the way to 90 Hall. And then I think obviously he got a kill beforehand, if I'm not mistaken, then taking out the vertical player, which would have, because I think it was the player who's actually outside on stock window who had the diffuser in hand. And if they were to start getting that plant down, it would have actually been disrupted from the vertical. It's a good job K7 was there to hold his back for him.
Yeah, I mean, great cover all the way around from Project XY. And I'm honestly giving a lot of praise to them for that pivot away from second floor. They didn't completely take it, but they did offset the positioning that would allow them to fight back on first floor take. And that is what is important. I call that the skyscraper method, right? You don't need to fully take it. In fact, that can be a whole site in of itself due to the severe difficulty and challenges that are present with it. They recognized the time that they were losing, and instead of full sending it, they switched over. And that, I think, was a great pivot. They already accomplished what they needed to. But now, back onto the swap, it's now Project XY's turn to try and close this out with defense.
Now, from their lineup, it seems like they want to go for more of trying to take out their mirror windows. They want to try and prioritize it. They have, obviously, the Ace for the hard wall, but then they have the Ash to either go for the wall itself or to entirely go underneath with Forever. Now, the Buck, since obviously most of the mirror windows where they're placed, you can just shoot out underneath, but it's going to be all up to basically either the roam to stop that, or they're going to just let it happen. Just let it swing, let it happen, and just go with the flow. But going with the flow allows the other team to go with the flow, which then it just comes to a whole battle of who can go with the flow more. Whose flowage is better?
Honestly, I'd have to say definitively it was Project XY in the first half, but whether or not they can maintain that going into this is going to be what I'm looking for, as it does look like we've got a little bit of aggression from K7, but again, everyone's kind of playing on their own. I always freak out about this because it can go disastrously. We see just that. Cole's taking Gabe down. That's a nitro. The Mira player off so early on, and there's no follow-up whatsoever. That's a lot of grounds gained for seemingly free. Gonna make this a lot more challenging to contest this space that is now in Psychopathus' hand.
Yeah, so we're coming down to the halfway mark. Obviously, he's still got decent positions inside of sight, keeping that Azami alive, which allows Leon to be in a predicament of a situation. Or sorry, position, not situation. But as they move Tech out the way, he's going to be in kind of a little bit of no man's land. But K7, he's going to be stealing Shorten's life during this round. We're not allowing him to continue. As it seems slightly, with a minute, 55 seconds remaining, it's slightly going towards Project X a little bit. However, Psychopaths could easily clean this up. Since there's so much damage done to the floor, so many angles you have to worry about, you kind of tunnel vision, get lost in it. As the swing's going to come out here for the Ash and picks up one. And there will go Tech, that Warden. As they threw a flashbang at him, which is kind of counterintuitive, but Leon's being a little bit sneaky here. I'm not sure if they know that he's right underneath the breach. And there you go, picks up one. No trade is available as he will escape with his life. Only just barely. 20 seconds remaining. I think there's one C4 in hand. I think that's inside the hands of K7 as we just wait. And there we go. C4 in hand. Isn't going to be tossed out just yet, but one pick will come out to the side of Psychopaths. There is a trade entirely. A C4 maybe to be tossed out. It's a 1 versus 2. It's all down to K7, man, with the most kills, but it will be shut down from all the way outside of breach by Psychopaths.
Yeah, honestly, Project XY, I think they gave way too much grounds when it came to how they were just pretty much swinging it to death. They kind of winged it there in the way that they were playing, and I think it was just a bit too laissez-faire without really having a direction in denying key positions from Psychopaths. Kind of saw that with the early Mira death, and it just kind of proliferated all the way into the execution.
Now, even though that Psychopaths did win the round, how they let Mute go after taking one pick and then dropping a hatch right in front of their eyes, I do not know. I do not know.
That I couldn't tell you. That was certainly something. But now moving on to this next round, going into basement. Again, we're seeing that heavy roam from Project XY. What do you think of them still continuing this? I would have liked to see a more coordinated front, but it hasn't existed for Project XY, at least for this first round. In fact, everyone was kind of on their own the entire time. And we've seen how disastrous that was for Psychopaths, and now it's hitting Project XY where it hurts too.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Psychopaths were just not really the luckier ones out of the two, but it's more of, right time and kind of you're in the lucky situation of where you need to be rather than playing off each other. But a boss G kill going from K7 all the way from main stairs. And that'll be taking out Danu. Those mirror windows are going to be just that little bit safer now. Sit a little bit more comfortable with them. Now, branching off of that, we've had plentiful of spawn peaks, but quick kills straight off the bat. It'll take forever. No, it wouldn't take him forever at all to be picking up some kills, as that'll be his 4th total. It's Gabe, sorry. I don't know why I said Ruben, who will also go down to the hands of an R4C. There's still one R4C still on the board, but everything, like I said, everything seems to happen with just solo plays reality. There's no trades for one specific player. Everyone's just kind of doing their own thing and just wandering around as K7 will go down to forever. That's his 2 for the round. I mean, like I said, everyone's just walking into crosshairs and doing kind of solo things. It's not really much playing together.
No, pretty much at this point, the anchors are the only thing that's the saving grace for Project XY going forward, because they are just taking hit after hit, and that's just another one as Trinity goes down. It's now going to be all up to Leon to make the most out of a bad situation, but trying to push from above, go for the flank, catches one completely off guard. That's going to be Raxo out of the picture. Now with a minute remaining, still above on the first floor, looks for a fight, but gets burned instead, thanks to Shurton.
I was getting a little bit scary towards the end there, since they didn't have much information on the player who was upstairs, but trying to take the vertical going against them, it's a tough one. It's very tough, but looking down during a vertical is sometimes, well, I'd say a solid 75% of the time much better than looking straight up. You have just that little bit more cover from the floor, which is following you. But attack timeout coming in the hands of Project XY. I mean, it wasn't it wasn't necessary, I wouldn't say. But they lost, I think that was 2 rounds in a row. Yeah, they've lost 2 rounds in a row. One was by objective and one was by kills. Now, they need to switch it up slightly bit if they want to obviously change it up against them. However, I can't really specifically define it. Obviously, I can't just say that, a little bit more teamwork is necessary for them to be winning these rounds, since Project X seems to kind of be just wandering around everywhere and then just coincidentally either getting picked or getting picked off. But I mean, the utility, it's okay. Spawn peaks, I mean, sure, yeah, it's great. Get yourself an advantage, but it isn't very a massive pinpoint defining factor.
Now, with that being said, I do have to wonder, maybe you can answer this question better than I can. Do you think perhaps maybe an intel op could be the cure for Project XY's losing streak, similar to what Sikapatas had in the first half? Because a lot of those deaths that we witnessed came out from them being completely unprepared and Sikapatas just being in the right place at the right time and kind of calling this chaotic movement that Project XY is pulling out. Do you think an intel op, which we're not seeing this round, could be what they need? Or are you thinking it's something different?
I mean, yeah, it's always great to have as much intel as possible with, let's say, a Valkyrie. However, obviously, there's always a direct counter to it. Maybe a Mozzie pickup, since we did see Sikapatas have the Mozzie for, I think that was 2 or 3 rounds, just to claim up as many drones as possible during prep phase and a little bit during the action phase. But yeah, a little bit of intel would be nice for them. But most of their deaths, which there you go, there's one, they'll be on straight all the way onto tech. That's just straight from outside. It's not really much intel. It's just wrong place, wrong time almost every time, which kind of seems like.
So probably a bit more temperament and more discipline in how they're engaging, which I think makes sense, because if you look at how they're running around the map, their positioning and their rotations are extremely undisciplined, sprinting all over the place and pretty much kind of swinging without a purpose, I would say. And that's kind of resulting in what you're calling is always in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I think there's a lot to kind of speak to that, right? That decision making is just not there, right? And we'll see again another Leon going down to Raxo. And already they're forcing a plant. They're on site, and nobody on Project XY is ready to fight this back. This is already a massive problem, as you've got a full team you got to fight against, and you have to work your way back towards site. Though, we do see a back-to-back, K7 taking Shurton, or Dano taking Gabe. Dano, that's going to be putting it a little bit better as we now approach a 2v3, but you still have to deal with this window problem. But that's now solved thanks to Trinity with a nice run out to get that back to 2, but K7 goes down. This is looking dire. You have a player above and still another who is off-site outside. 8 seconds ago, goes for the zombie barrier, tries to defuse, but will she be able to? No, because you have the teabag and the hold from above, thanks to Dano.
It went from, what was it, a 4-2 split now to 5-4 in favor of Sikapatas. They've brought this back quite nicely, and they've kind of figured out the tempo of which Project X are kind of playing at, and which they've probably seen that it's just well, in reality, it's somewhat just like a little bit of a lazy roam, really. Not kind of sticking to your guns and looking at the book. It's a little bit of textbook error. We had the player we had the vertical, which was watching down, and then they just simply weren't using it. Granted, they might have been pushed out of their position by, say, IT. I wasn't entirely sure since we didn't get much eye on that, but I don't think it was fully open, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, though, since they did have a thermite. But for them to go for that plan and not having someone underneath as well, it's very textbook to have that player underneath just in case.
Right. You always want to have at least one person on site, and even that can be dicey depending on where the attackers are going. Isolate that one person and plant. But yeah, Everyone else on Project XY was effectively nowhere to be seen. It's, again, there's just no roaming discipline. And so, yeah, you're right, Kreis. No amount of intel is going to fix the bad habits that has been picked up. I don't know if maybe it's cockiness from the last few times they played Nighthaven, but they've just kind of lost a grasp of where they need to be in order to stave off Seikapatis. They have, at this point, failed spectacularly in being able to make any grounds to slow them off. Though this is now going to be a much more anchor-heavy map. Perhaps there's a chance for them to bring it back by 1 round. But that's assuming that they aren't taking unnecessary gunfights.
I mean, a much better map maybe for Project X here, which would be maybe Clubhouse, since it's kind of more direct. You can do a little bit of vertical, but it's more directiveness. There is long angles to hold, but like Clubhouse will be more of a suited pick. There you go. The first pick will come out, will be from Coles, going on to Trinity. There will be any more Azami barricades. The player downstairs has been spotted, which will be K7. So he's going to be in a little bit of a situation as he's trying to bait this Monty to come towards him whilst there's a C4 prepped on the door, and he will be punished entirely by that AK-12. There'll be 2 for Coles in this round. As Shorten does also go down. I didn't even notice Shorten went down.
Yeah, that was earlier. But have you noticed the kind of bait and switches that they're doing here? Push one way, swing the other. Every single time, that's exactly what's happened. And that happens because there's no cover. No one was watching the door when you saw that attempt from Trinity to deal with Forever walking up the warehouse stairs. Same thing happened with K7. There's no crossfires. There's nothing. It's just a bunch of individual players in a group. And we're seeing that right here as Gabe and Tech go down. Now going to be all left up to Leon to try to salvage this as Diffuser goes down. And it is not looking pretty here. There's no support. Just 5 players sitting in a general direction. That's not a winning strategy. Swings out in the open and gets shut out in turn.
Like we said, they're not keeping hold as much map control, which they'd like to, since the player, they've exposed that site just a little too much. Since the Azami went down early, which means they have to forfeit Catwalk, your better option was honestly just to reinforce that Catwalk wall, so you can at least try and hold on to what you've got. Granted, they will probably put an ace charge on it, but it's better to at least have a chance, I'd say like a 5% chance, knowing you can hold on to it just that little bit longer, rather than nulling it to 0. Since that puts Seikopatis onto match point. But, I mean, if your Azami dies and you're holding Catwalk, reinforce the rotate, or the head holds, whichever one it was. I think it was a rotate overall. Since it just denies them any free angles or access straight all the way into your site. And like we saw, they found that out. They haven't reinforced it. They have the angles covered. They could just walk straight in and just take it. It's free for the giving. If there's too many angles going from the other side of sight by like pillar, just toss down a smoke that allows them to just walk straight on in.
I mean, yeah, that walk-in is pretty much kind of the kryptonite at this point. But again, it's team play. It's, roaming discipline. This just isn't how you fundamentally defend. This is exactly the kind of behavior that would lose anybody games, even a rank stack, right? If you don't roam with a purpose, actually applying pressure, and you're not watching for these crosses and these pinches, you're going to get destroyed. They don't have a pivot. They don't have a way out. They don't have a teammate covering for them. Like I said, it's just 5 players. There is no team here for Project XY at the moment. And this is why they're getting burnt out so heavily. And with now at match point, they already used their timeout. If any time is the time to figure out how to work together, it's now. Otherwise, they're going to be history, at least as far as these playoffs go.
Yeah, I think maybe we can see there's 3-player roam. They want to make themselves known, but I can't see any like head holes which will support a very long angle, which you never know, like K7, he could support Gabe here. Maybe it's just from stock. I think that's actually Mirror from the Leon. Just open up just a little bit of the wall just to give a little bit of support. The first frag will go out to Techie all the way to the Ash Dinu. being the first pick of a few rounds, actually. Not doing the greatest in terms of openings, but still being top fragger on the team and keeping those frags alive. But the Monty just needs to figure out where everyone is, why and how, and every single reason being, and trying to capitalize on it. Because like we can see that he's on his own in 90. There's not much support which is able to be given from the player in 90. Granted, there is Techie who was upstairs, which Shorten is being very, very careful of. But as we come down to the last 10 minutes, it's not looking the greatest for either side since it's gone quite a little bit slow. But Shorten will be taking out K7, but I'm not sure if he knows that Techie's right next to him, which maybe a little bit drawn out might be necessary.
Yeah, it's possible. Wow, what a great read coming in from Sikapatas. Again, it's that bait and switch. Put pressure one way and then go for the kill the other way. This is what they do so unbelievably well. Nitro goes out, doesn't connect, does get the follow-up for the vertical kill, though. And that's going to be Trinity keeping it alive for just a little bit longer as it's a 2v3, but gets caught out thanks to that same vertical coming in from Shorten. And it's now going to be all up to Leon. All eyes on you to try to save the day here. No Nitro in hand. It's going to be a raw gun in a near impossible situation. Goes for the rotate up the stairs. Diffuser now going out and is all confirmed. And they know that she is above. Going to have to go for that drop. And that's where things get messy. And messy indeed it does as Sikapatas takes the win.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, that was entirely a fair few rounds. I think that was like 4. No, that's... So 2-5. Yeah, that's 5 rounds in a row. I'll do some quick maths then. It's not my strongest point, but 5 rounds in a row, which they won definitively. Which most of them were by objective. So let's see the diffuser down or they took it by kills. Which either way, you can't complain there. They figured out how they played, wrote it down on a little piece of paper, handed it out to everyone and just went, this is it. This is how we're doing it. And they stuck it play by play. How Project X went from the most arrowhead dividing of Sikapatas to becoming the weakest one out of all of them, it's pretty baffling, to be honest, and how it switched from 100 to 0 very quickly.
Honestly, I think it really comes down to their defense. Like, they didn't play as a team on defense because their attack was amazing. I mean, it was dominating. But everything that made their attack so good is effectively everything that made their defense so unbelievably bad, right? Sikapatas had a lot of trouble in holding back because they weren't playing around their utility to stop the onslaught. But once they made that adaptation, things started to improve. But despite that, Project XY was still doing so well on attack. It was still very dangerous. The rapidity, the coordination, everything was just done so good. But then you look at defense, and it's the exact opposite. There's no team play. The roaming is very undisciplined, unnecessary swings, and Sikapatas was just ripping them to shreds with bait and switches at every single turn. Hey, look, pressure over here, and you're out. That's it. This is what really burnt Project XY. They thought they could try to carry that same swing mentality, that same speed, but it just wasn't there because the support wasn't there. Everything that gave them the ability to be so violent on attack, they threw it away in the second half. And the difference is they could have pivoted to bring it back, but they didn't. I don't know what they discussed in the timeout, but unfortunately, it was not effective.
Not very much so, but we are going to cut to a little break so we can set up your next game for you, which I don't think the previous game has actually finished just yet. So we'll cut to a little break and we'll see you in just a moment.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you're with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now. get it now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. And we are doing our final game of Voltage. And I think, we've had a new, different person to my left.
I do
Yes, I got it right this
apologize.
time.
I was here yesterday. I kind of just decided, you know what? I'm going to kidnap and switch places with the other guy. Don't worry about it. It was only for today. He'll be back tomorrow. But I am your observer and caster today, Star Drago. Thank you for having me back again, lads. Let's see how this goes. I'm a bit worried, but I'm hoping for the best.
Yeah, also just a little bit short on one end of the stick, but we do have our final game at Bon Voyage versus Seco Patas. Now, heading over to our map bans, we are expecting a good game here, since obviously the last time us two casted together, we had our 8-7 on bank. So we're expecting nothing but greatness here.
Well, hopefully it's going to go better. Last time it was a bit laggy, glitchy, but this time I'm going to reassure everyone that the quality will be much better and hopefully the fights will be just as good. I'm looking forward to seeing Herb, Leon. Who do you think is going to win this? Bon Voyage or Seco? Who's going to win?
Basing off of how the rounds have gone, Seco Patas have been taking this solidly 7x's, etc., throughout this almost the entirety of Qualifier 2. Now, if we look back onto the last game, which Bon Voyage had, they barely won 8-7, having a good fight against, if I'm not, who did they play against? Soon. That's who they played. But obviously still bringing out with a win, still brings them to this situation. So as you can see, our team cards, Bon Voyage, everyone has seen them so far. But if you have not, it's very diverse with plentiful amounts of diversity there with either team. Got a bit of German, French, Danish, Turkish, British, and Netherlandish. I forgot the word for it. Sure.
Well, let's head right into the match because I have a feeling that these guys are already getting itchy, ready to play.
Are they ready to go? Everybody ready to go?
Starting the pick and ban.
Alright,
Let's see.
All right, we shall move over to the game. Well, starting us off, between all of these teams overall, I think for Bank, it's very dependent on really who gets, well, I mean, in reality, it's overall who gets the better each other, but I think the mental game was going to playing a very crucial part in this now. So we do have the Monty and Deimos bands. It's the usual. But then again, I'm assuming it's going to be for defense-wise, a little bit dabble in the mirror, but we'll see in just a second. A little drum roll. Maybe a Cade starts off instead.
But we have
now, have you seen either of these two people play, Drago?
Well, I got to observe the last match they played, but I didn't get to see it. So now that I'm looking at it, I'm expecting a lot more from them. I'm kind of terrified of how this is going to go.
Very, very true. Now,
you got to love the chat back and forth from the players. Wanting pauses, not wanting anything is just a bit special. Well, let's hopefully go right into the match.
Now, obviously with Bon Voyage on the attack, which obviously we saw Bon Voyage play against Valor. Now, they played very nicely and they were able to secure their win 7-5, which was on the attack, which obviously Valor did 3 rounds in Kitchen, which was a little bit of a confusion between all of us. And then Seco Patas actually slamming it out on their defense instead, which is a little bit different.
Seeing that they went basement, I'm wondering if they're going to try and do a heavy roam game because we've seen Seco Patas last match just, hold everything from upstairs and made sure to keep going back and forth and try and confuse and waste as much time as possible.
Yeah, I feel like the roam is going to be quite heavy because obviously last time we saw Bank during the Valor game, we had a heavy castle presence upstairs trying to hold them hatches, but kept them open rather than reinforcing. Obviously, we have the Cade ban, so that kind of entails that they want them to either be opened up or they're just going to stay singly reinforced. So you can bring a 2-brow just to delay it a little bit longer, but it's really inevitable that they will be opened up as soon as possible.
It's kind of interesting now that we get to see how they try to push. So watching Mira having this trying to hold dirt from the long angle is really weird to me because I'm normally sitting in server just holding it alone as, let's say, Jaeger or Kaid.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, the Vector at long range, unless you hit that headshot clean off, will do the most amount of damage. To be fair, it's not the greatest one at range. It's like the SMGs. It's not always the best, but it will do. It will do. Obviously, we do have Leon trying to put on pressure from the windows, but BMS is going to start us off with that DMR straight towards Forever. And that will be your Azami down and BMS taking 2. Starting off the game here, loud and proud, as Dana will also go down. I think that's a cheeky little headshot from everything's just gone wrong from the Fenrir. But Hebe will be picking up 1. It's down to a 4 versus 1. Trying to grab 1 back with Coles, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, if it's going to happen. He needs to somewhat pull off a miracle during these points in a 1 versus 3, since he's still got 1 minute and 35 seconds. Bon Voyage have plentiful amounts to do. It did seem like Bon Voyage's roam clear was very quick and decisive, since obviously we didn't have a Damus, we didn't have anything else. It was quick droning, and I think they got, if I'm not mistaken, it was BMS who just entirely got droned in and then just reacted accordingly. But finally getting them hatches
picked everyone off one by one, and now the fact that the Mirror has to hold it from server, having the Goyos detonate early is not what she wanted.
No, not at all. She needs as many advantages which she can get, but the hatch drop or the server drop is going to be inevitable here. But they've all got to stick together, since you don't really want to give Coles this 3 versus 1. So it will be detrimental. Whoever gets the first round, that's going to set your mindset very nicely, as I think the drop's just about to happen, but Casey will be finishing off the round overall.
I gotta say, the way that they're playing this out is really interesting to me, because as I told you before, I'm normally the one that just holds sight and does not move. So the fact that they're planning on this kind of puts me in a weird state of, this is nostalgia. This is me holding on 1v5x, just trying to stay alive.
Yeah, it's just the final post, sticking to your post and holding it till as long as you can.
Exactly.
But going back down to basement, do you think they should have gone back basement again, or maybe switched it up?
I think going back to basement would have been fine, just for 2 reasons. They only lost it because of the quick run pickoff, but if they actually try and hold it a bit more turtle-like or trap meta, would have been better. But I don't think they're going to do it. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Well, obviously, Bon Voyage taking the advantage, starting us off with obviously 1 round in front, looking to make it 2. Lineups don't seem ever so different, apart from Nom switching onto Blackbeard, which we haven't seen a lot of since he has been banned out quite a fair bit. Now, I'm seeing this Nug, and I'm immediately thinking, creeping all the way into Garage. That's my immediate thought.
Not with their team holding. I'm thinking it's going to be a clear upstairs, just walk straight into sight and win. Well, because they knew only Mira was on site last time. They're just going to have to wait and see.
Very true. Now, defense-wise, like I said, the lineup hasn't changed that much. I think they swapped around a couple roles. I think Forever and Shurton have swapped over Coles and Raxo? Either one of them. They've swapped roles, just distributed it out, seeing whichever they want. But this blue hold is going to be quite strong, as they go BMS being the opening frag. Again, there will go your smoke player. Barely just evades the shots from the Blackbeard and the player behind him, but he'll come out on top with that shotgun. Toby,
I gotta say, I don't like seeing the Blackbeard come out, but the fact that he goes down is really nice.
Yeah, going down this early in the round with obviously still 2 minutes just remaining, it's going to allow Bon Voyage, Seeker Patas to have a little bit more freedom, to be able to walk around just a little bit more. But the Jaeger shotgun clearly working out as intended, since the M80 is, well, I'd say one of the best shotguns there in the game. I mean, it seems like they've kind of distributed themselves on wanting to walk away from going towards blue, since how heavily fortified it is. But We are seeing a player walk towards blue. This will be Leon, but someone did swing slightly inwards, but he will be notified since those flat mines causing dread to the Nook. Just playing it patiently. Obviously, we know where each other's are, but they don't know where each other are. Actually, never mind. They do have a yellow ping, but we're just telling ourselves, just swing. But see, they don't know all of that. Forever goes down, but is traded by Casey. So 1-for-1, leaving it to a 3 versus 3. There's this lovely swing with the bailiff comes out from Rexo. And he'll retreat all the way back to Garage. This Fnatic is still putting in a plentiful amount of work with 40 seconds remaining. So we're currently just waiting for anything to happen as they've backed away, trying to keep their numbers alive as it's just Casey and BMS.
They need to get electric here. It's the last 30 seconds. They don't know what they have to do.
Not at all, but 20 seconds remaining. Something has to happen, and it needs to happen now. BMS goes for the first swing all the way to site window, sees the head of the Aegir, but Casey goes down, but so does BMS, and that'll be Psychopath's first round. To which you were right. They should just still stick with it and just switch up a little couple of things, and they did win the round.
It's weird. From what I can see, they know their playstyle. They know what they want to do. They're just holding off on it, and it's slowing them down so much.
Well, if they want to kind of keep it not really as a roam, but as maybe a little linger, they can do it definitely quite well on offices upstairs, since you can just dabble around Trump, maybe a little bit towards elevator, maybe a little bit towards stock. But you don't entirely have to be on site. Unless you have a C4, you can use that, go underneath. That'll do it plentiful amounts. But I mean, 1-to-1, I'm really expecting this to go to at least 12 to 13 rounds. Since top 2 teams for the last bit of the second qualifier, it's going to be good. Now, picking up the castle, a little bit, well, it's a regular pick for if you're trying to hold, obviously, CEO, since it just depends on where you put your 4 castles. A lot of people do either 2 or 3 on the Trump window, since there is a lot you can be shot from there. And as you see, they put one onto, I think that was the lounge door, as well as one of the quad windows.
Just trying to keep everyone out of sight for now. Hopefully make as much time as they can. But looking at the Zofia and Capita try and push up the wall, I understand that they're worried for jump outs now. It feels like they know the team's aggressive, so they're going to try and hold it off.
I mean, have you already taken a little bit of damage? Again, speaking of Rome, I don't think there is much. They've kind of stuck to what I said. Like, they're just having a little bit of a linger around. Obviously, having a little bit of a chill in the janitor. I think one is inside of stock. I think they're with a shield, if I'm not mistaken, which they've got to get rid of with this Rotera drone. But the mute's going to be stopping that somewhat soon. But starting us off, that will be Shannon. Be going straight onto Leon. There goes that Zofia. Still going 0-3. Not the greatest start for Leon. And it's not one of his proudest starts in these matches, since we've seen him outperform really well. But Sherton wanting to take a swing onto these windows, maybe even go for a jump out, since there are 2 outside. If he can get the first, he might be able to get the second.
Not with the Claymores down below. Don't forget that Zofia place. They're still there.
Oh, they are.
She may not know about it, but she can still get trapped.
You never know. You could see some miraculousness. Shoot the player, shoot the Claymore, shoot the other player. It's a miracle waiting to happen. A very unfortunate Kiba right there, trying to block off line of sight and run straight back across to safety. But it hit the barricade just at the wrong angle, as it tries to go horizontal rather than vertical and covering the windows. Now they have a little bit more lenience towards sight. You know, this rotate was being opened up, so they have to back away just a fair bit. But Venom's just trying to make a little bit of leeway for Psychopath, so for Bon Voyage. And Psychopaths are hiding themselves tucked in corners very nicely, just for the time being. But something has to happen in the next 35 seconds, because it kind of just seems like it's Jiggle Peak Central. We have people's on windows. There's BMS with the ARX. There'll be 2 for him, leaving it down to Forever and Raxo. He'll be able to pick one back with Forever. He's stuck behind his own castle barricade. It's down to actually a 2 versus 2. Well, 2.5 versus 2 if you really wanted to. As Forever will be picking up another. Could this be a 2 versus 4 clutch? It's definitely looking like Seiko Patas will be winning out the round. Lovely, great
I
bit
gotta
of
say, I was
positioning.
not expecting that. The fact that it was just pick after pick in the Fenrir. It does show you that that secondary shotgun pistol is really strong in the right hands. Not in mine, but in the right hands.
It's like with the Super Shorty as well. I just tickle people with it. I just tickle them.
Yeah, you said it before. It feels like a feather. But even
Yeah.
the same with the shotgun pistol. I can't use it even when I tried Doc when he had it.
Still does.
Again, I don't use it. I use the revolver. I wouldn't know. I'd rather
That's criminal.
spawn peek with that than try to get a close kill with that. Oh no, the revolver is my favorite weapon for sure.
I bet you use Monty Revolver as well, don't you?
I do. And you know what? I've got an
Do it.
ace with it as well.
I need proof of that. I need proof of that.
I can probably find it. I'm sure it's someone of odd clip.
Oh, moving over, there'll be 2 rounds to Seiko Patas and 1 for Bon Voyage. I put Seiko Patas finally on the front foot the first time in this game. I mean, statistically wise, Bank is quite a, well, attacker-sided, I think only by a few percentile. So either side has quite a decent chance, but it's always going, well, for this time being, it's going to be against Seiko Patas, but I think about 4 to 7% at the moment. But
sounds about right. But seeing that they've decided to bring it Twitch, I'm hoping they're going to get some Fenrirs. If not, it's just going to be used all on cameras, and that's going to come out to be a problem later. But I can never know for sure.
Which, there we go, starting to get rid of some of that utility. And lovely already getting 2 from these little footholes all the way across Cafeteria. Now, their drone game hasn't been too weak. You can see that their reservability, never mind, Hibby's going to be jumping straight into sight. He'll be taking off the head of shirt, and I'm just going to shut up here and stop talking about that. Leon picks 1, but is traded by a C4. Casey does go down to the hands of the Valkyrie. Hibby's already in sight. Come give him a hand. The Valkyrie is able to get 2. Just take sight. Take sight, bring BMS over, and you'll be able to start situating yourself. But now it's all down to the player who's inside of sight. Now he's the one playing defense, and he'll be finished off. And Seiko Patas able to close out that round very quickly and very decisively.
Seiko Patas is showing us what they'd showed us the last match as well. Once they get into a good rhythm, there's nothing to stop them.
Very much so. Now, 3-3 split is going to be Bon Voyage's best friend. That's entirely what they're going to need. But in order for them to do that, they need to switch it up.
Sorry, would you count Bank as a defender favored map? Yes or no?
A defender favored?
Yeah.
I
wouldn't say defense centered, but like favored. It's a little bit better for them.
Would you think? I'd say it's slightly attacker, honestly.
From how we've seen, I'm still not sure because in the last 2 rounds, it's been like once the attackers get in, it's like they're afraid to turn any corners.
True. I mean, granted, you never know. It could just be that Seiko Patas are just that much better, maybe.
Yeah.
Very could be. Well, only time will tell on how this result will come out. Now, we see the Blackbeard being brought up again. And obviously, it's the same site as we saw, which the Blackbeard got absolutely decimated by their M870. Obviously, it'd be a bit redundant to be doing the same strat on blue again twice, but I mean, I'm not sure why they're not at the same time, since it works so perfectly well with that shotgun going against the Blackbeard. But I don't think we're going to have any presence around blue, maybe more like a bunker down. There's quite a fair bit of roam on the top floor. But we can take quick entry all the way into Cafeteria, which we'll be spotting out. I think that is the Fenrir. As he goes into small office, he's going to be quite stuck. Gets skeleton keyed out the way. The support is trying to help, but Forever is going to be picking up 1 to Hebe. The trade-off is there. Danu gets shut down finally, with Casey picking up 1, and Forever finally going down after trying to give support to his teammate. And that will be the end of the trades eventually, with Seiko Patas going on the short end of the stick. You can see the little yellow pings coming out. They know that there's a player all the way inside of archives, I think that
Oh,
is.
is this going to be the wall bang? Oh, it's not. He's going to survive just because of the corner of the door.
He's
He doesn't have a lot of
face to
play with
face.
this.
Oh, face to face with the Blackbeard. He's just going to get pushed over forever and ever. BMS will finally finish it off. Then we get down to a 4 versus 2. It does seem like Bon Voyage slightly have this basement attack a little bit on lockdown from the past 3 times we've seen it. Now, come just past the halfway mark, it does seem, obviously, like I said, it's very
2v4
aggressive.
situation. Then we know one's coming through the garage. We know the rest are trying to collapse onto site now, so he's got to have to make a right choice for this. He's going to go for the one for the garage. Oh, that's pain.
Well, that's round closed out. BMS picking up the last kill as well. And BMS being the main sole fragger, which we have during this entire game here. Popping out with, I think, he's almost on double digits. If not, he has double digits so far. But Bon Voyage trying to bring back that 3-3 split.
He's trying his best.
Now, going back to basement, obviously they have a 33% win rate. Seiko Patas do, compared to obviously Bon Voyage. Winning it 2 times in a row, only losing it once. That was obviously with that Danu shotgun, which, I mean, smart move. They brought it out again, since it was the only one which worked. Oh, excuse me. I've got some hiccups.
It's okay, it happens.
I'm dying. Oh, the siege, it's killing me. Now, using that Jaeger again, because like we saw, it was the pinnacle point, because I think you got 2 frags out of it, and then I think someone came up from cafeteria just to sweep up one of them, which, I mean, regardless, it worked really well. I'm unsure why it did, or they didn't do it again. They might have to pull out something a little bit different, which I think that's why the blitz is coming through. But this will be the last round of defense for Seiko Patas, unless we see overtime, which I'm hoping we do.
Just seeing from how they've played it the last couple of times, I'm really wondering if it's going to be a rush in, or if they're just going to play it like vertically clear again. Because the last 2 times they've gotten a little nibble of both. So do they clear blue, or are they going to try and clear open offices? Oh, here comes the blitz.
So the Venom's just taken out forever. And he isn't going to be living forever, that's for sure. So there will go your Goyo. That Vector in hand is gone. So the shields seem to be very relevant during these fair few rounds. It's either they've been used a lot, or they just haven't at all, simply. But needing to push on through. Goyo kind of step in pot. I'm assuming that was from the Twitch drone. Going to push away Danu with that shotgun, but he's still holding very close. He just needs to get a nice, lovely shot at Blitz's German toes just to put him down. Because obviously it's only time will tell if we'll be able to give him that opportunity. He's going to try and be flashed out. Sherton is going to be blocking off, be allowing Danu to rotate all the way back to site. And now everyone can start the anchor. 2 Goyo canisters still on the wall. They'll be able to deny 40 seconds worth. As well as I don't think they have any C4s on the board. No, because obviously no one can actually have C4 on the board in this situation. Only impacts.
Only impacts and smoke, sadly.
Very much so. Danu rotated all the way to white. Obviously, he wants that close quarter. He needs it. So he can just straight one pump, gone, dead, keeping the round. It seems like they're prepping to go for a regular default plant, but they need to go for it as soon as possible, since obviously they have that 40-second timer technically from them Goyo canisters. And at the same time, they have them smoke canisters, which last for about roughly 10 seconds each, if I'm not mistaken. Flashes start to be distributed. So. They might be able to get this plant down, but a pre-fire Venoms gets hit with a plentiful amount of fire. But Sherton's going to be downed. 35 seconds remaining. Seiko Patas could still hold on to this if they play it nicely. They've just got to play for time. 1 smoke canister distributed. That's going to waste a fair bit of time, but they might just entirely run straight through it and go plant on the chassis, which I think that's what's going to happen. But I don't think Venoms has the health for it, and he will go down and killed by the smoke canister. The res comes up from Seiko Patas, but he'll be traded off by Verkus. But it's a 3 versus 1. The rush straight from Garage. He's able to pick up 3. He does get traded off, but Daney's the last alive. Plant starts to go down 3 versus 1, and the round will be finished off by Casey. A lovely comeback from Bon Voyage there after being on the back foot and be delayed by the time. The Goyo canisters and the smoke canisters as well. The little flank from Hebe's able to pick up 3, and what a wondrous clutch up there. Oh my lord.
Oh, that was tough to watch. Just looking at how they played, looking at how it was all set up, they had everything in the pocket. The moment he got the res on Asami, I was thinking, okay, this is their match. But when it came down to it, it just didn't work out in their favor.
It did not. A lovely clutch from Hebe. The comms better be going absolutely mental after that one there. Since this is for all the... It's points-based, these calls, isn't it? So it's for all the points.
Yep,
for them.
all the points. That's why I've got 3 days of it. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
Yep. Which, unfortunately, I will not be there for tomorrow.
Oh.
Who have we got tomorrow? Do we know?
I believe... No, I was going to say it's going to be me, but I'm not sure. I'm off tomorrow.
We'll see tomorrow. You guys will see, since we're doing all of this over again with someone brand new.
Couple new teams will be great to see.
Very much so. Now, again, the double shield with a thinker. It seems like it looks like a rush, but obviously the rush capability for basement, it's not entirely there. You can rush it. It'll be a very risky move, but it seems like they might want to rush clear instead, rather than rush sight. Since obviously they've switched over, which Seiko Passas is now on the offense, and Bon Voyage on the defense. It seems like they want to try and take control, but they're just waiting on intel from their teammates and everyone droning, into which the push will start to come out, trying to take the eyes away from the Azami, which there you go. Sherton will actually go down first, as Casey will follow soon after, as Hebe also goes down, the MVP from last round. So will that Blitz. This is down to 3 versus 2. Venoms able to pick up 1. Dino's been a very sneaky inside a garage. Got to be careful that he won't use up much of his ability from moving too fast. Does he have an inkling maybe that he's creeping around garage? If he swings, he might be able to get the pick there, since I don't think anyone knows that he's lurking around. Then he can level the playing field. Still think that everyone's upstairs. But with a minute and a half remaining, there's no need to rush whatsoever. You can take this chill. Take a little chill pill.
It's going to take a second to breathe, strat it out, think about it.
Exactly.
Backwards just dancing above the hatch.
Takes a straight drop down it. It's going to take a peek through the rotate. Unable to pick up. No, he does pick up 1 actually, but Venom knows Danny was lurking inside a garage. That's all down to this Blackbeard, but a lovely C4 will be tossed straight over to finish off the round. I mean, you can't ask for a better game, honestly. You really could not for the finals of Qualifier 2? Is that what you say? Yeah, Qualifier 2.
Qual 2, yep. I had to check my notes. I wasn't entirely sure.
I was going to say season 2, but no, we're in season 5, Qualifier 2.
Season 5, Qualifier 2 of year 10 of Siege. I'm going to say 10 of Siege. I'm not sure.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Exactly.
Well, lineup wise, I always like to say it, but I think there's always been at least 1 rush in every single one of these games. There's been at least 1. And I think most of them have actually been quite unsuccessful. So if Seiko Patas is able to confirm a rush here, they'll go onto the charts for a single 1 rush done. Since the Glaz and the Ying, I mean, it's either that or they're just trying to set up for a nice plant and just go straight through windows. But then again,
you might be right, but I think they're more being cautious here, just from how it's looking. That's like, since they're changing all the ops, they're changing from Ace to Sophia, Good Luck. I think they're going to try and play it as, let's clear it as much as we can, then plant.
Yeah, it kind of seems like it. It's just like Well, it's pretty much what they just did last time. Well, sorry, Bon Voyage did last time, just trying to clear windows and such when their lovely 2v4 clutch for I think it was Forever on the Castle for Secret
Ooh, does he know
Patas.
about the? It's really weird because as I can see with this match and how this team is playing, I'm expecting a run in, a jump in, but no, they're not doing it.
I'm really expecting something very, very dramatic in terms of, like, say, runouts or anything of the sort. But it seems like they want to try and cut off rotates and for them to kind of walk into the little bit of the bait, really, more than anything, and try and take a free pick, which I mean, I don't really blame them. If you want to try and get a free pick, take a free pick. Who doesn't love a good free kill? Now, Zofia's had quite a rise in pick rate from that we've seen previously. I'm I'm enjoying it, honestly. I quite enjoying the higher pick rate since he's very diverse. You've got impacts, you have the stuns, which can stop anyone diffusing or anyone using their gadget, but the gun itself is also very heavy hitting. You can do plentiful amounts with it. Now, trying to get these elevator walls open, you did a run out from BMS. Not sure whereabouts, but Coles is not looking in the right direction. He jumped out all the way. I think that was from Loan Office. It's either
No,
that or coming from Garage.
it came out from garage. He ran the whole way out from below.
Just wasn't looking the right way. Forever's going to be there to try and cut it off, but this is going to be very detrimental if Forever isn't able to pick this up. Since BMS, if he's going to play this smart, he can just sit inside a garage and just wait patiently because that's just going to drain so much time. Because either someone's going to try and collect the kill or two of them are. But I think he's going to walk straight into the crosshairs of Forever, which he will. Now it's down to a 4 versus 4. Just under a minute remaining. Now we're just waiting to see who the next pick will be. Diffusers all the way outside, which I think Forever is going to try and go pick up. So they're just being cautious of every angle which has been opened up. Well, see, I think they weren't able to actually get anything onto the elevator wall since the run out from BMS came out so quickly. All the Valkyrie cameras still available since Forever hasn't been able to just get underneath sight as of just yet and just clear some of that utility. Over Hebe's going to be holding on to Trump here for dear life as it comes down to the last 20 seconds. Seems like it's going to be a little bit of a Hail Mary to come through. Leon's going to be picking up one, but the trade-off's there. Venom's going to be picking up one, so that puts them +1 in the round as it comes down to a 3 versus 2. Diffuser is dropped on top of Banana as Razko goes down as well to Hebe as it all comes down to Danu, which inevitably comes into the hands of Hebe. I mean, I'm at a loss of words here. Everyone's playing so nicely together, playing off of each other. Especially these runouts, they can't be letting whatchamacallit get away with this BMS. They're just letting him roam free, which Sika Patas coming out with a timeout, it's very much needed
They need
after
to have a
that
chat
run
with
out.
each other immediately. This is your time to find your words because from what I could see, it was Herb coming after them, BMS trying his best to just try and line up the shots, but it only came out with, all right, let's hold the angles and hopefully we can get a nice push on.
Yeah, one push is pretty much all they need. So if I'm not mistaken, the only one of the sites they have available, they'll probably go to basement if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, no, they can go to the second floor, can't they? Oh, sorry, first floor. They can go to archives. Believe that's still a site. I'm not entirely
Yeah, but I
sure.
think it's a very risky one to go for, but they'll go for staff and open instead. Was that the first one they picked? Or
That is
oh,
the
no,
first
did
one,
they
and
do...
because it's overtime, I guess they can switch around.
Oh no, I've completely just forgot that they all within those wins was actually their attack rounds as well. I'm just a bit
Yes.
stupid.
Nah, it's
I'm
okay. It
just a
happens
bit
to the best
stupid.
of us.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day. Well, we'll see the appearance of a cap can, which will probably to try and stop those shields, since they did go for a 2-man shield rush during one of them rounds. Obviously, the last time we saw this, we saw, I think it was actually Bon Voyage sitting inside of sight and not able to do anything. Now, having the Valkyrie on the board is beneficial unless they have a Dokeby. He's able to take them cams away from them, but I don't think Sika Patas really enjoy the Dokeby as of much.
No,
Purely.
but from what we can see, they like the knock a lot more. So I have an interesting feeling.
I'm maybe thinking a little bit of a basement walk up, since, I mean, going to go knock, you're going to go sneaky. It's kind of inevitable. It's either that or, as you say as well, when they last brought it, it would just be entirely for a bit of roam clear. Now, Hebe already going down, not sure as of where. Danu being able to pick up one of the kills, and there will go that mute. Now, having Hebe already down is going to put them on the back for quite a fair bit. That's your second top frag on the board already gone. So we're going to be a bit of a struggle. And speaking of fraggers, your top frag actually goes down. Leon trying to find out where this refrag is going to come out, but they're on drone. Shelton's going to be picking up one. He's not looking the right way, as Forever will be picking up Leon. The trade-off is there. BMS is still down, but I'm unsure if he's going to be able to be res. As Venoms also goes down, and Fluency, everything's just gone to shit. Seiko Patas just finishing up this round. This chat very definitely much needed, as their timeout has proved beneficial, as it will be 5-4. Still in favor of Bon Voyage. I mean, it's still becoming a bit of an issue. Bon Voyage just letting them roam free like that. I mean, go heading to basement.
They've got to go basement, and this time they've got to hold it correctly. Because, as we've seen, this is about to have them tie up the game. So, if Psychopathus can get this, it's going to make it a lot more difficult for them if they want to run away with a win.
Exactly. I mean, if they're going to go for the basement, because I think have they defended basement once? I think it's their first time defending basement.
First time defending.
Yeah. So first time defending basement. If they need to pull something off, it's gotta be Hebe going to go for it again. They've got to do basically what Hebe did and get a lovely 3-piece, really. Since basement's always a hellhole in trying to take, you need to drain time. But with the amount of utility which Bon Voyage have on the board, which same with Seiko Patas, it was just so much better for the defense side when trying to defend basement. Drain as much time upstairs. If you can, rotate down. If not, play for life, because you're still draining time. Maybe try and get a pick. However, these Twitch drains need to be almost perfect if Bon Voyage want to try. Sorry, Seiko Patas want to get a plant down. Since most of the time, I think it's, well, I'd say roughly about 70% of the time, you're going to try and go for that default plant just off of the desk inside of sight. Now, DMR Central, very clearly, Twitch on the DMR, as well as Dokkaebi. Seems like they heard me from the gods above, telling them to pick up the Dokkaebi, but it's the one round where they don't actually have a Valkyrie. They have an Echo instead. Which, I mean, Cole's already going down, Casey being the opening pick. Obviously, with only 5 kills on the board, it's very neutral at the minute. He's trying to take an aggressive swing onto the open area window, but barely scrapes himself onto the floor. Leon goes down, as well as Casey. So 2 for the price of 1. What a great deal. So come up to the halfway point of the round. It slowly seems to be going into the favor of Seiko Patas, but like I'm saying, it's all down to time in reality. Once they start getting things open as quick as possible, that's when they're going to start being able to improve. As Hebe gets himself into a bit of a predicament, does go down, and Raxo is able to maybe finish off the last kill, but inevitably the position he's in, it's not going to be the greatest in trying to resurrect, since they can just easily take control of blue, and there you go. There goes one Goya caster to finish off the kill, as BMS wants to try and take control of upstairs again, but it seems like it's not going to be the greatest, since I think there's someone simply just holding it. She's going to try. Never mind, he'll back up and go away. Now, 45 seconds remaining. Seiko Patas do need to have this in the bag. Echo Camera, I think, was entirely just shot, but a long-range shot from Forever will be taking him out. I don't think there's any more Goya canisters. Plant starts to go down. BMS is being called and Grim tracked. Takes up 1. Sherton gone, but he still has 3 more to deal with.
Ooh.
Not sure if he'll be able to pull it off, but Forever will be finishing off the round for Seiko Patas.
We're going to have a small pause, though. So we'll have to come back into the match.
having a little bit of tech issues. So we're trying to
Sadly, yes.
everything back up, since I think it was one of the players' issues. So they tried to call a pause, but didn't fully go through. But well, for me, it's currently telling me that Bon Voyage have won. Well, as you can see our lovely faces again. Forfeit victory. Bon Voyage won. There you go.
Well, hopefully that's not a telling secret of the future. That's just an unlucky one-time accident. We'll have a rehost set, and
Yes.
hopefully everything should come back and have no more problems. What did
Yes,
you think about the
hopefully.
match? Tell me about it. Because in my case, I thought, all right, these guys both know how to play this map well, but that's not their map pick. So what's happening? What's
So
going on?
it's really not. But Bank being obviously one of the very OG maps from reality, Bon Voyage definitely know how to play it, and so do Seiko Patas. However, it's very back and forth. It's better. It's like you have a round, I have a round, you have a round, I have a round. But it's all down to really how hard you can hold it. Since obviously the basement is quite a fair bit defender bias, since obviously you just need to delay time. Granted, it's easier said than done, but at the same time, they did win the attack round there after taking it pretty much from picks. It wasn't even from the objective. The Goyos didn't matter. They got shot out by the Twitch. The roam clear was not perfect, had a little flaws, but it still went in and cleared it very nicely. The hatches are already pre-opened for them. If not, the Habana already opened them. I wasn't 100% sure during that round, the previous one we just saw. But the attack from Seiko Patas after the chat which they had, it's clearly well improved after a decisive 2 rounds win for Seiko Patas, which puts them on to 5-4, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it 5-5?
I believe it was 5-5 at the end of that, just before that match had changed, but I will get you back to that. I'm trying to make sure the players can actually get back into the lobby now. So apparently there's a small bug, so I have to do a second rehost. So just give me a couple seconds.
Yeah,
Make sure
we
that
love
works for
free
them.
hosts. Cheers, Siege.
Ah, well, there's nothing you can do about it. It's just
Oh,
what it
whilst we're
is.
here, we'll give insight on who's up tomorrow, since we have a little bit of time. So I'll quickly have a quick look. So for tomorrow, you do have Piercing again. So hopefully he should be able to stay, because we didn't predict this to be on for this long, since obviously he had to drop out, unfortunately. And then we also have Ace for tomorrow. Then we have K as the observer. And we don't actually have Ruin tomorrow. We have Zane, is it pronounced? I think it's pronounced Zane for the production. But you got a lovely whole lineup for tomorrow. Now, within this game, how many points, if I'm not mistaken, how many points do you get from this qualifier, from this, for winning one of them?
I'm pretty sure you get
100 points?
100 points? Yes.
I think so.
That's correct.
And then it'll be 75 per second. I've just been told from the gods above. I've been told it's 170. It's
When they
100
whisper
for
into
first
your
and
ears.
75 per second. Switch, that will put you at great advantage pushing you forward, since it's I'm mistaken, a €2,000 prize pool total. Gods above, could you tell me? 2k euro. The gods have
2K.
spoken. Which, I mean, if you ever have the chance to sign up for one of these, sign up as quickly as you can. But hopefully, should be able to get this game.
I've just checked
back
as
up
well
running.
from the previous match. I am correct. It was the fact that it was 5-5. So
Perfect.
this is going to be a bit more interesting now that I think about it, because we have a 5-5, but then we also have to make absolutely sure that all these players plan ahead now, because they've seen each other's playstyles. They've had this time as a technical break to just talk about it. Have a couple seconds to be like, yep, we are correct. We know what we're doing. We're not going to let this slide.
Exactly. Well, I mean,
We've got
they
all players
can't.
asking, when can we say we love you to cries? So they all say they love you.
I know a few of these guys. I've casted for a few of them now and then. But it's great seeing common faces to me, and obviously some new faces. Since for me, I haven't seen BMS, Venoms, or Hebe before, since that's all I can see from Bon Voyage at the minute. I haven't seen those guys before, but obviously, from what I'm seeing from them, they're playing absolutely brilliantly. And Casey and Leon also as well, being not new faces, casted them plentiful amount of times before. So much love to those guys. But I've also never seen absolutely anything of Seiko Patas. They're entirely new to me. I don't know about you, Drago. But
And completely new to me as well. And from what it looks like, the players are getting ready into the lobby. So I'd say about one last second of whatever you want to talk about before we head in.
Okay, well. So I think we're just, obviously, like I just said, the gods above have spoken. We're just waiting on one more thing. And then we'll be able to head straight back on into this. Now, predictions from this. What do you think from the next couple rounds coming on? Do you think we're going to go to overtime? Because
I believe we will, just because of how this is going. I believe we're going to have it go over to overtime, but then it's going to get nail-bitingly close on the last 2 rounds, because that's how it's been every round so far, where it's been like either a complete sweep or it's been down to 1v1.
Okay. Ooh, just quickly checking up on one of these things. Okie dokie. Well, I'm hoping it does go to an overtime, because that's when all the intensity starts to arise between these two teams. And, well, I mean, don't get me wrong. When the intensity starts to arise, you can slip up a lot more. And that opens the doors for shit to happen, basically. Excuse my French, but it goes down. Since a couple slip-ups, no one's watching this one specific player. That player can get a 4K straight off the bat, and that causes a lovely, dramatic game for us. But just trying to bring this back for them. Obviously, Seiko Patas have brought back, I think, 2 or 3 rounds in a row. Obviously, leveling out to 5-5. The next round after, obviously, this tech pause is what's going to put the mindset for either of these two teams. So if you have a little tech pause like this, you can kind of mentally reset and come back to ground with each other. Then at the same time, you're like, okay, fresh new start. It's 5-5. It's technically like a casual now. You've just got to win 3 rounds in a row in reality, apart from obviously overtime, etc.
Both sides players say they're ready, so I'm just going to start the match and we begin.
No
I do
worries.
apologize for getting distracted, so do this correctly.
It's all good. If you didn't know, Drago's casting as well as doing all the observing, hence why he's been a little bit quiet, since he's got to look at many, many things as well at the same time. So big
And
respect
my YouTube
to
keeps
Drago.
crashing. I'm not going to lie. The fact that YouTube and Discord have had hiccups the last couple of days is not making my life easy.
Your PC and your Wi-Fi is going to start crying in a second.
I already am. Just wait. But there we go. Everything's set.
So we can head straight back into it. Please no rehost. Please no rehost. Please
Not
no
again.
rehost.
You can't play me for the 3rd time.
I think we're all good. 5-5. Seiko Patas on the attack. Bon Voyage on the defense. We shall be A-OK. Ying, Blackbeard coming out. I think it's a little bit of a prediction that they're going to go upstairs, since obviously the last time we saw the Blackbeard and the Ying, it was for the upstairs attack, which they switched off last second to play it safe. Now, I'm surprised they've actually let this Valkyrie kind of slip on through the cracks here, since obviously usually it's one of the most highly banned operators when it comes to bank itself, since how wide, like, let's say the ATMs is, and just bottom of banana, how open it is, it's going to be not almost impossible, but it's close to it to actually find any of these Valkyrie cameras which would be around. Now, a surprising face, which I don't think we've actually seen today as of yet, is the OSA. Which,
be fair, the OSA, now that it's being pulled out, is kind of a surprise to me, just saying as it's a shield, yes, but they've been happily with Blitz and happily with Blackbeard. So it's kind of a weird pull-out for me now that I realized it.
Indeed. We'd also have the Cali as well, which is a first for me, actually, seeing on bank. I don't usually see the Cali around these areas.
The only time was we missed it at the end of the last match as well. It's always being pulled out as a secret pick now.
Yes, it was on the Night Haven, wasn't it?
Yep.
I mean, if you can, going back to the COD years with that sniper, get some quick scopes in, you'll be fine.
You'll be
You'll
beloved
be
by everyone in
A-okay.
the game.
Yeah. Drop down yellow, do a quick 360, no scope, and you will get all my money in my bank account. That's a lie. You won't get a lot.
There's
But
not much in there to begin with. Don't worry. If you'd start saying you're getting paid, I would have grabbed it first.
Everyone's just going to go for 360s now. I'm telling you. Yay, I could buy myself a meal deal. That's about it.
Meal deals went up in price last week, so I don't think we can afford that either.
Oh, true. Yeah, very good point. You know what? Screw the economy. Just play Siege. The Siege doesn't involve the economy.
All it involves is good gameplay and being smart.
Yeah, exactly. You just need a little bit of brains. Now, halfway point, not much progress has been made. It seems like they're just trying to get as much intel. It seems like they're going to try and go for a quick, impactful push here. Also, you're getting a bit of the wall open, getting a bit of drone setup. Everyone's still outside. So we're just wondering what's about to happen. Which, there you go. Leon's going to be starting us off with the first pick. I think I was trying to be flashed out on a swing from Sheraton. And there will go that Blackbeard. As Venoms will also respond. As it's down to a 5 versus 3. And there will go your Ying and the Blackbeard. Your setup makers, if you must, have been dropped from the game so far. But you still have the Osa to try and do a little bit more intel, but forever going down to the little sneaky rat master. Be the Valkyrie on the floor, but Coles will be able to take out BMZ, but it's down to a 4 versus 2. As Danu is going to be inside of sight, but obviously they did hear him repel straight through, trying to recollect any kills, which there are, but Hebe's going to be there to shut it down. Coles is able to pick up 1, but Venoms is going to be sorting that round out for themselves, collecting the last kill of the round. As it does go on to match point for Bon Voyage, as they're 1 round away of collecting 100 points. Seiko Patas, they need to be flawless from here on out in these next 2 rounds. They want to try and recollect something and continue to fight for this top spot in the qualifier
Seeing
today.
as they've chosen basement, though, I've got more of a feeling they're planning just holding this tight now. Just secure the victory. Don't try and play aggressive. Don't try to spawn peek or anything like that. But we'll have to wait and see. These guys always play differently than how I expect now.
Yeah, don't want nothing too fancy-pantsy. Just stick back to the basics and play off of each other. Excuse me. I keep getting hookups. I'm dying.
You'll be okay. We need that lovely voice of yours.
Dying. I'm dying. Again, for the past 2 games, I've been dying. I don't know why. I just get hiccups whenever I talk for a long time. But both of these teams are 99% sure qualifying of stage 2 as well. Since obviously yesterday, Wallace and Gromit did take the 100 points against Bon Voyage. So it'd be very unfortunate for Bon Voyage to leave this and come second again. However, obviously, since it's points orientated, I wouldn't complain too much though. But obviously, if you can take a first spot, we'd take a first spot regardless. And obviously, Seiko Patas taking 3rd. So they've done better than they did yesterday already. Now we can see a sneaky play inside of stock there, which forever will capitalize on that positioning from BMS, trying to be a little cheeky rat, but does get punished entirely. But as we continue on, I mean, there goes that Warden, which means, I mean, there's not much smoke. There's 2 smoke canisters, but they're just going to keep peeking forever here. You can go on and on. If you must, you can go on forever. But 2 free picks with nothing to come back from. It's looking quite dire for Bon Voyage here. Since Seiko Patas need this round to keep themselves in it to collect these 100 points. And trying to push themselves forward to continue, since they don't have much to fall back on. There's no lower bracket. There's nothing of the sort. But if there's any time to do it, it is now. If you're going to pull off an ace, whether that's for Bon Voyage or Seiko Patas, since Forever is still in the charts for it, you need to do it now. It's minute 30 remaining. I think that's 1 or 2 Goyo canisters have been popped, but there are still Echo drones still lingering around, ready to stop this plant. Seiko Patas is going to take their time in trying to set everything up. not taking things too risky, but they do spot out one of the echo cams, and that'll be the Twitch drone, not a regular drone, a Twitch drone, stopping that off as Sherton taking a plentiful amount of damage from them Goyo canisters, just unable to get themselves in there, just wanting to open up the wall and back up, but that's still quite risky since it was directly on top of the wall, if I'm not mistaken, which the Twitch drone did miss. However, Venom's trying to try and go for a retake back upstairs, but with 50 seconds remaining, as there you go, C4 tossed over, Casey is able to pick up the planter from the Blackbeard. Now you have a little bit less of a cover for the planter. 40 seconds remaining. They can keep wasting time, but there goes all the smoke canisters. I'm not sure if he has any echo cams remaining, which you'll be able to drag over. I don't think he does. Once the cover's
No,
still
I believe
there
they're both
for
destroyed.
Venoms. They're both destroyed, and there you go. As 30 seconds remaining, this is all slowly going into the favor of Seiko Patas as the cover from the hatches will be able to take up Venoms, as Hebe's going to go spinning around in circles like a ballerina trying to find a player in the hatch, but Coles will be the one to finish him off in the final seconds of the round. Putting me on edge, this is. We're going to go to round 13, and it's going to tip us to overtime. Now, this is where everything matters. You need to put all of your eggs in the basket in this point. You need to sap up on every single game which you have. Which, unfortunately, since we had the rehost, we're unable to see the kills-wise. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was BMS on top with double digits. I think it was 10 or 11 he finished off on.
Double digits, you're correct. And if I remember correctly, Rasco, Shorten and Rasco on the opposite side. I'm pretty sure we're both 2 away.
So it's more kind of spread out between Seiko Patas, but with Von Voyage, they're kind of trying to feed it into one another, maybe. Trying to feed it into one or two players, since obviously BMS has shown up and shown out. Not out just yet. But they've got to give it their all for all of these points. Granted, they do have a chance to do it tomorrow too. But only time will tell in these next 2 rounds. Something has to happen for either side. Drone economy for either side hasn't actually been too bad, since it's something we've picked up on in the early games of this qualifier. The drone game has been quite pinnacle, and a lot of the intel is definitely needed, which Seiko Patas is playing that quite nicely, and so does Bon Voyage. Obviously, we don't know how Bon Voyage's game did on their, obviously, all their stats for the last game, but knowing that it was 8-7, it was definitely a tough battle between the lot of them, which, I mean, it's coming down to it again. It's coming down to the wire in the last couple rounds of bank here. So every nook and cranny needs to be checked. Everything needs to be close to perfect, which it seems like Seiko Patas are planning something here. Maybe a straight server take and ignoring everyone who's upstairs. However, bit of a rookie mistake. They've left default cam up. So just waiting for anything to happen, but Hebe's going to be taking a knife straight to the nook. There goes Danu. And that's not something you want to see in this time during 6-6. So coming up to the halfway mark of the round, Shetton's made his presence known inside a server. He's trying to get any idea of any situation they can put themselves in to give them advantage. He's able to cut off the flank from blue. Obviously, they've probably been told by their teammates, as Casey will go down. There will go that Azami. They do have access to sight here, but they do have to go against these Goyo canisters, which are going to be an absolute pain for them. This Twitch drone has to do plentiful amount of work. And this is what I mean, the time it's wasting. These Twitch drones, they need to come out of the pocket of the Twitch, go down, make sure they're not shot or destroyed in any fashion. But something has to come out of them, or else these Goyo canisters are going to bite them in the ass so much, as well as these smoke canisters, like we've been saying. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse with this same thing, trying to repeat it to everyone. Get it in your heads. It's all about time when it comes to basement. However, echo cams, they have been hacked. They can't be controlled, but they can see where they are. As I think that's both of them have gone down finally. Down to a 4 versus 4, 35 seconds remaining. It seems like it might just entirely be a hatch drop and an absolute flustercook, if you must. as we've got C4 in hand, 3 smoke canisters, and I think maybe 1 or 2 of the Goyo canisters remaining. 20 seconds. Time is ticking. Plant starts to go down. C4 is still in hand, is tossed over. Collects 1. There goes Coles. BMS still picking up these kills. 10 seconds remaining. As much cover as they have from upstairs, it's not going to stop these smoke canisters. As Sherton taking plentiful amount of damage from this actual barbed wire. Plant starts to go down, but Leon's there to stop it, creeping his way through. BMS is not going to be able to see anything, but Leon's going to be finishing off that round as Bon Voyage are going to put themselves back onto match point. Felt like I was like weeding through some weeds there. Oh, weeding through the weeds.
It looks like we're just
through the
gonna
smoke.
come up to an issue here.
What was that? Sorry.
We're just coming up to an issue, so we'll likely come back to face cams in a second.
No
From what it
worries.
seems
That is a-okay. So we're trying to figure everything out again. It's just had some unfortunate mishaps. We want to try and make sure everything is ironed out as straight as possible for this stream.
Can't leave these plays going on like this.
For you.
They're such-
Obviously, nothing can be perfect. Nothing ever can. Some things must go wrong. Always will do. Yes, we should be okay. There we go. There's our faces. Hello, welcome back.
Hello.
See us again. Now, we have Bon Voyage on match point. They're on the attack. If I'm not mistaken, was it a 3-3 half in the end?
I believe it was. They were just overtaking it as that ended.
Now, if Seiko Patas were smart, they'd take it to basement. During basement was their best time to thrive in defending. Since obviously we saw with Bon Voyage, they're able to hold on to that defense so strong. Even if they're a man down or anything else is down, they still push through and able to take it, just delaying time. I'm going to shove this in everyone's head. It's the damn time. Time is what you need, okay? I'm going to just make everyone start dreaming of Goyo canisters and toxic babes by the end of the day. This is what it's going to be. But regardless of that, your picks do matter as well. Obviously, Casey played life upstairs. The hatch was open as we were just kind of just waiting for them to push towards him, maybe to either drop off or to keep his life there, since you can stay tucked in a corner and just waiting for them. Be like, oh, look, he's dropped down, the hatch is open, walk straight through. No, he's tucked in a corner, picks up 1, maybe even 2. I'm just more curious about how Hebe was able to get a knife off. I'm assuming garage, but I'm not 100% sure.
I believe it was the knock was actually tracking her drone at the time, and then it just had somebody pull up behind her.
Oh. Righty. Well, I mean, even still, a knife during this late in the round is it's insane. It is insane. Now, going on to the maybe potential last round. It needs to go to Bon Voyage's way if they want to take this. Now, if they want to, they've got to have perfect roam clear. They have to have perfect time management, perfect execution. These Twitch drones are going to be almost perfect as well. No mistakes can be made here. And if they do, it's not going to go the greatest.
I believe we're about to go back, so thank you everyone for waiting. The audio should be back now as well.
Sorted. Very sorry about the audio issue.
It's completely on my fault.
You had a lovely ASMR from me. That's all you had. You had ASMR.
Beautiful. Thank you. Ready? 3.
So
2.
You should be all ready to go. So we're just going to unpause in just a second, and then we'll be able to continue.
It's the final match point round. So this has given them a bit of an unfair advantage. Completely my fault. I will respond with any criticism. Thank you, everyone.
We should be okay. Stuff happens. Now, lineups wise, nothing has changed. Actually, but I think he was probably switch off good. Mistaken. Do a drum roll for it. You might actually stay. Fans just popped up whenever they're actually on the top floor more than anything. Maybe even the second floor when they try to go for their little shield rush. But regardless, I'm wondering how that one's going to play out. Still dying. Oh my lord. Excuse me. Now, yes, I'm not entirely whether it is the best idea to bring the Azami. Yes, you can create a lot of cover for yourself. However, at the same time, you don't particularly have much of a comfortable place to sit around during the basement. Maybe, yes, upstairs, you might be able to, which I think that's where they might be playing. It's either that or Seeker Patas are entirely anchoring and forfeiting upstairs. But from what I'm seeing, I think there's only one player upstairs, and that's about it, which I'm going to assume is the Warden, which is Danu. Which there we go.
What you can see, it's a wee bit different. They're just trying to hold an anchor. You were right the first time. It's really interesting, actually.
Yeah, so Danu's going to be holding blue stairs quite closely. He doesn't have anything to basically stop any nades or flashes coming through. Well, flashes, you can kind of gather it's going to be Warden. I mean, I don't think I have to explain that one very much, but going against it is going to be quite hard. Once they toss a nade through, that's going to pop the Goyo canister. It's going to give him time to back off. It's either that or he can try and push forward, get a pick before the nade gets him instead. Now, Bon Voyage have been given the freedom of being able to take this very quickly. All the hatches, a minute and a half into the round, they've been given a lot of freedom. They can go for plentiful amounts here. But these Goyo canisters, I think I just heard one being popped there. There's BMS on the Twitch. But Leon's just being very cautious about Danu here. Just waiting for him to swing out a blue. As he's being still, he's a little turtle right now. He's not moving. He's going absolutely nowhere. But now he will move. As I think he's actually going to sit inside of the bees, actually, trying to bait them towards him. Just trying to say, hey, I'm over here. Come towards me. You definitely want to try and challenge me. No flashes or nothing yet have been tossed towards him, but Leon's going to be very active on these white stairs here. Trying to flush anyone out, but with 45 seconds remaining, time has been drained so much that Seeker Pass have played this very nicely. As there you go, Raxo's going to be picking up two. There goes BMS and KZ. Leon's going to get a nice, lovely shot onto Coles there as he just gets shot in the back. That's Raxu 3 for the round for him. This is down to a 2 versus 4. This is all going in the way of Seeker Patas here. They've played this very nicely. But he got some information on this player flanking him, but maybe a bit of audio cue, but nothing specific. Rexo does pick up one, and there you go. Was that an ace?
Ooh. No, sadly.
Because it didn't pop up with like double kill or triple kill for some reason, which is very strange, but this is for all the points. This is for everything. 7-7. Match point. Bon Voyage on the defense. They can only go upstairs or first floor. And Seeker Patas need to find their way through the defense. Either take picks or get diffuser down. But whoever wins this next round will be taking home 100 points, which would give them a massive advantage when continuing in Voltage. Now we can see the Glaz. I don't think we've actually stuck with the Glaz as of yet.
Not once, no.
Yeah, the Glaz has been appeared, but never fully selected. Now, I'm concerned if they're going to pull out this Glaz and it's just not going to work entirely. It's not really something you should really be dabbling in now. It's a very big gambit. As it will be actually locked in.
It's locked in after just before 7 seconds, so it's locked. That's it. We're going to see a fragging Glaz, maybe?
Potentially, it could just entirely be for the smokes, just to see through them. So maybe you want to go try and potentially go for a plant. Since there's 4 lots of smokes, 4 nades, and 2 flashes. it is kind of looking a little bit like
Having seen the
post-plant
sense, the
lineup.
Candelas, and the Glass to see through all of them, including the Dokebi, I do believe you're right.
Yes, it does seem like it's going to be a post-plant lineup, so potentially seeing a little bit more fast-paced here. Well, slow-paced from what we can see, just to try and get some intel as all the utilities being prepped, and maybe this is where everything's going to start basically becoming a Hail Mary as one Yin Candela gets tossed out, forever goes down, and that will be putting Bon Voyage with the first pick in the final round. And here we go. Entering through quads. No C4 is going to be tossed their way as of just yet, and they're all the way inside of sight. They start to go for default plant. Leon gets taken down by the gridlock, but the guys are there to support. Venom's going to take a plentiful amount of damage. Diffuser goes down. Shelter's going to pick up 2 for the round. That's Coles with 3, as it seems like it's all going into the way of Seiko Patas. Bon Voyage have 2 players remaining, and it seems all but over. They have to pull off an absolute miracle here. Player prone right on the floor. Shelter takes 3. Maybe can get a 4K to finish off the round, but Seiko Patas will be taking home the 100 points and taking bank for themselves. Very well played from both teams. Take us to every single round there is, and an extravagant finish to bank.
That was not what I was expecting. Just trying to watch that was weird enough because they was always, all right, we're going to set up for the execute. We're getting in straight into it. And as they did that, I was like, I'm not sure how this is going to work. I'm not sure this is going to play. And it was just one round after round after round of set, play, set, lift. It felt like a rugby match as a siege match.
I'd like to point out that not a single rush has been successful apart from the 7-7 match point final. That is
Rushed
absolutely
popped
insane.
under the plant, and then just glass and everyone picking off people from the windows. It was beautiful. The warden, though, oh, I feel so bad. They needed to get him off the board early, so that's the perfect reason to bring glass.
Well, apart from that, all I have to say is congratulations to both teams. Well, to every team in reality, since they've all played very well, especially to Seiko Patas for taking home the 100 points, give them a great advantage. And I think, you got anything else to say, Drager, before we finish off?
I'd like to see the standings, if anything, if Rowan can pull those up for us.
Go for it. And there we go. So standings wise, it's a
Seiko Patas on the top, Bon Voyage in second, Soon in third.
There we go.
Project X and Y fourth, Gunner in fifth. Valor, though, the ones that we've been seeing quite a lot of great plays from, are coming up in rank 6. But it's not over just for today. There's still tomorrow. This is really interesting because now that Seiko Patas has those 100 points, they are the top. They're on the lead. The score is 36-20. Ooh.
I mean, excuse me.
Oh, I'm
trying
sorry,
to get some.
Oh,
175 for Seiko Patas total. And then Bon Voyage will be on 150, if I'm not mistaken, because they came second 2 times in a row, which is very unfortunate. But I mean, again, it's all for the points. They're still second, if I'm not mistaken, since I don't think Wallace and Gromit played today, did they?
Not today, not that we've seen.
No.
They'll probably be back tomorrow, hopefully trying to ground those points as well. The ones I'm hoping for would be Inside Jobless because they gave a good match before. So
yes, they should get a good run for their money, which they did to Valor. Now,
anything last you'd like to say?
Well, I've been Cries. Unfortunately, I'm not doing tomorrow. Obviously, you've got to give it to everyone else. I've done a lovely 2 days worth of casting, so I'm all casted out. I'm all done. I'll ask from the gods above. Am I allowed to plug myself? The gods above have not responded. It's fine.
Well,
we'll leave it as
if he's not going to do it, I'm going to do it. That's me. Hold on. One of them.
There you go.
There you go.
For my Twitch, it's this, but with just an underscore between Z and the U.
Same with me with actually the R and the D. I got to remember that. So, anything final words? Anything from production? Anything from you?
I've got nothing else, but
No,
very well
fantastic.
played to everybody, as I think
Thank
that
you
will
for
be
being here.
the end of stream.
Goodbye.
Bye bye.